Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2569. The sound of the woman's dark green glasses rang out. Everyone looked over, especially the man in front of her. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. "Sir, I can't bear your gaze," the woman said coquettishly. She tapped her glasses, and a dot of light flickered inside. "Luo Ho." The man suddenly stood up. "Where is he?" The woman raised her hand to stop him from speaking. She tapped her glasses again and giggled. "Luo Ho, I knew you were fine. Are you finally willing to come back?" "Hee hee." Luo Ho said, "Sis, don't joke around. I almost died." "Oh, what do you mean?" The woman was curious and pressed her hand down again, telling the man not to panic. Luo Ho said bitterly, "Do you know where I woke up? I was in the three sovereign space." The woman was shocked. "You went back to the three sovereign space? Did you go back on your own?" "Of course not. That woman, Tu Shuang, took me away. I don't know why I woke up in the three sovereign space, and I was even at the border. I almost couldn't make it back. Luckily, I contacted my family and found someone to take me to the hyperspace." The woman said, "Your family? Your mother's family? The Thunder Sealing Clan?" "Yes. It seems like the Thunder Sealing Clan is quite powerful. Didn't I hear that they were always targeted by the Mu clan?" "Sis, you know quite a lot." "Hee hee, my job is to keep an eye on a hostage like you. Of course I have to know you." "Hey, there's no need to know. My family is gone." The man's gaze turned cold as he slowly approached her. The woman was surprised. "The Thunder Sealing Clan is gone? What do you mean? They couldn't have been destroyed by the Mu clan, right?" "Of course not. How could that stupid woman, Mu Jun, destroy the Thunder Sealing Clan? We ran away on our own. It's not like we didn't do anything all these years. We got one on the battlefield." He suddenly paused. "Sis, there are some things that I can't say. Anyway, I'm here to find you." The woman nodded. "Same place. Come on your own." She ended the call. The man frowned. "Where is he?" The woman told the man the location, and he left. Not far away, someone was curious. "Why is Luo Ho still here? He should have disappeared with the Thunder Sealing Clan." The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. "He's not willing to accept it. You don't understand him. He's hiding very well. He wants revenge, but if he disappears with the Thunder Sealing Clan, he'll never be able to get his revenge. Otherwise, why do you think he fought so hard to go to Hexagon Dojo? Isn't he afraid of being captured by the Mu clan? Why were you caught? The Mu clan is targeting the Thunder Sealing Clan because of him. He's a hostage, and we all have a responsibility to protect him. He'll never know that the three sovereigns have reached an agreement with Transdimensional. He'll still think that it's the same hostage from before. Forget it, let's not talk about him." Far away from the vessel, Luo Lao let out a breath. Life and death were decided by a single thought. Not long after, the man stepped out of the starry sky and blocked the path of the spaceship that Luo Lao was in. He stepped out and took Luo Lao away. The others in the spaceship were at a loss, not knowing what had happened. "Senior, may I know how I have offended you?" Luo Lao smiled shamelessly when he was caught. The man looked at Luo Lao and spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, second young master." Luo Lao's expression changed drastically. "You're from the three sovereign space." The man spoke in a low voice, "Fu Yuan from Mo Courtyard." Luo Lao's face paled as he stared at the man cautiously. "Why me?" "Mu Jun wants to see you," Fu Yuan said. Luo Lao struggled. I'm a hostage from transdimensional. Why should Mu Jun take me away? I want to see transdimensional. I want to see my father. Fu Yuan grabbed Luo Lao and disappeared, returning to the three sovereign space. Not long after, Luo Lao was left behind. He was very familiar with this place, as it was the core of the three sovereigns' imperial region. Only the three sovereigns and a few others could enter. He used to come here often, but ever since Luo Zong was born, everything had changed. Luo Ho. A woman was sitting on a huge flight of stairs. She looked calm, but her eyes were cold enough to freeze the starry sky. She was extremely beautiful. It was Mu Jun. Luo Lao slowly raised his head and looked at the unreachable position. He didn't know why, but this scene overlapped with the first time he had seen he ran. It was also a flight of stairs, but this flight of stairs was full of dignity. He ran's flight of stairs wasn't as majestic, but there was a huge gap that could never be crossed. Mu Jun. Luo Lao's voice was heavy as he bowed. Mu Jun looked down coldly. Where did the Thunder Sealing clan go? Luo Lao was confused. Thunder Sealing clan. Aren't they in the King's Starfield? Mu Jun's gaze grew colder. Lord Luo wanted me to preserve a trace of the Thunder Sealing clan's bloodline. Fine, it's you. You have half of the Thunder Sealing clan's bloodline, but you have to tell me where they are. Luo Lao clenched his fists. I'm Lord Luo's son. Mu Jun smiled. So you're also my son. I will protect you, but you have to tell me where they are. Luo Lao was confused. Why do you want to find them? Luo Zong wants me dead. What does that have to do with them? Mu Jun looked at Luo Lao. It must have been hard for you all these years. Luo Lao's body trembled, but he didn't say anything. I just need to find the Thunder Sealing clan. Once I find them, you can come back. I guarantee that no one will do anything to you. You will always be the second young master of the Three Monarchs universe and Luo Zhang's second brother. This is my guarantee to you, said Mu Jun. Luo Lao's thoughts were conflicted. His eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. It's just the Thunder Sealing clan. At most, I can spare Fenglai Guanqin's life. He's your uncle. What do the others have to do with you? You're their ancestor. If you want them to die, they have to die. Isn't that right? Mu Jun's voice was very tempting, and Luo Lao couldn't help but think in the direction she was talking about. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that she was right. He was the ancestor of the Thunder Sealing clan. If he wanted them to die, they had to die. The more he thought about it, the redder his eyes became. It was an abnormal red. He suddenly looked up. I'll take you there. Mu Jun's eyes lit up. It was too easy to control a little guy. Thinking about it, she smiled charmingly. That's my good son. Then, she appeared beside Luo Lao. Let's go. She couldn't wait to get the resources and send Xiaxinji to the origin space. Then, she would occupy the origin space and become the new territory of the Three Monarchs. Compared to this universe, the origin space was much, much better. For this goal, it didn't matter even if she spared Luo Lao's life. He was just a piece of trash. Luo Lao used his energy to tear open the void and found the country of eternity. He took Mu Jun with him and stepped in. Mu Jun instantly appeared in the country of eternity and saw the 7 broken towers in the distance. She saw the shattered ground and sensed the endless deathly aura underground. What was this? Mu Jun. Mournful screams came from below. Mu Jun turned her attention away from the deathly aura underground and saw the stunned members of the Thunder Sealing clan in the distance. Her expression was cold as she threw Luo Lao down and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was in front of Thunder Sealing Guanqin. Thunder Sealing Guanchin's face was ashen as he looked at Mu Jun in fear and despair. Thunder Sealing Guanchin was standing beside him. How did you find this place? Mu Jun was puzzled. She kept feeling that the underground energy was making her heart palpitate. This shouldn't be, as she was Mu Jun, a sovereign. Thunder Sealing Guanchin gulped. Unintentionally. Unintentionally. Mu Jun frowned. She didn't care about the Thunder Sealing clan anymore. They couldn't escape. She was more concerned about the deathly aura underground. The more she looked at it, the more frightened she became. At that moment, the deathly aura underground surged as if something huge had appeared. Mu Jun was on guard as she stared at the ground. Behind her, Thunder Sealing Guanchin suddenly attacked. At such a close distance, his palm struck Mu Jun without any resistance. Mu Jun's sovereign aura instinctively blocked the attack, but it produced a suffocating aura that sent Thunder Sealing Guanchin flying. Mu Jun was struck by Thunder Sealing Guanchin's palm and was forced to retreat a few steps. When she looked back, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this a hidden sovereign? 3 streams of energy appeared on Thunder Sealing Guanchin's body, and they all took human form to attack Mu Jun. Mu Jun snorted coldly. She had no intention of fighting back. Since she knew it was a trap and her opponent had dared to set it up, it meant that they were confident. She wasn't Xia Xinji, who would jump into a trap despite knowing it was. Even though her opponent was at the same level as her, if she wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop her. It was a waste of resources. Mu Jun tore through the void and glanced at Luo Lauer. She saw the hatred in his eyes. I killed your mother. Luo Lauer's eyes widened, and they were filled with coldness. Mu Jun sneered and was about to take a step forward and leave this place. As for who had set the trap and who this unknown sovereign was, there was no need to know. Only the 3 sovereigns could resist this enemy, so she was more cautious than anyone else. However, she had overestimated herself, or rather, she had underestimated the person who had set the trap. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her body inexplicably retreated from the torn void, as if her previous movement had suddenly disappeared. This was tracing back to the past. Mu Xia walked out, and his relic slammed towards Mu Jun. Mu Jun was shocked. Who are you? Countless silver needles imprinted with a sovereign's aura appeared around her. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they formed a diagram that Mu Jun pushed towards the relic. There was a loud boom, and the kingdom of eternity trembled. This place had already experienced the battle between Lu Yin and the Gui Yuan ancestor, and now, it was experiencing another battle. Mu Xia was stunned. A diagram formed from silver needles had actually blocked his relic. Just as he thought about it, the diagram shattered, and Mu Jun was forced to retreat. Her body flickered as silver needles appeared around her, covering the entire kingdom of eternity in the blink of an eye. This was a power similar to the ancestral worlds, and countless silver needles replaced the sky as if they were a starry sky. Under Mu Jun's guidance, they pressed down on the entire kingdom of eternity. Thunder Sealing Guanchin and the others were shocked. They couldn't resist this power, as it was something that they would never be able to withstand. This was a sovereign's power that could easily destroy anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2570. At that moment, Elder Chan, who had disguised himself as the Sealing Thunder Ghost Mountain, returned to his original appearance. There were 3 streams of energy in front of him. The first one unleashed an extremely cold energy that froze countless silver needles and restrained Mu Jun's ancestral world. The second stream of energy raised a hand, and the ground was swept up, forming a needle that pierced towards Mu Jun. This was the Xitigarbha needle, which came from Lu Tianyi, who had been transformed by the ancestral qi of the 3 sons. Ever since Elder Chan had broken through the ancestral realm, he had revealed Lu Tianyi several times, but he had never revealed his true strength. This was the first time. The Ksitigarbha needle pierced through Mu Jun's ancestral world, and under her incredulous gaze, it pierced through her shoulder. Mu Jun was aghast. How was this possible? Not only had the needle broken through her diagram, but it had also pierced through her body. She was wearing a power vessel, and even Lord Luo would find it difficult to injure her while breaking through the diagram. She had to leave. She could not stay. Mu Jun once again tore through the void to escape, but she did not notice that a formless stream of energy had appeared around her. This was a sourcebox array that had come from Elder Chan's third yang ancestral chi, progenitor Hui. This array had caused Lu Yin to despair during the sovereign tournament, where he had been completely suppressed by the prime clear lineage. If not for the Reaper's transformation, Lu Yin would not have been able to break through this array. There were too few people at the same level who could break through this array, and progenitor Hui was not weak. Mu Jun shouted, "Have you thought about the consequences of attacking me? The six forces will not let you off." At that moment, Lu Yin looked up from underground. He had already taken out the Grim Reaper Go Lien and raised it up high, splitting the deathly energy in two. Mu Jun saw this, and her eyes narrowed. Even though Lu Yin did not have the power of a progenitor, at this moment, she felt her heart palpitate the most. She did not hesitate to completely release her monarch's aura, and a glass bottle appeared above her head. It devoured everything around it, causing the Ksitigarbha seal to distort. This was her innate gift, and she had rarely used it even in the three monarch space. The seal of roughing seemed to be unstable. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Jun tore open the void. However, Mu Xia attacked again, still tracing back to the past, directly denying everything that had happened at Mu Jun's location. He denied the seal of roughing, denied the glass bottle, and also denied the void that Mu Jun had torn open. However, ancient tracing was not invincible. It could only negate for a moment. Mu Jun was prepared. When the void recovered, she attacked again. Mu Xia's battle skill could not be used continuously. This kind of battle skill was beyond her knowledge. The more it was so, the more it could not be used frequently. But it was enough. Tracing back to the past had delayed Mu Jun for a second, and in the next second, a path appeared between her and the torn void. It was a quiet path, and it was Elder Chan's ancestral world. Due to the poison of time, Elder Chan and Ancestor Pa could only shatter their inner worlds and rebuild them after breaking them down. They reshaped this quiet path. He had once said that he would assist Lu Yin, which was why this quiet path had been created. The path's only use was to send someone off. Lu Yin was the one who was sent off. It ignored space and sent Lu Yin to Mu Jun. Mu Jun stared blankly at Lu Yin. She had seen this person before. According to the information provided by the Yuan sage, he was the Tao master of the heavenly sect in the origin space. He was the person they had discussed with Xia Xinji about joining forces to deal with. Was this a trap he had set? Why would he join hands with the Thunder Sealing clan? Why was there such a trap? How did he do it? When had he schemed against her? Countless questions appeared in Mu Jun's mind, but they were replaced by intense pain that spread throughout her body. She also felt a terrifying pressure as the power of the Death God entered her body. Lu Yin had used Death God Go Lien to kill Mu Jun. Not only had he caused her great injuries, but he had also used the power of the Death God to invade her body. Without the suppression of the Death God's power, how could a dignified progenitor control her? Mu Jun fell heavily from the sky. She crashed to the ground. This scene shocked the members of the Thunder Sealing clan. For so many years, the three sovereigns had controlled spacetime and were invincible. Everyone in the three sovereign spacetime had thought that their control would last forever. But now, Mu Jun had been severely injured in front of them. This was a shock that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Luo Lauer's body trembled. Was this the excitement of revenge? No, he hadn't personally taken revenge. This was excitement, admiration, and a desire to obtain something. He longed for the power to injure Mu Jun. He stared blankly at Mu Jun, whose hair was soaked in blood, and walked over step by step. This high and mighty woman who had suppressed him to the point of suffocation had fallen just like that. Lu Yin exhaled, put away death god Go Lien, and descended. Elder Chan and Mu Xia both landed. This woman isn't weak. Elder Chan sighed. If you hadn't intervened twice, she definitely wouldn't have been left behind. Mu Xia replied, she's a progenitor, after all. Lu Yin moved his arm. So what if she's a progenitor? She still fell. Thank you, senior. Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin. The three sovereign spacetime cannot become a weakness for the Eternals to break through the human race. Lu Yin solemnly replied, don't worry. Without Mu Jun, someone will have to take her place. This responsibility will be given to Xiaxinji since he's coincidentally in the three sovereign space. This was the plan that Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen. They would use Luo Lauer to lure Mu Jun over and capture her. This would cause a weakness in the three sovereign spacetime and force Xiaxinji, by Wang Yuan, and the others to reinforce the three sovereign spacetime. This way, the fifth mainland would have nothing to worry about. Of course, if the situation worsened, Lu Yin would release Mu Jun. In any case, the initiative was already in his hands. This plan wasn't perfect. If Mu Jun, Star-Lord, or Luo Lauer all arrived at the same time, or if Mu Jun gave up on those resources, or if any changes occurred midway, then it could lead to failure. However, there was no such thing as a perfect plan in this universe. The Hui ancestors' scheme against the sixth mainland had gone awry, causing the fifth mainland to be threatened by the sixth and have no choice but to hold the sovereign tournament. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't as calculative as the Hui ancestor, so it was impossible for this plan to be perfect. As long as it was feasible, then it could be carried out. Cough cough. Mu Jun coughed up blood and opened her eyes, but all she saw was blood. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Welcome to the starter space, Mu Jun. Lu Yin smiled. Mu Jun looked at him, then at Elder Chan and Mu Xia. Why are you colluding with the Thunder Sealing clan? This is called cooperation. Lu Yin squatted in front of Mu Jun and looked at her pale face. Actually, you're the first progenitor I've captured, but you won't be the last. A good show is about to begin. Behind them, Luo Lauer watched this scene. In the future, he would also become such a person. Half a month later, the three sovereign space was attacked by the Eternals. The god of Forgotten Ruins personally took action. Luo Jun and Xing Jun frantically searched for Mu Jun, but they couldn't find her. In the end, they had to join forces with Xiaxinji to barely stop the god of Forgotten Ruins. After the battle, Luo Jun stood outside the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins with a gloomy expression. Granny Mu trembled in fear and didn't dare to speak. Zong has returned. He's at the Hexagon training ground, Luo Jun said. Granny Mu heaved a sigh of relief, but then she thought of Mu Jun and her heart skipped a beat. But little Mu is missing. Can anyone tell me what happened? Luo Jun's expression was gloomy. Granny Mu's heart skipped a beat as she thought of the person who had controlled her. Was it him? She couldn't think of anyone else who would attack Mu Jun, but did he have the strength to do so? Luo Jun looked up at the sky. The Thunder Sealing clan escaped, and Little Mu returned to the hyperspace. It would be fine if Little Mu didn't know about Xiaxinji, but if she did, then she returned to the hyperspace. This is a conspiracy against Little Mu. Granny Mu's eyes flashed. It had to be him. She had told him those things, and he had asked about the Thunder Sealing clan. It had to be him. She really wanted to tell Luo Jun and hope that he could help Mu Jun return, but she knew nothing about that person. The only clue might be the Thunder Sealing clan, but they were already gone. Granny Mu regretted it. She should have warned Mu Jun. She could die, but nothing could happen to Mu Jun otherwise. The Mu clan would end up like the Thunder Sealing clan. At that moment, a figure walked out. Mu Jun still hasn't been found. This person was Xiaoshenji. His expression was ugly. Luo Jun said, "There's no trace." "Then what should I do?" Xiaoshenji frowned. Luo Jun said, "I'll do my best to gather resources and give them to the hyperspace so that they can send you back." Xiaoshenji looked at Luo Jun's back. Send him back. Was that even possible? If Mu Jun was still here, the three sovereigns wouldn't be afraid of the god of oblivion. However, Mu Jun had suddenly disappeared. If he was sent away, how could Luo Jun and Xingjuan resist the god of oblivion? Xiaoshenji was even more convinced that Luo Jun would do his best to keep him in the three sovereigns' universe and help them resist the Eternals. He didn't want to stay here. You, me, and Xingjuan can temporarily stop the god of oblivion, but we're scattered and can't use the three sovereigns' great formation. Once the god of oblivion becomes serious, this universe will be in trouble, Xiaoshenji said. Luo Jun looked at him. Do you have a plan? Xiaoshenji replied, if Mu Jun really disappears, we can't stop him, but we can get someone else to do it. You mean the above heaven sect? Luo Jun shook his head. That son of the Lu family has made it clear that he won't take part in the war against the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2571. The four cardinal scales weren't completely united, and without a common enemy, they would become enemies. Luo Jun looked at Xiaoshenji. Are you talking about the other progenitors of the four cardinal scales? Will they be willing to come? Xiaoshenji replied, that's a matter for the Yuan sages. Luo Jun took a deep breath. I know what to do. He then looked at Xiaoshenji. If you can return, our previous agreement will still be in effect. Of course, I won't let the Lu family off. Xiaoshenji's eyes flashed with killing intent. On the fifth mainland, above heaven once again welcomed Ancestor Long. This was his fifth visit, and this time, Bai Wang Yuan was there as well. It was Elder Chan who welcomed him. Bai Wang Yuan immediately said, the situation is urgent, and the pressure on the Six Direction Association's battlefield has increased. We can no longer hold on. This time, we don't need to go to the Three Monarchs spacetime. If you still care about the big picture, don't refuse. We can strike a deal with you once again, and we will not enter the fifth mainland while supporting the Three Monarchs spacetime. With Bai Wang Yuan's declaration, this deal was still credible. Elder Chan shook his head. I'm the only progenitor in above heaven. Even if we include Lu Yin, there are only two progenitors. We can't help in supporting the Three Monarchs spacetime. The four cardinal scales have many progenitors, so you can just send one or two. Why do you need us? Ancestor Long said, the Eternals aren't stupid. The danger of the Three Monarchs spacetime comes from them. Perhaps they want to create a diversion and lead us to the Three Monarchs spacetime before launching a large-scale attack. We can't take that risk. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Elder Chan. The Six Direction Association wants us to share the pressure from the Eternals, but that doesn't mean that we have to bear all of it. We just need to share some of it. Thus, only two progenitors are needed to go to the Three Monarchs spacetime. The others will stay behind and guard against the Eternals. As long as we support the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Yuan sages will have no reason to let us lead the war. Isn't that what Lu Yin wants? Or do you want the cosmic trees to bear all of it? Elder Chan, you've lived since the era of the Daosaur sect and entered the progenitor realm. You can be considered enlightened, so you shouldn't think like a junior. What's wrong with a junior like me? Lu Yin's voice rang out as he tore through the void and descended, directly facing Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan said in a low voice, "Young man, you're too narrow-minded and can't see the big picture. I don't blame you. Since you value gains and losses, then let's strike an alliance. As long as either you or Elder Chan supports the three sovereign spacetime, we won't enter the fifth mainland." Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan and then at the dragon ancestor. "Who wants to make an alliance with me?" "Of course it's me," Bai Yen said. "Are you the only one who can represent the four cardinal scales?" Bai Wangyuan frowned. "Back then, it was you and me who fought the astral three strikes. Ever since then, the four-way scales, have never taken the initiative to attack you. Furthermore, you can specify who can't come. It's up to you. However, all of you tried to frame me. For example, you told Madman Lu about my existence, used the Heavenly Realm treasure vault to lure me in for a battle with Madman Lu, and even lured that old fogey, Yuan Sage, to the fifth mainland. Bai Wangyuan, your promise is meaningless." Bai Wangyuan's gaze turned cold. "I've already fulfilled the content of the agreement. What you're talking about isn't a high five. As long as I agree to whatever conditions you propose, then it's a deal." Lu Yin shook his head and sighed. "I really feel sorry for you. Bai Wangyuan, do you really think that you can represent the entire four-way scales?" "What do you mean?" Bai Wangyuan's expression was calm. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. "Are Wang Fan and the Ghost Abyss ancestor within your control? Is Xiaoxinji within your control?" The dragon ancestor replied, "Wang Fan and the Ghost Abyss ancestor can both be part of the conditions for this agreement. As for Xiaoxinji, he's already been exiled by you. What if he comes back?" Lu Yin said bluntly. Bai Wangyuan and the dragon ancestor exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Did this kid know? Only you know where Xiaoxinji went." "Lu Xiaoxian, what do you mean?" Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, "I'm not an unreasonable person, and you're right. If the three monarchs spacetime can't hold on, then the Six Direction Society won't be the only one to suffer, we will as well. Thus, I agree to support the three monarchs spacetime, but I must ensure that the above heaven sect is safe. First, the Six Direction Society must send someone to join me in the agreement, and they must not enter the fifth mainland without permission. Second, Xiaoxinji must also appear and join me in the agreement." "Lu Xiaoxian, you're dreaming. Why would the Six Direction Society join you in the agreement?" The dragon ancestor barked. Bai Wangyuan frowned. "Lu Xiaoxian, what does the Six Direction Society have to do with you? Even if they want us to start a war, they won't compromise with you. Besides, the Six Direction Society poses no threat to you." Lu Yin replied, "Wrong. They pose a threat, and a very big one at that." He then looked outside the main hall. Everyone else looked outside as well. An old man slowly walked over with a walking stick supported by Ziyi. It was the sixth mainland's blood ancestor. Lu Yin stood up with a solemn expression and a deep respect in his eyes. "Senior, I've troubled you to make a trip here." The current blood ancestor was completely different from how he had been in the past. The first time Lu Yin had seen the blood ancestor was when Lu Yin had gone through his origin tribulation. At that time, the blood ancestor had been very old, but he had been very spirited and had not seemed like an old man at all. The aura within his body had been enough to cause the stars to sway, and he could easily destroy the void with a wave of his hand. At that time, the blood ancestor had become Lu Yin's backer, and the four cardinal scales had misunderstood that the fifth mainland was being protected by a progenitor. As a result, none of the progenitors had entered the fifth mainland to attack Lu Yin. The second time, Lu Yin had traveled through the void and returned 20 years later. At that time, the blood ancestor had used his own body to block the crack in the sky supporting pillar and blocked the corpse god's attack, thus giving the fifth mainland a chance to survive. Lu Yin had then used the serious technique to borrow progenitor Chen's strength to drag the blood ancestor back. However, the blood ancestor had already lost his progenitor realm and was only left with the power of a progenitor. He was no longer a progenitor. The third time, a Yuan sage had opened up a parallel spacetime and attracted the corpse king of the eternal race to destroy the sect above the heavens. The blood ancestor had risked his life to block the attack with his broken body and had completely lost his cultivation base. He had become a cripple and could only rely on medicine to save his life. It could be said that the blood ancestor was one of the people that Lu Yin admired the most in the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland. Regardless of his cultivation base, the blood ancestor had truly sacrificed himself for humanity. He was a progenitor who had a fearless spirit and was worthy of being addressed as a senior by Lu Yin. If not for Mr. Mu as his master, Lu Yin would have already acknowledged the blood ancestor as his master. I'll just take it as a stroll. It's not bad to see an old friend, hee. The blood ancestor chuckled. He was very cheerful and had already seen through life and death. Facing the blood ancestor now, even Bai Wang Yuan, who was in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, felt respect for him. Regardless of the grudges between the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland, Bai Wang Yuan had to admit that the blood ancestor was a powerhouse who deserved everyone's respect. Ziyi, bring senior to Lang Mountain. The scenery there is pretty good. Also, ask Xiao Ran to make some tea for you, Lu Yin instructed. Ziyi bowed respectfully. Yes, Path Master. With that, she supported the blood ancestor and left. There weren't many words exchanged, but the blood ancestor's departing figure made by Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestor speechless. Why had a dignified progenitor ended up like this? Was it worth it? Senior blood ancestor could have spent his later years in peace. Even if he had lost his progenitor's power, he would still be able to play around in the mortal world. However, Lu Yin clenched his fists and said calmly, because that old fogey, Yuan Xing, attracted a corpse king from the Eternals, senior blood ancestor lost his cultivation and his life was like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. He looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Tell me, how can I not worry about the Six Direction Guild? Do you think that the Six Direction Guild is a threat to the above heaven sect? Is it because of a single sentence from you, Bai Wang Yuan? Bai Wang Yuan wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to say. The blood ancestor's example was too profound. He silently cursed Yuan Xing for being so meddlesome. Luring the Eternals over would have been good enough for Bai Wang Yuan to eliminate Lu Yin, but he had failed to accomplish anything and had even become a target for Lu Yin's ridicule. Alright, you guys can leave. We won't get involved in any of this. I don't know anything about the Six Direction Guild or the Three Monarch spacetime. I only know how to protect the fifth mainland. I, Lu Yin, only care about the fifth mainland and the above heavens sect. Lu Yin chased Bai Wang Yuan away. There was no need for further discussion, so Bai Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestor left. Elder Chan said, "It's just as you said. They didn't mention anything about bringing Xiaoshenji back." Lu Yin replied, "They'll mention it later. They didn't mention it now because they wanted me to be at ease. Senior, something is about to happen to Shenwu continent, so I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there." Elder Chan took a step forward and left the above heaven sect. As soon as he stepped into outer space, he saw that Bai Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestor were still there. "What else do you want to say?" "There's no need for that. Go back." Bai Wang Yuan looked at Elder Chan. "Why follow a junior like Lu Shaoxian? You've already repaid the Lu family's favor." Elder Chan was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of Shenwu continent. Not good. Bai Wang Yuan blocked his path. "There's no need to go. It's too late. You're going to attack Shenwu continent." Elder Chan's expression turned ugly. Bai Wangyuan clasped his hands behind his back. Since you're not willing to support the three monarch spacetime, then have Xiaoshenji return. That way, we can spare two people to support the three monarch spacetime. Lu Yin appeared. The older you get, the more shameless you become. Bai Wangyuan, don't you know that Xiaoshenji was banished to the three monarch spacetime? Bai Wangyuan and the dragon ancestors' expressions changed. Lu Yin's words meant that he was certain that they knew that Xiaoshenji was in the three monarch spacetime. If he wanted to open up Shenwu continent, then he might have guessed something. At this moment, four figures were facing each other in the Tower of Resonating Light. They were Mu Xia, the Fog Ancestor, Wang Fan, and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor. Why are you here? Wang Fan looked at Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor in shock. How had they known that they were going to attack Shenwu continent? Mu Xia's body was covered in evil energy. Retreat. With us here, you won't be able to do anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2572. Wang Fan looked at the Fog Ancestor. Shiwei, you shouldn't have interfered with our feud with Lu Shaoxian. The Mist Ancestor frowned. I'm not interested in your grudges, but this place is connected to spacetime, so you can't break through it. It's none of your business. Wang Fan was dissatisfied. The Mist Ancestor raised his head. Then I'll be right here. If you have the ability, fight your way through. I want to bring Xiaoshenji back. Isn't that what you want? Wang Fan berated. The Fog Ancestor shook his head. Let's not beat around the bush. The spacetime behind this is one of the 6 direction organizations, the 3 monarch spacetime, right? Wang Fan narrowed his eyes and did not answer. I don't agree to connect this place to the 6-party sect. Xiaoshenji has his own ways to come back, but we can't take this route. I've seen the character of that Yuan sage. The 6-party sect is not friendly to us. Now that we have finally settled down, I don't want to involve the 6-party sect, the Fog Ancestor said. On the other side, Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. You know that Xiaoshenji was exiled to the 3 sovereign spacetime. Lu Yin smiled. The Shenwu continent's Tower of Resonating Light's passage isn't stable, and I found out that someone from the 3 monarch spacetime had arrived. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to bring Xiaoshenji back, but you absolutely cannot connect to the 3 monarch spacetime. That's one of the 6 directional associations, and in my opinion, it's equivalent to the 6th mainland from decades ago. By the way, I'm curious. How did you know about the 3 monarchs universe? Bai Wangyuan did not explain further. They had failed this time, and Lu Yin had long since made preparations. Xiaoshenji could send a message from the 3 monarch spacetimes, but he could not return. Thus, it would be impossible for them to join forces with the 3 monarch spacetimes to deal with the above heaven sect. At this moment, Bai Wangyuan suddenly wondered if Mu Jun's disappearance was related to Lu Yin. Bai Wangyuan and the others eventually retreated. The 3 monarch spacetime used the samsara spacetime represented by the Yuan sage to force the 4 monarch spacetime to support the 3 monarch spacetime. Xiaoshenji was one of them, and the 4 monarch spacetime had to send another person. Lu Yin did not care who the 4-way balance had sent. He had also received a message from the Yuan sage. It was very simple: destroy the sky above sky sect. Such a straightforward threat represented the dominance of samsara spacetime. The messenger had come from the 4-way scales and had been thrown out by Lu Yin. He had also sent a message to the Yuan sage, an eye for an eye. Lu Yin's words were meant for the Yuan sages as well as the great heavenly venerate who had helped the 4-way scales banish the Lu family. Everyone in the 6-direction society knew of his existence, and they naturally knew of his hatred for the Lu family's exile. There was no need for him to hide it, and if possible, Lu Yin believed that the Grand Empyrean would not have shown him any mercy. Lu Yin had never begged for forgiveness from his enemies. The greater the pressure on the six-way association, the safer he would be. Thus, the more he couldn't start a war. Beneath the kingdom of eternity, the deathly aura permeated the air, constantly corroding Mu Jun's body, making it difficult for her to maintain her sovereign qi. Lu Yin arrived. How does the death qi taste? Mu Jun looked at Lu Yin, his hair disheveled, making him look like a demon, the Grim Reaper's power. That's right, I heard that there is a legend of the Grim Reaper in the Three Monarchs spacetime, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun bitterly replied, that's a legend from the Three Monarchs universe. I'm not from that universe. I know. I just want you to have a taste of the primordial space's strength. The Grim Reaper is one of the 6 Tao of the 3 worlds in the primordial space. You and Xiaoshenji worked together to divide the primordial space. Mu Jun closed her eyes. Mu Jun closed his eyes. Defeated by the power of the death god, I accept it wholeheartedly. What will it take for you to release me, Tao Master Lu Yin? Lu Yin shook his head. Not for now. Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. Xiaoshenji worked with us to deal with you and eliminate the threat of the Lu family. If you capture me, the 3 monarchs array won't be able to be maintained, which will only benefit the Eternals. That's your goal. Xiaoshenji is in the 3 monarchs universe. If the 3 monarchs universe can't hold on, then Xiaoshenji definitely won't be able to return to the primordial space. He might even draw the 4 cardinal scales over. Lu Yin praised, smart. He never underestimated anyone, and no one was truly stupid. It was just that they were on different levels. Mu Jun immediately saw through Lu Yin's intentions. If Lu Yin's identity as Xian Qi was exposed, then Luo Jun would be able to guess that Mu Jun was in his hands. Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. We'll work with you and help you deal with the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin laughed. I just praised you for being smart, but this is too stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? Why not? Working with you is much safer than working with the 4 cardinal scales. From what I know, the primordial space only has 2 progenitors in the primordial space, but the 4 cardinal scales have more than that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. First, my primordial space has more than 2 progenitors. It seems like you've been tricked by Xiaoshenji. Mu Jun's expression changed, and a cold glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Second, I don't plan on working with you. The 3 monarchs are one entity, and you'll only be useful if you give up on the 3 monarchs universe. Otherwise, you'll never be useful. Third, even if you're willing to work with me, how will you explain this to the reincarnation universe? Mu Jun's eyes flashed. The 6 Direction Society is a single entity. Is that so? Right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lu Yin met Mu Jun's puzzled gaze and slowly said, I'm Xian Qi. Mu Jun was stunned at first, but then his expression changed. Xian Qi. That genius Xian Qi. Lu Yin was amused. Yes, that genius Xian Qi. I already know quite a bit about your 6 Direction Society. What else do you want to say? Mu Jun's face turned ashen. She would never have dreamed that Xian Qi was actually the primordial space's Tao Master Lu Yin. Wasn't he captured by the hyperspace continuum? Right, the hyperspace continuum had never mentioned where Xian Qi came from. Could it be? You tricked hyperspace. Mu Jun finally realized that this had been a trap from the very beginning. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Xian Qi and been brought to hyperspace with Xi Jing, where he had begun his journey to learn more about the 6 Direction Society. To think that they had all thought that Lu Yin knew nothing about the 6 Direction Society. What a joke. What was even more laughable was that the reincarnation universe was still fighting with the void god universe. Mu Jun could not imagine the expressions of those people once they learned of Xian Qi's true identity. Lu Yin left, and Mu Jun had just been captured. Right now, she was thinking about how to deal with the above-heaven continuum and how to escape. She still had not fully understood her fate and had not recovered from being a progenitor's prisoner. The next time he came, he believed that he would be able to find out what he wanted from this woman. Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others had all returned, so it was time for him to leave as well. Before he left, Luo Lao asked to see Lu Yin. He could not return to the Six Direction Training Hall, as he could not appear in front of anyone from the Six Direction Society. There are many sects in the Fifth Mainland, whether it's the Outerverse, the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Neoverse. You can join any sect you want, even if you want to become an interstellar pirate. Luo Lao said, "Brother-in-law, I want to follow you. I'm Xian Qi now." Luo Lao was helpless and hesitated to speak. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Yin frowned. Luo Lao was afraid. This person in front of him had severely injured Mu Jun, and this was not the Xian Qi he had seen before. "Brother-in-law, can I find an extreme powerhouse to be my master?" "That's your problem. I can't force anyone to take you in as a disciple. There's only one extreme powerhouse in the Fifth Mainland, and he's known as Elder Chan. He's a respectable senior." Luo Lao wanted to say something, but Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. "One day, you'll be able to return to the Three Monarchs spacetime and meet Lord Luo. At that time, I believe that you'll be the strongest inheritor of the monarch's aura. This power isn't bad." Luo Lao had a complicated expression. Yes, the monarch's aura was not bad, but so what? Mu Jun had still been captured. He longed to become an extreme powerhouse one day and personally avenge his mother. He wanted to meet Mu Jun, but Lu Yin did not give him the chance. There was no need for him to meet Luo Lao, as Mu Jun did not care about him at all. In the Three Monarchs spacetime, Lu Yin appeared on a planet in the Lower King starfield that was not far from the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins. It was time for Xian Qi's identity to appear. Lu Yin assumed Xian Qi's appearance and took a spacecraft to the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins. A few days later, he arrived and looked at the ruins in front of him. Puzzled, he asked the people around him, "May I ask if the Thunder Sealing clan is here?" The person was startled by the question and hurriedly left. Lu Yin asked the others one by one, but no one dared to answer him. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. "Young man, why are you looking for the Thunder Sealing clan?" Lu Yin bowed. "This junior is good friends with Luo Ho of the Thunder Sealing clan, and I'm here to ask for help." The middle-aged man's eyes went wide. "Luo Ho was Luo Lao. You're good friends with Luo Ho?" "Yes." "What's your name?" Lu Yin recognized this middle-aged man. He was one of the two monarchs who had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan at night. He was from Mo Courtyard, and he had been watching this place the entire time. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "This junior is Xian Qi." 2 hours later, Lu Yin appeared in a courtyard where the middle-aged man had brought him. "Senior, may I ask why you brought this junior here?" Lu Yin asked. "I'm Tsang Bai." "So it's Senior Tsang. I brought you here because someone wants to see you, but you'll have to wait a while." The Thunder Sealing clan. Tsang Bai stared at Lu Yin. "Perhaps. The environment here isn't bad, so just wait here. This junior understands." Lu Yin bowed and watched Tsang Bai disappear. Someone wanted to see him. It had to be Luo Jun, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible for the time being. Lu Yin had purposely chosen this time to appear because he had sensed the aura of the God of Oblivion at the border. Luo Jun didn't have time to come, and news of Lu Yin's appearance should have reached Su Xiangyin's ears soon. Lu Yin hoped that Su Xiangyin would take him away before Luo Jun arrived, or else he wouldn't be able to hide his identity. There were many people outside the courtyard, but their treatment was completely different from Lu Yin's. There were no less than 10,000 people who had been imprisoned, and they were most likely related to the Thunder Sealing clan. Luin himself had received preferential treatment because of his special status. There was nothing he could do at this point, so he could only wait quietly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2573. Several days later, two people appeared. One was Su Xiangyin, and the other was Yuting. Songbai blocked them outside. Xian Qi is involved in the matter between Rahu and the Thunder Sealing clan. You can't take him away for now. Get lost. You don't have the qualifications to stop me. Su Xiangyin raised his hand and the death bug appeared. The boundless void god's power caused Songbai to feel apprehensive. People in the virtual god universe could use virtual god power that was several times stronger than their own to fight. In other words, even if virtual god power was similar to Songbai's, once he used virtual god power, he would be equivalent to several Songbai. This was not something that Songbai could stop alone. Songbai was resolute. I can't stop you all by myself, but Mohe Courtyard is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the auras of many half-step martial monarchs soared into the starry sky. There were 15 half-monarchs gathered in Mohe Courtyard. Even though Qin Ping had crippled 3 of them, there were still 12 left. The power released by the 12 demigod monarchs was enough to make it difficult for Su Xiangyin and Yuting to advance. Su Xiangyin sneered, "Are you threatening me with Mohe Courtyard?" Songbai did not back down. Yuting replied, "The Mohe Courtyard's duty is to protect the imperial region. If you can make all the demigods of the Mohe Courtyard stay here, we'll immediately retreat. If you can't, you'll have to leave." Songbai said, "There's no need for the two of you to make things difficult for me. This is a task given to me by Lord Luo. Anyone who has dealings with the Sealing Thunder clan must be imprisoned and confirmed." Xian Qi has dealings with the Thunder Sealing clan? Su Xiangyin raised his brows. He just arrived at the Thunder Sealer clan's ruins. He hasn't even seen a single member of the Thunder Sealer clan before you locked him up here. Which member of the Thunder Sealer clan did he interact with? Rahu, said Songbai. Su Xiangyin sneered. Xian Qi and Luo Ho met at Hexagon Dojo, but they were captured by the Eternals. Even though they're both in this spacetime, they can't contact each other. Otherwise, why would Xian Qi walk right into the trap when Luo Ho escaped? Songbai frowned. What he said was true. That was why he only locked Xian Qi here and did not interrogate him. The others had all been interrogated before. Su Xiangyin looked at Yuting. Time waits for no man. We can't let them delay the trial. Yuting pushed Songbai aside. If there's anything, let Lord Luo negotiate with Lord Hiran. We'll be taking Xian Qi with us. Songbai raised her hand and stopped Yuting's arm. Yuting stared at Songbai. Don't tell me you don't know what Lord Luo is doing. Songbai was startled and subconsciously lowered her arm. Yuting stepped into the courtyard. Su Xiangyin snorted coldly and entered at the same time. Within the courtyard, Luin was cultivating faux god's force. When Yuting and Su Xiangyin entered, they saw this scene. Su Xiangyin was excited. Kid, you made us look for you. Luin looked at Su Xiangyin in shock, and he was just as excited. Senior, you're finally here. I almost thought that I wouldn't be able to return. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll take you back right away. Su Xiangyin laughed heartily, as he was truly happy. Everyone who had been captured had returned one by one, but Luin was nowhere to be seen. Su Xiangyin had been worried that Luin had died, and he really cared about this kid. Not only was he extremely talented, he was also very obedient and sensible, and he also yearned for the void god civilization. Even though he might have been taken away by the stone gate, he didn't give up. Instead, he felt a little guilty. It was the void god universe that couldn't keep this child here. Yu Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Qi was equally important to transdimensional. He had reminded Yu Ting that he had to find this person, which was why Yu Ting and Su Xiangyin had rushed over. "Senior, can I leave now?" Xian Qi asked nervously. Su Xiangyin waved his hand. "Go. What happens in this place has nothing to do with you. You're just unlucky to have been left here." Lu Yin's expression turned bitter at the mention of this. "Senior, you don't know how I've been through all this time. I couldn't find anyone, and when I finally found out where the Thunder Sealing clan was, I couldn't reveal any power that didn't belong to the monarch's aura. I had to wander around many times before arriving here, and then I was imprisoned here." Senior Tsangbai made it sound nice, but I could tell that I was imprisoned here. Outside the courtyard, Tsongbai's expression turned ugly. He tried to contact Lord Luo and Lord Taishian, but the border war had lasted for several months, so it was difficult to contact them. "Alright, let's talk about it when we get back. Shi Jiao has also been looking for you for a long time. She even mobilized the entire Great Stone Gate to look for other people in space-time. Although I don't want to admit it, the Great Stone Gate really cares about you." Su Xiangyin sighed. He then brought Lu Yin out of the Three Monarchs space-time and headed towards the Hexagon training grounds. Tsangbai wanted to stop them, but in the end, he didn't. The Three Monarchs' position in the Six Direction Society was too low, and they could be replaced at any time. Mu Jun was still missing, so they were on the verge of elimination. As for Xian Qi, he was either in the Six Direction Society, in the Void God Society, or in the Reincarnation Society. As long as they found out that there was something wrong with him, he wouldn't be able to escape. After returning to the Six Direction Society, Su Xiangyin heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that Songbai isn't a blockhead. If it was Chenlu, he might have been able to stop us. To be honest, it's still a bit difficult for us to work together. That guy might have even mobilized the entire Mo courtyard to keep us there. Yu Ting said, "Chenlu doesn't leave the Imperial domain easily, and it's said that he's at the critical moment of breaking through. He won't care about this kind of thing." "Chenli's about to break through." Su Xiangyin was shocked. As expected of the first demigod of the Three Monarchs. Once he breaks through, it'll be enough to offset the negative effects of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, it'll still be very difficult for him to complete the Three Monarchs formation. That's not for us to worry about. We've already brought Xian Qi back, so we've made it in time. You can talk to him yourself. He's either from the Void God Society or the Reincarnation Society, Yu Ting said before leaving. Lu Yin looked at Su Xiangyin in confusion. Su Xiangyin said, "Fortunately, you appeared. If you were a few days later, we wouldn't have been able to make it in time." "Good." Lu Yin was surprised. Su Xiangyin's expression turned serious. Six Direction training. Lu Yin was shocked. Training. Climbing a mountain. That's the first trial. Yu Ting told you that you'll have to leave from there as well, right? Yes. That's a trial for integrating the cultivation of the Six Direction Association. Once you pass, you'll be able to leave the Six Direction training grounds and return to your original spacetime. However, that's not important. Now, there's another trial, and it's both a trial and a test with rewards. This is also the good thing I told you about. Have you heard of the Genesis space? Lu Yin's finger twitched, and he looked puzzled. Genesis space. Su Xiangyin straightened up. I don't think so. Actually, before I reached my current realm, I had never heard of it. You can think of the Genesis space as a powerful parallel spacetime. This mission is to head to the Genesis space and capture some people. He paused. Complete the mission and you'll receive the rewards from the Six Direction Association. It's dangerous, isn't it? Lu Yin hesitated, but his mood was stifled. Had the Six Direction Association made a move against him? If they wanted to capture people, then they should be capturing people related to him. Where did they get the confidence to send people to the fifth mainland to capture people? Su Xiangyin explained, of course there are dangers, but you won't die for nothing. One of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime, the Great Nine Lotus Sovereign, has given you a lotus treasure for this trial. If you encounter any danger, just activate the lotus treasure and you'll be brought back to the Six Direction training grounds. Only an extreme powerhouse will be able to break through the lotus treasure's defenses. There aren't many extreme powerhouses in the place you're going, and the people you're supposed to capture won't get close to them. As long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be much danger. Xian Qi, take advantage of this opportunity. The Genesis space is a special existence to the Six Direction Association, and you'll understand this in the future. The greatest reward for this trial is enough to make people go crazy. Su Xiangyin's eyes burned with passion. Do you know what the reward is? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. How would this junior know? Su Xiangyin's eyes burned with passion. A seat. Lu Yin's brows rose. A seat in the reincarnation spacetime. No, a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, Su Xiangyin said. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had heard of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party before, and it had been held more than once. It was a grand occasion that the Six Direction Association paid a lot of attention to. Normally, it was difficult to see a Grand Empyrean, and it was only at a tea party that everyone had the chance to see one. The so-called tea party was not just a place to taste tea, but also to listen to the Grand Empyrean's teachings. In the Six Direction training grounds, whenever a tea party was mentioned, everyone would become excited and would say that they would do everything in their power to listen. Even so, how many people would actually be able to listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyrean? As for drinking tea, only those in the upper seats had the chance to drink tea personally brewed by a Grand Empyrean. Su Xiangyin looked up and said, the Grand Empyrean Tea Party has 99 seats. In the entire Six Direction Association, including all the parallel spacetimes, only 99 people can have a seat. They can come in close contact with a Grand Empyrean and drink tea personally brewed by a Grand Empyrean. Aside from that, there are also 9,990,000 people who can listen to the teachings of a Grand Empyrean. It was because of the teachings of a Grand Empyrean that my heart was enlightened and allowed me to break through to my current realm. I became one of the strongest existences in the void God spacetime, and my opportunity came from Senior Su Wuwei. He looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you know how many people die at every Grand Empyrean tea party just to compete for the opportunity to listen to the teachings of a Grand Empyrean? They don't kill each other, but they die on the battlefield. They die because they perform meritorious deeds and become famous in the universe. If you want to obtain a seat, it's not enough just because you have a high cultivation. You also need opportunities and contributions. As for the 99 seats, it's even harder to obtain one. How many powerhouses are there in the Six Direction Association? How many people are at my realm? How many are there in all the parallel spacetimes? There are too many, and if any seat is given out, it's enough to cause a war. Lu Yi naturally knew what Su Xiangyin was talking about. He had heard too many stories about the tea parties, as even progenitors wanted to participate in them. According to the records, there are a total of 17 people who broke through to the extreme realm because they participated in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, Su Xiangyin said. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. 17 extreme realm powerhouses meant that 17 progenitors had broken through to the progenitor realm because of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This was unimaginable. How is it? Do you understand how important this seat is now? Su Xiangyin asked solemnly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2574. After hearing Su Xiangyin's words, Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, why would such an important seat be given to the Six Direction training grounds? Su Xiangyin shook his head. I don't know either. I specifically asked Senior Su Wuwei, and he said that anything related to the Genesis space cannot be deduced using common sense. I heard that the Yuan sage of the reincarnation universe went to the Genesis space several times and had a conflict with someone called Lu Yin. That Lu Yin refused to participate in the war against the everlasting race. This might be a sign that the Grand Empyreans have begun to attack the Genesis space. Lu Yin's heart sank. The seat at the tea party was too important, but such an important seat had been given out just for the sake of training. Who do you want to catch? Lu Yin asked. Su Xiangyin took out a list and handed it to Lu Yin. Everyone participating in the trial will complete the trial as long as you catch anyone on this list. You'll be rewarded. The top 3 people represent the seats, and if you catch any one of them, you'll get a seat. If the 3 are caught by different people, there will be other ways to compete. From top to bottom, there were Lei Qingqing, Haizij Lian, Wendy Yushan, Spectre, the Unclean Brothers, Luo Xin, Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Su San, Ku Wei, Mira, and so on. There were dozens of names on the list, and all of them were related to him. Some of them were family, some were friends, and some were even people who had benefited from him. The Six Direction Society had such a detailed list, so it must have come from someone he was familiar with or had investigated for a long time. What was this? Revenge? The methods of a Yuan sage. But how could a Yuan sage guarantee a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party? This trial isn't that dangerous. With the Lotus treasure protecting you, even if it's useless, I believe that the primordial space won't dare to do anything to you. No matter what, that Lu Yin won't dare to offend the entire Six Direction Society. Thus, I hope that you can go. I don't ask for a seat in the tea party, but if you can capture someone, I can ask Senior Su Wuwei for credit. Perhaps you can even obtain an opportunity to listen to a Grand Empyrean's teachings. If 99 million people can obtain this opportunity, it's not impossible for you, Su Xiangyin said. Lu Yin put away the list and solemnly said, I understand. I will do my best to catch the person on this list. Su Xiangyin was satisfied. I won't force it. After all, there are extremely strong powerhouses there. Go back and rest. You will depart in 5 days at most. Yes, Senior, Lu Yin replied. Shi Jiao was not in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, or else she would have met Lu Yin when he returned. Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Lu Yin sat in the pavilion and fell into deep thought. The Six-Party Society was more radical than he had imagined. He had expected that the Yuan sage would have a way to deal with him. Therefore, he had hurriedly returned as Xian Qi in order to understand the Six-Party Society better and find a way to deal with the Yuan sage. However, he had not expected the Six-Party Society to act so quickly. This was just a trial, so the people captured did not have very high cultivation bases. The strongest among them was perhaps Haizij Lian, whose combat power did not exceed 1 million. The energy sources used by Xiao Qingfeng and the others were enough to suppress this power. As long as it did not involve a half-martial ancestor, it was unlikely that they would attract his attention for the time being. If he had not come, they might have really captured a few half-martial ancestors and placed him in a passive position. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he wasn't worried about this trial. Even though the reward of a seat in the tea party would cause those geniuses to go crazy, as long as they were in the fifth mainland, they wouldn't be able to overturn the heavens. What Lu Yin was truly worried about was the sixth mainland's attitude towards the fifth mainland. It was already very clear that the Six-Way Society's attitude towards the fifth mainland was hostile. Su Xiangyin had repeatedly said that he would not do anything to the people who entered the Genesis space. In their hearts, the Genesis space had long since declined, and Lu Yin was just someone who could be threatened at any time. Perhaps in Su Xiangyin's eyes, the Genesis space was no different from the drifting cloud spacetime. This also represented the opinion of the majority of the six-way society. Lu Yin already knew about this trial, so how should he deal with it? It would be too easy to deal with these trial takers since Lian Bao could not protect them. But what would happen after he dealt with them? If the next batch of trial takers was not them, then it might be a half-martial ancestor or even a progenitor. The six-way society did not lack progenitors. Lu Yin sat alone in the pavilion for an entire day until someone arrived the next day. It was Shi Hong and Cui Yu. Xian Qi. The two were shocked to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. What a coincidence. Coincidence? I thought you came because you received some news. Shi Hong was astonished. Lu Yin did not understand. What news? News about the trial, Shi Hong said, her eyes bright as she looked at Lu Yin. Many people are going to the Genesis space for the trial, and there are also many people who need to be captured. After all, this is an unfamiliar space, so everyone decided to gather here and set a target so that we can avoid killing each other. Lu Yin nodded. What a coincidence. He then looked at Cui Yu. You're going as well. Cui Yu grunted. Anyone who enters the sect can participate in the trial. Shi Hong stepped forward. Xian Qi, who are your targets? Lu Yin replied, the top 3, of course. Cui Yu was shocked. You want to capture the top 3? Shi Hong replied, the top 3 are Lei Qingqing, Haizij Lian, and Wendy Yushan. Who do you want to capture? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not too sure. We'll talk about it when we get to the Genesis space. I'll capture whoever is closest to me. This isn't something that you can capture just because you're close. A voice rang out from the distance. It was Luo Zong. The three looked over and saw that Luo Zong had arrived with a few people following him. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Mu Mu, and the rest had also arrived. Aside from them, there were also a few strangers that Lu Yin had never seen before. Their cultivations were similar, and each of them had a few people following behind them. Luo Zong approached them. The Genesis space isn't weak. If we scatter around aimlessly to capture people, we'll be easily exposed and surrounded by the Genesis space. That's why we're gathering to discuss our targets. Shi Hong retreated with Cui Yu. These people were not people that they could afford to provoke, so they naturally walked behind He Shu. After all, they were from the spacetime continuum. Su Ji had also arrived, and he glanced at Lu Yin before looking at Luo Zong. Needless to say, everyone's target is the top 3, but there are so many people here. How should we split the spoils? Xiao Qingfeng replied, we'll decide based on cultivation. Su Yu appeared behind Su Ji. This is a trial given by the 6 directional training rites. What's there to discuss? Let's just do it. Whoever captures them will have the ability to do so. He Shu smiled. I've already said that randomly capturing people will only alert the Genesis space. Once we're surrounded or even betrayed, no one will be able to succeed. This trial is one thing, but another is definitely related to Senior Yuan Sage. I've been to the Genesis space once, and that Lu Yin is very arrogant. Arrogant? Hee, I like arrogant people the most. A burly man clenched his fists. It's a pity that Lu Yin isn't on the list. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad to capture him. He Shu's eyes flashed. Lu Yin can fight against Senior Yuan Sage. He Shu's eyes flashed. When he had threatened to attack Lu Yin, it had only been a show to the Yuan Sage to show his attitude. If they really fought, Lu Yin wouldn't even last one round. He Shu wasn't stupid and could clearly recognize the disparity between them. Thus, he had been thinking about Lu Yin ever since he had returned and thought of him as an imaginary enemy. The burly man didn't say anything. A Yuan sage was one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages. How could he deal with such a person? The people on this list should all be related to Lu Yin. I never thought that senior Yuan sage would capture people and threaten them one day, said a girl. She was petite and cute, and her eyes were slightly white. Even her hair was slightly white. She looked very intelligent. He Shu looked at the girl and asked, Lele, how do you think we should distribute this list? The girl scratched her white hair, making it even messier as if she hadn't taken care of it for months. I don't know. I don't like talking to you. He Shu's eyes narrowed. Suyu went over and grabbed Lele's hair. Lele was startled and screamed, scaring Suyu as well. Lele, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? I'm looking for you. You scared me, he said. You scared me too, said Lin Feng. Su Ji was speechless. Lele, you're the smartest person here. Tell me, what should we do? Lele blinked, and her eyes became even paler. We'll capture whoever is closest to us. Everyone rolled their eyes. Luo Zhang said, we'll all descend at the same place. If we capture whoever is closest to us, won't we all be heading towards the same target? Lele replied, you're so stupid. We don't understand the situation in that spacetime, so the first step is to spread out and understand the situation. When the time comes, we'll just capture whoever is closest to us. Besides, she scratched her fluffy hair again, causing some white bits to fly out. Suyu cried out in alarm and hurriedly backed away. Lele, you're so disgusting. Lele looked at her hand. Disgusting. It's not like you haven't eaten before. Suyu's eyes widened. When have I eaten before? Lele rolled her eyes. Didn't you enjoy the snacks I gave you 3 months ago? Suyu's face paled. Don't tell me. Lele nodded. It was made from these. The surrounding people subconsciously backed away, looking at Suyu in disbelief and sympathy. Suyu shouted, damn you, Lele. I'll kill you. She charged over, and Lele hurriedly fled. The 2 of them quickly disappeared. He Shu smiled. Everyone, don't mind her. That's just how Lele is. Xiao Qingfeng said, she thinks that we're wasting time here. Su Ji said, isn't that so? Even if we've discussed who our targets are, who would really give up on the top 3? Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, everyone will fight for a seat at the celestial worthy tea party. With the power we have, it's not difficult to capture the people on the list. It's basically first come, first served. Then what are we talking about? Mu frowned. Xiao Qingfeng said, we're here to warn everyone that the primordial space isn't strong, but it's not weak either. Don't get close to the above heaven sect. He Shu added, that's why we're gathered here. Don't get close to the above heaven sect. No one is allowed to get close. Also, don't betray others even if you die. Otherwise, even if you come back alive, we won't let you go. Whoever we capture will depend on our own abilities, the burly man said. If we capture others and bring them back, won't they be demi-humans? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone on the list are demi-humans, Luo Qingfeng said coldly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2575. He Shu raised his head. When we become extremely strong, even Lu Yin can become a demi-human. Xiao Qingfeng smiled. That day will come. If he offends the reincarnation spacetime, the primordial space will be conquered sooner or later. Let's use the people around Lu Yin as an appetizer and let him see the people closest to him get auctioned off and become demi-humans. I'm really looking forward to it. We were the first to integrate the power of 6 civilizations in the 6 Direction Society, so we'll definitely be at the top in the future. Why don't we set an agreement to conquer the primordial space? Alright, I'm in. Me too. What about you, Xian Qi? Someone asked. Xiao Qingfeng and the others looked over. Lu Yin met everyone's gazes and smiled. Sure. He Shu raised his brows. He was the only one present who knew that Lu Yin had come from the primordial space, but when he saw Lu Yin smile, he suddenly didn't understand. The primordial space was his spacetime, after all. No one knew what Lu Yin was smiling about, but he was genuinely happy. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not having the motivation to take revenge for the Lu family. Over the next 2 days, everyone gathered here and waited for a woman named Yuan Chunan to arrive. She was the disciple of the Yuan sage. I heard that everyone is here to discuss conquering the primordial space. I congratulate everyone in advance on your success, she said happily. Everyone hurriedly replied modestly, Sister Chunan, we're just looking forward to the future. Yuan Chunan continued, my master has already heard of everyone's ambitions and is very satisfied. He specially sent me to deliver some information about the primordial space to everyone. He hopes that it will be of help to everyone in this trial. Everyone was delighted. Thank you, Senior Yuan Sage. We won't have to waste any more time investigating. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Yuan Chunan left, but before she left, she expressed her satisfaction with everyone's attitude. This made everyone even more convinced that the Yuan Sage, or rather, the reincarnation spacetime, hated the primordial space. Their words became more disdainful of the primordial space, and they also became more hostile towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin received the information and calmly looked at it. The information was very detailed. Everyone's location, cultivation base, and battle techniques were all marked on the list. This was equivalent to adding a navigation system for this trial. This wasn't a trial at all. It was just an operation to capture him, an operation to target him. He Shu walked over to Lu Yin's side and whispered, don't touch the top 3. Let's not talk about whether or not you have the ability to capture them. If you run into the others, they won't be polite. Be careful. Lu Yin did not reply as he watched He Shu leave. This was probably a warning from He Ran. She cared about him because of Zijing. As he watched the crowd excitedly discuss who to capture, Lu Yin left. The day to go to the origin space had arrived. All of them gathered in the starry sky. The person who led them to the origin space was an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor from the reincarnation spacetime. It was said that he was a subordinate of a Yuan sage. As soon as this person arrived, he raised his hand, and numerous palm-sized, glass-like lotus flowers flew into the hands of the crowd. This was a power vessel created by a grade 9 venerated lotus that could bring him directly to the Hexway training rites. This lotus treasure can save your lives. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. At the same time, it will be a reward before the trial begins. Once the trial ends, the lotus treasure will not be taken back, said the half-ancestor. Everyone was overjoyed. This was equivalent to an extra life. Lu Yin put away the lotus treasure and glanced at the others. He wanted all the good stuff. As the void tore apart, the crowd was led by the unfamiliar half-ancestor. With a single step, they arrived at the 5th mainland. Lu Yin looked over. Was this the edge of the Milky Way? He saw a beach in the distance. It was so familiar. The Hexway Society could come and go as they pleased, which made Lu Yin feel particularly insecure. He did not know how many spatial coordinates they had placed on the 5th mainland. Only the Eternals had spatial coordinates, and the Hexway Society had also snatched them from them. These spatial coordinates could be used to set a location and allow people from other spacetimes to come to the designated spacetime. Another function was to seal it off. It was not impossible for parallel spacetimes to intersect. For example, the fifth mainland and the three monarch spacetimes had intersected at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Back then, Gu had obtained the spatial coordinates from somewhere and sealed off the passage. This was also one of the uses of spatial coordinates. Lu Yin really wanted to obtain a large number of spatial coordinates that would allow him to freely travel through parallel spacetimes. He suddenly thought of Jiang Qin. How had that guy come to Earth so many times? It was said that his father had the ability to do so. There was also that lightning rabbit that Jiang Qin had been chasing after. The more Lu Yin understood about parallel spacetimes, the more interested he became in Jiang Qin. It would be great if he could find him. With his spatial innate gift, he might be able to run through parallel spacetimes like that tree one day. Everyone, we all know about Senior Yuan Sage. Do what you can. Xiao Qingfeng looked around at the crowd, especially at Lu Yin, before leaving. Luo Zhang, He Shu, and the others also left. With the information they had, they knew roughly where their target was. What they needed to do now was determine their location. Lu Yin believed that their target was the Cosmic Sea. Of the top 3 on the list, 2 were in the Cosmic Sea. They were Heizij Lian and Lei Qingqing. One by one, they left. Shi Hong also left with Suiyu. Saruzin did not come. Jiang Xiaodao came, but he was uncharacteristically quiet, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin left, and no one paid attention to him. Although he was extremely talented, his cultivation and methods still mattered when it came to capturing people. He was not someone that the others cared about or feared. After leaving the trial participants, Lu Yin quickly crossed the astral river and returned to the above heaven sect. When he arrived, the first person he met was Wang Wen. Capturing people. Wang Wen was shocked. Lu Yin passed the list to Wang Wen. I guessed that the 6 sides would make a move, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wang Wen continued, and it's so childish. Childish? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Yeah, it's a battle between parallel spacetimes, and they actually send a group of people to capture hostages. It's childish, but if they succeed, it'll be very effective. Wang Wen's expression was solemn as he put down the list and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Why isn't my name on it? Lu Yin met his gaze. Do you really want to be captured? Of course not, but my name isn't on the list. They're looking down on me. I helped you unify the outerverse and thought of many things for you, but in the end, you don't even have a name. Wang Wen was very unhappy. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then let's teach them a lesson. They'll treat you like the astral beast domain and put you at the top of their list of threats. Wang Wen sneered. I'll show them how powerful I am. Look down on me. After venting his frustrations, Wang Wen picked up the list again. Pick a few and give them to them. Lu Yin sighed. That's what I thought. Wang Wen's tone was unpleasant. They've already made their move, so we can only accept it. We need to have something that the Six Directions Society can use against us and make them think that we're unruly but controllable. That's the only way they won't directly destroy us. Otherwise, according to what you said, they'll be holding back, and that's more than enough to deal with us. I don't want to die. We've already provoked them and made no effort to hide our hatred, but we still need to control our actions. Lu Yin continued, that's why I rushed to enter the Six Directions Society as Xian Qi. I wanted to make the first move, but unfortunately, time didn't allow for it. Wang Wen waved the list. Right now, they're taking hostages to force us to support the 3 monarchs. Since Mu Jun is with us, we'll just help. The four-direction scale won't be able to do anything to us, and with Senior Mu Xia and Elder Chan around, there's no need to worry about the Eternals. Even if it really comes down to it, we'll just release Mu Jun. Of course, that's the final step. Lu Yin didn't want to take that step. If he did, not only would he have a falling out with the three monarchs, but he would also offend hyperspace and become enemies with the entire Six-Direction Society. The Six-Direction Society looked down on them and hated them because of their past grievances, but they weren't completely hostile. These were two completely different concepts. You can pick the hostages yourself and see who's willing to be captured. The Six-Direction Society needs us, so the hostages won't be harmed, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin knew this. They're like hostages. Just like Luo Lauer, Wang Wen said before leaving. Lu Yin looked at the list for a while and crossed out a few names. Even if he wanted to give the hostages to the Six-Direction Society, he would have to ask for their permission first. Now, he wanted to see what the trial takers would do. They would use all sorts of methods to obtain information from the Fifth Mainland, and from this, one could see the Six-Direction Society's methods. In the eyes of Xiao Qingfeng and the others, they were in the dark while the people on the list were out in the open. They had all sorts of power, so capturing hostages wasn't a problem. The only problem was that they had to compete with each other, so it was a competition of speed. The person closest to the Astral River Flats was naturally Mira. She was known as the Red Lotus Witchbow and could be considered Lu Yin's guide into outer space. Without her, even if Lu Yin disguised himself as King Zishan's descendant, he might not have been able to be discovered so easily. He owed her a debt of gratitude, and she was also the one who had sent him to the Astral Combat Academy and ensured that he could join the Outerverse Youth Council. Although Lu Yin had risen to prominence and had not contacted her much, she was still very important and was naturally one of the hostages on the list. There were three people keeping an eye on Mira. Lu Yin had seen two of them before, but he had never spoken to them before. They were considered ordinary people in the Six Directions training rites. Decades had passed, but Mira was still the same as before. Her long white hair was draped down to her ankles, and there was a cute tuft of hair on her forehead. She wore cool summer clothes, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. The only thing that had changed was that she had matured a lot. One's temperament could change a person. Mira had once pretended to be mature, but now, her every movement was filled with mature charm. She came from a planet called Minghuai in the erudite flow zone and had once followed Wen Sansi. Now, she had joined the Above the Sky sect and was one of the countless cultivators who patrolled the Fifth Mainland. Returned, Mira ordered as she lowered her head and looked at her gadget. Understood. Not long after, the spacecraft turned around. Mira stood up and stretched. How tiring. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2576. At that moment, the spacecraft shook, and Mira looked up. There was someone at the top of the ship. There was a thump as the spacecraft shattered, and a figure suddenly appeared. A palm print pressed down from above towards Mira. Mira did not panic, as she had cultivated for decades and was already used to such attacks. She had also experienced many life-and-death battles with the Eternals, where her life had been hanging by a thread. The attacker's palm technique was unpredictable, but it carried with it an unshakable pressure. It was the Stone Gate's 8 hands. A red lotus bloomed beneath Mira's feet, and it was bewitching yet beautiful. Traces of red flowed up from the lotus to resist the Stone Gate's 8 hands. The attacker's cultivation was similar to Mira's, and he had only used the second move to shatter the red lotus. However, Mira took advantage of this opportunity to dodge. A red longbow appeared in her hand, and she fired an arrow that was entwined with the power of the red lotus. This was the Red Lotus Witchbow. The attacker was surprised. Not bad. He then tossed out a broken piece of wood from his cosmic ring. Not only did it shatter the arrow, but it also crashed into Mira, giving her an unprecedented sense of crisis. This was a void spirit, and it contained 3 times the amount of void spirit power that this person possessed. With this person's hunter realm cultivation, even if he had only cultivated for a little more than a year in the Void Spirit Tao Academy, his void spirit power would be close to that of a hunter's. 3 times the power of a hunter was not something that Mira could withstand. Mira was shocked. Where had this expert come from? The Above Heaven sect had unified the 5th mainland, and they had sent countless cultivators to patrol the 5th mainland to maintain order. She had been on patrol for more than half a year, but she had never encountered any danger. Now, there had been a sudden attack, and she did not know where this person had come from. At the critical moment, an ancient character appeared above Myra's head. It was a visualization technique. Currently, the entire Above Heaven sect could visualize the ancient golden characters, which directly increased one's power level. With the ancient characters, Mira raised her palm and slapped at the broken piece of wood. The power of the red lotus continued to rise as she used the serious art from the 5th pagoda to shatter the broken piece of wood. The attacker was shocked. This was impossible. Mira took several steps back, and her face paled. Who are you? How dare you attack the Above Heaven sect? The attacker snorted, and his figure disappeared. It was not because he was fast, but because he had appeared beside the broken piece of wood. Myra's expression changed. An innate gift. She hurriedly took action, but the broken tree fell far away. The person appeared beside the broken tree and left immediately. Mira was just about to give chase when a green beam of light swept over without any warning. It brushed past Myra's body and swept through the starry sky, destroying everything in its path. Just the aftermath of the green beam had sent Mira flying. If it had hit her head-on, Mira would have died without a doubt. She lay on the ground and looked up. A man walked out of the broken wall of the spacecraft with a smug smile on his face. That's why I said that the cultivation civilization is weak. Even if I go to the 6th Direction Dojo, I won't go to the Reincarnation Tao College. The Wood Tao College is better. Who are you? Mira gritted her teeth. Blood flowed down her hair. She felt weak all over. The man walked in front of Mira and squatted down. Introduce yourself. He was just about to say something when he thought for a moment. Forget it. Just to be safe, I won't say anything. TSK, what a beautiful woman. Myra's gaze was cold. You know who I am. You dare attack the Above Heaven sect. The man sneered. The Above Heaven sect. That doesn't sound good to us. He raised a hand and placed it on Myra's cheek. I caught one. There's still time, let's catch another. Suddenly, Mira was dragged in by a card. The man's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Lost tribesman, who is it? Come out. Behind him, a black figure slashed out with a dagger, leaving dozens of wounds on the man's body. The man had come from a different dimension, and his cultivation wasn't high. He could only rely on the green energy to survive. The lost tribesman didn't have any way to deal with the green energy, so he simply brushed past the man, grabbed the card, and left. The man was furious and waved his hand, causing the green energy to sweep out. Bastard, die. However, the lost tribesman had already disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Luin had a panoramic view of this scene. 3 people had wanted to snatch Mira. The first had attacked directly, the second had wanted to take advantage of the situation, and the third had wanted to keep it a secret. This was the difference in thinking between the 6 direction associations due to their different civilizations. Mira was currently in the Lost Tribesman card, but it could be broken at any time. The card wasn't Mount Supreme and couldn't hide someone for long. The Lost Tribesman thought that he had caught Mira, but was it really that easy? How could someone from the above heaven sect be so easily captured? In outer space, the lost tribesman looked at the card in his hand with bright eyes. As long as he could capture one person, he would have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of a grand Empyrean. Although the lost tribesman did not care about the teachings of a grand Empyrean, many people had indeed broken through because of it. He hoped to be one step ahead of his fellow tribesmen and reach Shi Zhao's level or even surpass Shi Zhao. Suddenly, the card in his hand cracked, and the lost tribesman was shocked. How was this possible? He subconsciously let go, and the card shattered. Mira walked out in a sorry state. She hadn't completely lost her ability to move, and she had been faking it. She hadn't expected another attacker to appear, so she had no choice but to use her money bomb to break the card and escape. When the lost tribesman saw Mira appear, he immediately fled. Someone who could break through the card's restrictions wasn't someone he could deal with. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mira took out a gun from her cosmic ring and shot the lost tribesman, knocking him out of the card. This was a microarray weapon. In the distance, the person with the green energy source chased after them. Mira looked over and saw that none of them would be able to escape. She put on her green-framed glasses, and the number kept jumping until it finally stopped at 460,000. He actually has a power level of 460,000. Looks like I'll have to change my weapon. Mira stared at the lost tribesman while remaining vigilant against the person with the green energy source. The person with the green energy source looked at Mira with surprise. "You're out." At the same time, the number on his glasses kept jumping until it reached 480,000. "You actually have a power level of 480,000. Mira raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! At the same time, the person with the green energy source fired a beam of light. Both of their reactions were equally fast. The green energy source was split apart by the 5-array combination, and it pierced through the person with the green energy source's shoulder. The person looked down at his numb hand. How was this possible? Mira's power level had jumped from more than 100,000 to almost 500,000 in an instant, and the power of that attack had even exceeded 500,000. Impossible. After firing the shot, Mira took out a gun with her left hand and aimed it at the lost tribesman. "Speak. Who are you people?" The lost tribesman's eyes flashed. "We failed. Go back." The person with the green energy source was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Mira's personal strength and the power of her treasures were both on par with his, and they were in the primordial space, which made it easy for them to be surrounded. "Go back." Mira fired without hesitation, aiming for their hearts. She wanted to incapacitate them. However, the two shots did not hit them. Instead, they stopped in the void, blocked by an invisible force. The lost tribesman and the person with the green energy source were confused, as they did not know where the force had come from to block the attack. Suddenly, their brains shook, and they fainted. Mira was shocked. There was still an expert here. A figure walked out from outer space. "Well done." Mira stared blankly at the person who had appeared and was shocked. "Luin." She quickly changed her greeting and bowed. "Greetings, Path Master." Luin nodded. "Heal yourself. You're injured as well." "It's fine," Mira replied. She had not expected Luin to suddenly appear. This meant that he had seen everything that had just happened. Fortunately, she had performed well. Luin took out the lotus treasures from the cosmic rings of the lost tribesmen and the person with the green energy source and admired them. These were good items. They were a grade 9 venerate lotus treasure that could withstand an attack from a progenitor. These two had not been able to use it in time, as they had thought that they could use it in the face of danger. However, if a progenitor really attacked them, they would not even be able to react in time. Luin stored the two away and looked at Mira. Your various techniques worked well together. Thank you, Path Master, Mira replied respectfully. Lu Yin looked at her. How long has it been since we last met? Mira trembled. Many years. Lu Yin sighed. Yes, many years. How's Michelle? Mira replied, she's fine. Lu Yin did not say anything else and only reminded her, someone might attack you again. Stay alert at all times. Mira was puzzled. Path Master, who are these people? Lu Yin waved a hand. There's no need to ask, and you don't have to be merciful. If you can kill them, it'll be your skill. He then left with the two people. As for the first person who had attacked Mira, he had also been captured. He now had 3 more lotus treasures. A grade 9 venerate lotus could create so many lotus treasures. Although they could only withstand a single attack, it was still quite good. Lu Yin did not know how many of these treasures she could create, but if everyone had one, the Eternals would have a headache. Mira was the closest to the astral river, and it had only been 6 days since the people from the 6 directional training rites had arrived at the 5th mainland to find her. However, it would not be so easy to find the others. The 5th mainland was very large, and even if they had endless methods, it would not be easy to find other targets. Half a month later, in the erudite flow zone, when Sansi was attacked, but this time, his assailant used a lotus treasure to escape. 2 people had attacked him, one from the reincarnation spacetime, and the other from the transcendent spacetime. One of them had a cultivation level close to that of an envoy and was second only to Jiang Shaodao's group. He had believed that he could capture Wen Sansi, while the other had activated the green energy source. In the end, they had been defeated by Wen Sansi just like Mira, and they had used their lotus treasures to survive. It was impossible for Lu Yin to capture everyone's lotus treasures. A few days later, Ling Gong was attacked, and the people from the 6 directional training rites were defeated as well. They were unlucky, as Wen Sansi and Ling Gong had been the closest to them. Not only were they powerful, but they also had no advantage over the above the heavens who had developed all sorts of external weapons. Their energy sources did not have much of an advantage. The top group of people had gone to the cosmic sea, which had caused the people from the 6 directional training rites to fail multiple times. 6 people from the 6 directional training rites had already returned in failure, and they were all covered in dirt. The most miserable one had been pierced through the heart by Ling Gong's spear, and he had almost died. He was lucky to have survived. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2577. More than half a month later, someone finally arrived at the western weaves of the Outerverse, where ancestor Ling Tong was. After confirming Su San's location, they launched an attack. Su San was captured without being able to resist at all. Ancestor Ling Tong was stopped by Lu Yin, and Su San needed to be captured as well. However, it was not one person who had captured Su San, but 3. The 3 of them were targeting Su San, which led to a battle between them. Just as they had guessed at the beginning, their greatest enemy was not the primordial space, but their own people. Su San's capture was like a signal, and the next person to be captured was Yo Year. Soon after, Coco and Jue Daynite were all attacked and captured. 4 people were captured by the hexagon training rites in a row, and Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on everything. He had made a move when Jue Daynite had been captured, and it was for no other reason than the fact that the person who had captured Jue Daynite had actually wanted to take her away. This was unacceptable. Lu Yin had allowed Su San and the others to be captured so that he could wipe them out once they were exposed and obtain many lotus treasures in one go. These people had captured Su San and the others because they wanted to capture more people, so they wouldn't leave this spacetime. This was exactly what Lu Yin needed, and the ones who should have been captured were others. Jue Daynite wasn't among those who had been captured. That person had wanted to capture Zhuo Dainite and leave without even the slightest bit of ambition. I want to go, Zhuo Dainite said to Lu Yin resolutely. Lu Yin replied, the situation is complicated, and I can't guarantee your safety. Zhuo Dainite replied, in this spacetime, even if I cultivate to the limit, I'll only be able to reach Ancestor Daiking's level at most. However, Daiking is still very weak against those who are at a higher level. Lu Yin looked at her. Are you sure? Yes, Zhuo Dainite said. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Lu Yin left, and Zhuo Dainite glanced at the unconscious woman. This was the woman who had wanted to capture her and had used the green energy source. Zhuo Dainite had been cultivating outside, so she didn't have any fog or composite array weapons, which was why she had been captured. The woman quickly regained consciousness, and Zhuo Dainite also pretended to be unconscious as she lay beside her. When the woman woke up, she looked around and saw the unconscious Zhuo Dainite. What had happened? She had clearly been about to leave, so why had she suddenly fallen unconscious? The woman didn't dare to think too much about it, so she decisively took Zhuo Dainite with her and left. She was also the first person to capture someone and return to the six-direction training hole. Another month passed. On this day, someone made a move against Leon's armada. It was a shocking battle that almost overturned Universe Ocean. The one who had attacked was Xiao Qingfeng. His combat power alone was enough to challenge an expert with a combat power of around 700,000. In addition, he had fused with 6 civilizations, which allowed him to fight evenly with Heizage Leon. In the end, he had even used the blue energy source to heavily injure Heizage Leon. Fortunately, Big Sister appeared and easily beat Xiao Qingfeng into using the Lotus Treasure to escape. Yuan Sage had detailed information about the situation of the Fifth Mainland, but he knew too little about Big Sister. Big Sister was no longer the Big Sister she used to be. She was now a terrifying expert who had recovered part of the Nether Ancestor's power. She could fight against Xiaoshinji's doppelganger in the starry sky of trees. How could someone like Xiao Qingfeng be able to capture her? Big Sister's intervention had also revealed the source of the truth behind this trial. Lu Yin had acted immediately and saved Su San and the others. He had obtained 5 Lotus treasures in one go, including the 3 from before and himself. He now had 9 Lotus treasures. He Shu and the others also immediately learned that Xiao Qingfeng had been beaten back to the 6-direction training rites. They no longer wanted to capture Heizage Leon and Big Sister. As for Wendy Yushan, it was similarly difficult for them to capture her. Frostwave Weave, where she was located, was within the above Heaven Sect's territory. They would only go there if they were seeking death. They had no choice but to change their target. Even if they could not capture the most valuable treasure, they could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Fog surrounded Wen Sanxi's body as he looked at Hishu, who was wearing a blue and white robe. You're from the 6-direction training rites? Hishu replied, come with me. There's no point in struggling. It'll only bring disaster to your Wen family. Wen Sanxi replied, that will depend on your ability. Hishu did not want to waste any more time, so he immediately put on the red energy source. His power level of over 1 million exploded, leaving Wen Sanxi unable to retaliate. Ling Gong had also been captured by Su Ji and Su Yu. One void god had charged forward while the other had launched a sneak attack. 2 people had been captured in a row, and Lu Yin had displayed his strength by stepping on the stars and intimidating the entire Fifth Mainland. He had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to frighten the remaining people from the 6-direction training rites into retreating. Jiang Xiaodao hurriedly tore through the void and returned. Was this Lu Yin's strength? What a freak! Jiang Xiaodao felt very sullen. Ever since he had learned of the trial, he had kept a low profile. His goal had been to follow Xiao Qingfeng and take advantage of the situation. He had thought that Xiao Qingfeng would be able to capture Heizage Lian during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, and he had been prepared to take action as well. However, Big Sis had revealed her terrifying strength, which had scared him so much that he had not even dared to show his face. Xiao Qingfeng had been beaten back. Now, he had changed his target and wanted to go to the Astral Beast domain to capture Ku Wei. After all, the Astral Beast domain was far away from the Above Heaven sect, so it should be fine. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to be so terrifying. Just in case, he decided to return. At the Six Direction training rites, Ling Gong, Shui Dainite, Shi Jiao, and the others exchanged glances with Wen Sansi. It was worse than expected. Fortunately, we managed to capture him, Ji Bing said. Su Xiangyin looked at Xiao Qingfeng and the others who had returned. We're missing a group. That Lu Yin made a move, so he should have captured them. Lotus treasures can withstand an attack from a progenitor, but they need time to react. How will they react against a progenitor? Mu San asked. Su Xiangyin frowned. Without Xian Qi, did that mean that Xian Qi had not returned? Shi Jiao sensed this as well. Does anyone know where Xian Qi is? No one answered. Yuting said, perhaps he hasn't returned. As long as he doesn't expose himself, a progenitor won't be able to find him. He was the only one present who knew that Lu Yin had come from the primordial space, and he was also the only one who had high hopes for Lu Yin. Perhaps this Xian Qi would be able to surprise them. A few days later, at the Six Direction training rites, Xian Qi appeared with a flustered expression on his face. Shi Jiao and the others had been waiting for him, and when they saw Lu Yin appear, they heaved sighs of relief. Su Xiangyin walked over to Lu Yin and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Su Xiangyin. "I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." He then pulled someone out from behind him, Wendy Yushan. The light from the lotus treasure slowly dissipated, and everyone around them was stunned. Only Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, and Shui Dainite, who had been captured, looked at this scene strangely. They had naturally discussed this with Lu Yin before they had been captured. Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin strangely. How could someone who was supposed to be so high and mighty act so? If it were her, she would have ordered these trash to scram long ago. Lu Yin licked his lips. "Senior." Only then did Su Xiangyin react. Lu Yin had truly shocked him too much. This woman was Wendy Yushan, someone who had practically lived right under the nose of the sect above the sky. She was someone who was highly valued by Lu Yin, the Tao master of the primordial space. She was one of the 3 most important people on the list, and bringing her here was equivalent to obtaining a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This seat was the reason why everyone was stunned. No one present had obtained a seat, not even one. Not even the 9,990,000 seats to listen to the teachings had been obtained. Shi Jiao stepped forward when she saw the fear and confusion in Lu Yin's eyes. Her eyes burned with passion. "How did you capture her?" Wendy Yushan looked ahead. "Are you people from the Six Direction Association?" Shi Jiao looked at Wendy Yushan. "That's right. Welcome to the Six Direction Association." Wendy Yushan's gaze was cold as she looked past Shi Jiao at Ling Gong. Ling Gong said, "Eat and drink as you should. Don't think too much. Just wait for your Tao Master Lu to come and save you." A sneer came from the man from the 3 sovereign space named Suo Xian. "You want to be saved after coming to the Six Direction Association? Do you really think that the primordial space is still the glorious sect above the sky? That era has already disappeared. Your so-called sect above the sky is just struggling at death's door and deceiving yourselves." When Sansi looked at him. "Think twice before you act. What you say will only bring disaster to yourself." Suo Xian suddenly attacked and sent Wen Sansi flying with his sovereign's force. With his strength as a half-step sovereign, a casual attack was enough to heavily injure Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi spat out blood and lay on the ground with a pale face. "You're the one who should watch your attitude," Suo Xian said coldly. The others did not stop him. Whether it was the past or the current trial, they did not have a good impression of the primordial space. Wen Sansi struggled to get up and stared at Suo Xian calmly. "Old man, why don't you kill all of us and see if you can capture a few more hostages from the fifth mainland?" Ling Gong mocked. Suo Xian looked at her coldly. Beside her, Shui Day Knight spoke up as well. "You guys are just sending yourselves to your deaths." Suo Xian was furious and was about to attack when Shi Jiao shouted, "That's enough. They are the people that Senior Yuan Sage wants. Kill them and explain to him." Suo Xian's expression changed as he recalled how terrifying a Yuan Sage was. He could only stop. "Xian Qi, how did you capture Wendy Yushan?" Su Xiangyin asked in a gentle tone. Everyone looked over. Xiao Qingfeng was not around as he had been injured and had gone into seclusion. However, He Shu and the others were present, and they all looked on curiously. They knew how difficult this task was, and if they were not careful, they would be finished. Thus, they stopped underestimating the primordial space. Ever since they had sensed the strength of the fifth mainland, they had not dared to approach the sect above the sky. They did not believe that they could capture someone right under their noses. How had Xian Qi managed to do so? Yu Ting's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin coughed and looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. "Actually, I have to thank the Su siblings. Without them, I would not have been able to capture this woman." Everyone looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. Was this related to them? Su Ji and Su Yu looked at each other in confusion. "It's related to us." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2578. Lu Yin thought about it and said, "I know that I'm weak, so I didn't act rashly. Instead, I tried to find out the relationships between the people on the list and spent a lot of effort. Fortunately, I managed to find out that Wendy Yushan had a good relationship with someone called Ling Gong, and she was able to join the 10 Arbiters' Council under his guidance. That's why I boldly waited at the Lingling clan. As long as someone managed to capture Ling Gong, Wendy Yushan would definitely leave the Above Heaven sect and head to the Lingling clan." As expected, Wendy Yushan arrived a few days after Ling Gong was taken away. "I managed to capture her just in time, but she had someone protecting her. If it weren't for my many tricks and Lianbao, I might not have been able to return alive." Su Xiangyin looked at Lu Yin and then at the Su siblings. "I see." Su Yu gritted her teeth. "Xian Qi, you used us." Lu Yin smiled. "I didn't use you. It was just a coincidence, just a coincidence." Shi Jiao praised, "Smart. Does that mean that you didn't believe Senior Yuanxing's information from the start?" Lu Yin was solemn. "Of course not. Senior Yuanxing's information is very accurate, and the fact that these people were captured is proof. However, Senior is one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages, so he doesn't have time to waste on the Genesis space. Only he knows about the Genesis space, which is why I tried to find out more." Despicable. Wendy Yushan was cold. Ling Gong mocked, "Is everyone in the Six Paths Association such despicable people? They even use their own people. Disgusting." Su Xiangyin scolded, "Shut up. As long as we can achieve our goal and not violate the alliance, we can do anything." He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "You don't rely on your innate talent to be arrogant. Instead, you know how to judge the situation and use your intelligence. Xian Qi, your future is limitless." Yu Ting also praised, "Rare." Third Master Mu said, only such a person can survive on the battlefield. How can he be brainless? Suyu felt that his words were grating, as if he was saying that they were brainless. Wendy Yushan's capture was equivalent to them helping Lu Yin. If they had waited longer, Wendy Yushan's arrival would have given them a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. She had disliked Lu Yin from the very beginning, and she had felt somewhat apologetic towards him because of the lightning tree in the wood spirit region. But now, she was even more annoyed. He was a bastard. It seems like no one will be able to make it back. The 12 of them have disappeared without using their lotus treasures. Either something happened to them after they used their lotus treasures, or they didn't have time to use them. The biggest possibility is that they were captured by an extremely strong individual. Shi Jiao looked around. I'll leave the rest to Senior Yuan Sage. If the 12 of them are still alive, Senior Yuan Sage will definitely bring them back. However, don't get your hopes up. All the cultivators from the 6 direction training rites bowed in unison. Yes, sir. Su Xiangyin left and happily returned to the Void God spacetime to report Lu Yin's achievements. A seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party was enough to make anyone jealous. Yuting gave Lu Yin a deep look before leaving as well. As for Xue Daynite and the others, they were taken to the reincarnation spacetime by Shi Jiao. Before they left, Wen Sanxi and the others looked at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin met their gazes. He didn't know if this trip would be a blessing or a curse. Originally, only Wen Sanxi had been on the list, and Ling Gong had been taken away because they had volunteered to cultivate in the 6 direction training rites. They had not interacted much in the 5th mainland since they were the 10 arbiters. The difference between them and Lu Yin was too great, and they could not accept it. As for Wendy Yushan and Xue Daynite, they had volunteered to go. This was especially true for Wendy Yushan, who had taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin after learning of this matter. Her attitude was abnormally firm, and Lu Yin could not refuse her. He could only take credit for Xian Qi and bring her here. No matter what, they would be fine for the time being since the Yuan sage still wanted to use them to negotiate with Lu Yin. Elsewhere, Yuting met with Hiran and reported the results of the trial. Hiran was shocked. Xian Qi captured someone important and obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Yuting nodded. Yes. His attitude towards Hiran was not as humble as Kujian's, and he did not kneel to her either. This was because the Yu family's status in the transcending spacetime was extraordinary. Hiran sighed. This Xian Qi is really talented. His talent is outstanding, and his intelligence is not bad. Now that he has obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, his future will be even brighter. If he joins the Great Stone sect and inherits the Great Stone Saint's position, he will be extraordinary. Yuting continued, regardless of whether he joins the Great Stone sect or the Void God spacetime, he has a high chance of becoming an extreme powerhouse in the future. Bring Zi Jing here, Hiran suddenly ordered. Someone secretly brought Zi Jing over. When Zi Jing heard that Lu Yin had captured Wendy Yushan in the primordial space and obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, she was not surprised at all. Aren't you surprised? Hiran was curious. Zi Jing replied, My lord is very clear about Xian Qi's origins, and he understands that spacetime too well. Hiran nodded. That's true. Forget about Wendy Yushan, he might even be able to capture someone from the above sky sect. Zi Jing suddenly thought of something. My lord, perhaps the primordial space has those resources. Hiran's eyes lit up. The primordial space has them. Zi Jing respectfully replied, the primordial space is the largest of all the parallel spacetimes, and it developed the above sky sect to its peak. When it comes to resources, perhaps no other spacetime can compare to it. Yuting interrupted, the 6 parties have agreed that no one is allowed to enter the primordial space without permission. Zi Jing looked at Yuting. No one is allowed to enter without permission, but there is no agreement that anyone from the primordial space cannot leave. Yu Ting was stunned, and he was speechless. He straightened up. Bring Xian Qi to me. Yu Ting looked at He Ran. If the reincarnation spacetime finds out, I won't be able to explain myself. He Ran's voice gradually turned cold. Why should I explain myself? We are from the transcendent spacetime, and we are not subordinate to the reincarnation spacetime. We are not trash like the three sovereign spacetime. Bring Xian Qi to me immediately. Yu Ting hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. He turned to leave, but before he left, he looked deeply at Zi Jing. He had interacted with this woman before, and at that time, she had given him the impression that she was Qing Shui. But now, things had changed. Back at the Sixth Direction Training Hall, Yu Ting had come looking for Lu Yin just as he was about to head to the Eternal Kingdom. He was glad that Yu Ting had arrived just a moment later, and he would have disappeared from the Sixth Direction Training Hall. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. Xian Qi, come with me to see Lady He Ran, Yu Ting said before leading Lu Yin away. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the staircase filled with blooming flowers. He faced He Ran and bowed. Xian Qi greets Lady He Ran. He Ran's voice was gentle and pleasant. Xian Qi, you must be very familiar with the primordial space. Yes, I am very familiar with it. Zi Jing took out a list and handed it to Lu Yin. Take a look and see if you can find the resources listed here. Lu Yin took the list and met Zi Jing's eyes. Do you need them? Zi Jing grunted and did not say anything else before retreating. When He Ran saw this scene, her eyes flashed. She did not say anything. Lu Yin looked at the list and was surprised. Wasn't this the list of resources he had gotten from Matriarch Mu? Mu Jun had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan for these resources, and Mu Jun's trade partner was hyperspace. It seemed that hyperspace really needed these resources. How is it, Xian Qi? Do you have them in the primordial space? He Ran asked with a strange expression. I don't know, Lu Yin replied. You don't know. There are only names on this list. The primordial space and hyperspace have different definitions for resources, so I don't know what these names represent. However, you can look for them in the primordial space as long as you have samples or diagrams. He Ran looked at Zi Jing. Give him samples. She then stared at Lu Yin. Are you really willing to help me look for them in the primordial space? Lu Yin was sincere. Zi Jing has been taken care of by you, lady. I'm more than happy to do something for you. He Ran was satisfied. All right, Ke Jian will go with you. As long as you can find these resources in the primordial space, just tell me what you want. Don't worry about Zi Jing, I'll make her an existence second only to me in hyperspace. Thank you, lady. Lu Yin was grateful. By the way, have you seen Bai Qian? He Ran suddenly asked. Lu Yin was puzzled. Bai Qian. The woman who appeared when you first met Lady, Zi Jing reminded him. Lu Yin thought about it and was puzzled. That arrogant woman. He Ran's lips curled up. She loved to hear others slander Bai Qian. Lady, I didn't see her, Lu Yin replied. He Ran was puzzled. She participated in the secret auction with you. She should have been captured by Tu Shuangshuang. Lu Yin was helpless. I was captured by that crazy Tu Shuangshuang as soon as I came out. I'm not sure about the others. He Ran nodded. Fine, it's fine if she died outside. Xian Qi, when can we go to the primordial space? Due to the trial, the primordial space is in a state of panic. There are still 12 people who haven't returned. I don't know if they've been captured or something else. I want to wait for a while. Zijing respectfully said, "Lady, you can't wait too long. These resources need to arrive in half a year at the latest. Otherwise, it will delay the experiment." Lu Yin looked at Zijing. "That urgent?" Zijing replied, "Very urgent. Think of a way. The primordial space is so big. Even if we go, as long as we don't expose ourselves, it's unlikely that anything will happen." Lu Yin thought about it. "All right, I'll do it as soon as possible." He Ran smiled. "Then you can go back first. I'll wait for your news." Soon, Lu Yin was led back to the Hexagon training hall by Yuting. When they arrived, Yuting wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and just left. Lu Yin quickly announced that he was going into seclusion and was returning to the above-the-sky sect. He had summoned him and brought up the resources, which was unexpected. However, this was a good surprise. Half a month later, on the fifth mainland, the above-the-sky sect welcomed the dragon ancestor for the sixth time. This time, the dragon ancestor came with Yuan Xing. Lu Yin walked out naturally and looked at the two. "Dragon ancestor, you're really shameless. Do you really want to be kicked out after coming here repeatedly?" The dragon ancestor was furious. "Lu Shaoxian, you're too arrogant. Even your father has to be respectful to me." "Nonsense." Lu Yin looked at Yuan Xing in disdain. "It's a bit later than I expected." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2579. Lu Shaoxian, you will know how to treat me in the future. The reincarnation spacetime cannot be insulted. Lu Yin sat down. "So what? Do I have to pour tea and bow to my enemy? You're lucky I didn't ask you to scram. You should have brought Xiaoshenji back. I told you that last time." Lu Yin sneered. "I told you to scram too." Ancestor Long frowned. "Lu Shaoxian, you're a guest. Don't be rude and embarrass the primordial space." Lu Yin looked over. "What do you think the Six Direction Society thinks of the primordial space?" With a wave of his hand, the void was torn apart, and 12 people fell out. They were the ones from the Six Direction Society who had come to train. Ask them what the primordial space is like in their hearts. Don't they know? Ancestor Long's expression turned ugly. He naturally knew how the Six Direction Society viewed the primordial space. They wished that the primordial space was primitive, without order, and would kill each other. It would be best if it was destroyed by the Eternals. If not for the Eternals, the Six Direction Society might have already attacked the primordial space. Yuan Xing sneered. "You have a sharp tongue. Little thing, I'm not here to discuss this with you. Since you know why I'm here and didn't attack immediately, does that mean you're willing to accept my conditions?" Lu Yin's expression sank. "I can't do anything about shameless things. What do you want? Let me remind you, don't go too far." Yuan Xing clasped his hands behind his back. "Support the three sovereign spacetime." Lu Yin wasn't surprised. "Sure, release my people." "Impossible. I've already agreed to your conditions. Your people will live well, but they can't come back." Lu Yin thought about it. "My people will join the Six Direction training ground." Yuan Xing raised his brows. "Are you negotiating with me?" Lu Yin looked him in the eye. "What else?" Yuan Xing stared at Lu Yin. This was the third time they had met, and the first 2 times this kid had attacked, giving him the feeling that he would rather die than live in dishonor. The only reason he hadn't attacked this time was because there were hostages, and he couldn't see what Lu Yin was thinking. Forget it, it didn't matter. As long as this kid could support the three sovereign spacetime, the four-way scales would have a chance to attack this spacetime. Sure, Yuan Xing said coldly. You'll be treated the same as the others, Lu Yin added. Yuan Xing replied coldly, since they have joined the Sixth Direction Training Hall, I don't care about their backgrounds. At the very least, I can guarantee that the management of the Sixth Direction Training Hall will not do anything to them. That's enough, Lu Yin said as he tossed the 12 people over to Yuan Xing. It's beneath me to deal with such trash. Where is their Lian Bao? Yuan Sage said. I don't know. Yuan Xing's face twitched. Do you know that it was a gift from Venerate Lotus? I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Yuan Xing took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I hope you don't regret it. Lu Yin was disdainful. He had even been threatened by a Grand Empyrean, let alone a level 9 Lotus Venerable. Would the reincarnation spacetime treat him better if he returned Lian Bao? We're done here. Scram. Dragon Ancestor gritted his teeth. As an ancestor, he had actually been driven away time and time again. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Yuan Xing's eyes were cold. Lu Shaoxian, if I were you, I would recognize the situation clearly. The Lu family's sins have already been repaid. Don't let the reincarnation spacetime take action. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Lu Yin found it funny. How many times have you threatened me? Yuan Xing's face turned gloomy. Have I ever been afraid? Lu Yin asked again. Yuan Xing snorted and turned to leave. Lu Yin's voice rang out again. Have you delivered the message I asked someone to pass to you? Yuan Xing paused. If you want to pay with blood, come to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. No one will interfere there. As long as you ask, you can challenge me. I will give you a fair chance to kill me, provided that you can come. With that, he disappeared. Dragon Ancestor said in a low voice, Yuan Xing said that you must support the 3 monarch spacetime, so you did. Any resistance is meaningless to him. Lu Shaoxian, you are no longer facing the 4 cardinal scales, but the 6 cardinal associations, 6 powerful civilizations. Lu Yin's tone was cold. For Long Shi's sake, I'll remind you again. The Eternals have been expelled, and the fate of the Lu family's ancestor will be your fate in the future. Dragon Ancestor frowned. There's no need to say such things. Do you plan to support the 3 monarchs spacetime yourself or send Elder Chan? Elder Chan, Lu Yin did not hesitate. If Elder Chan is gone, who will protect Shenwu continent for you? That's my business. If you want to open that passage, you can try. Dragon Ancestor had left, and his goal had been achieved. With Elder Chan gone, only Lu Shaoxian would be left on the 5th mainland. It seemed like the situation had returned to how it had been before. The agreement between the 4 cardinal scales and Lu Shaoxian still existed, but with the addition of the 6 cardinal associations, there was more room for manipulation. Lu Shaoxian still had to protect Shenwu continent. Lu Shaoxian would not exist for long. As he watched Dragon Ancestor leave, Wang Wen walked over. We've already given the 6 cardinal associations a handle on us, so their fear of us will greatly decrease. There's even a possibility that they'll play cat and mouse with us. To them, we can crush us at any time, but to you, we're dancing on a knife's edge. Although we're in the dark and they're in the light, the difference between us is too great. I know, Lu Yin replied. The 4 cardinal scales wants to use the 6 cardinal associations to deal with me. If I hadn't captured Mu Jun, the first to deal with me would have been the 3 monarch spacetime. Since I can suppress the 3 monarch spacetime and prevent them from making a move, I can also deal with the other spacetimes. Transdimensional has recently been developing a terrifying cultivation technique. If it succeeds, it might be able to change the situation of the 6 cardinal associations. You want to make a move against transdimensional now? Wang Wen was astonished, as the original plan had not been developed so quickly. Lu Yin replied, "They're the ones who delivered themselves to me. Which spacetime organization do you think is suitable to cooperate with transdimensional?" "The technocracy." Wang Wen was puzzled. Lu Yin shook his head. "There are too many similar civilizations, but transdimensional is far superior to the technocracy. If the technocracy cooperates with transdimensional, they'll only be passive, and they'll be looked down upon by transdimensional. Who else is there?" Wang Wen did not understand. Now that the fifth mainland had been unified by the above heaven, the technocracy could not cooperate. Could it be the astral beast domain? Lu Yin looked towards the south. Home of the gods. When Zi Jing had shown him the list of resources, Lu Yin had already thought of the home of the gods. First, the people there called themselves gods and were rather arrogant. They did not place anyone in their eyes, and this attitude reassured transdimensional. It showed that the people of the home of the gods were not scheming, and it also showed that they were not willing to submit to the above heaven. Second, the home of the gods' methods came from the true scripture of Aeon evolution. It was too unique, and it was not an exaggeration to call it mystical. It was something that had been created out of nothing, and it was not naturally inferior to transdimensional. At least for now, even if Lu Yin had come into contact with the 6 cardinal associations and could fight against progenitors, the true scripture of Aeon evolution's cultivation and combat methods were absolutely unique, and it was enough to shock transdimensional. Only by being strong could one be respected. The mirror god had never dreamed that Lu Yin would one day descend upon the home of the gods. Lu Yin could fight against progenitors, and the ruins of the home of the gods would not be of much help to him. They all wanted to enter the burial gardens to search for the ruins. "Greetings, Path Master." The mirror god bowed. The people of the home of the gods bowed as well. Lu Yin looked at the mirror god. "You be a little arrogant." The mirror god blinked. He was at a loss. Arrogance. A few days later, Elder Chan officially headed to the 3 sovereign spacetime to provide support. Bai Xing led the way and brought him there. The 5th mainland had thought that Elder Chan's departure would cause the 5th mainland to lose a progenitor, but the Frigid School wanted to establish a branch there. Mu Xia, the Frigid School's leader, had personally come to oversee the 5th mainland. This result was even worse than Elder Chan's departure. At least in comparison, the Astral Tree Society had lost a progenitor while the 5th mainland had not. The 4 cardinal scales naturally could not allow Mu Xia to leave, but no matter how they tried to stop him, they could not make him stay. Mu Xia's strength was not any weaker than theirs. After Lu Yin made arrangements for the home of the gods, he used a lotus treasure to travel to the 6 cardinal training grounds. When he arrived at Tai Void, he vanished without anyone noticing. He felt a little pain that he had used up a lotus treasure just like that. No, he had to find the coordinates of Tai Void. Otherwise, he would have to use up a lotus treasure every time he went back and forth, which he could not afford. Shi Jiao and the others must have left their own traces on the coordinates. Otherwise, they would not have been able to locate Tai Void. A few days after Lu Yin returned to the 6 cardinal training grounds, he took the initiative to find Yu Teng and asked to meet He Ran. It was obvious that Yu Teng was not very willing to take Lu Yin to see He Ran, but he could not refuse. "Xian Qi, do you know the 6 cardinal associations' attitude towards the primordial space?" Yu Teng suddenly asked, his tone calm. Lu Yin replied, "There was a gathering when I went to the primordial space to train. I heard them talk about it, and it seemed to be somewhat hostile." Yu Teng explained, "It's not exactly hostile. It's just that there are some old grudges that have been passed down, making it difficult for the 6 cardinal associations to have a good impression of the primordial space. This has led to some radical people wanting to do something to the primordial space. However, Due to the threat of the Eternals and the fact that the primordial space once gave birth to the celestial sect, the 6 cardinal associations have come to an agreement not to interfere with the primordial space. Luin listened respectfully. Not to interfere means that no matter how the primordial space develops, we will not participate, and we will not let the primordial space know about the 6 cardinal associations' existence. This is similar to the primordial space's attitude towards us during the celestial sect's era. Yuting then reminisced about the past. The Eternals are a colossus, and although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that they are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. He looked at Luin. The more time passes, the harder it becomes to deal with them. This is because the Eternals are constantly growing stronger, and the possibility of our 6 cardinal associations defeating the Eternals alone is too low. Thus, the primordial space is an existence that cannot be ignored. Perhaps one day, they will reappear in the glory of the celestial sect. Only then will they have a chance of defeating the Eternals. Even though they have fallen apart now, they can still contain a portion of the Eternal strength. In terms of strength, they far surpass the 3 monarchs spacetime. They are a sharp weapon against the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2580. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as Yuting's attitude towards the 5th mainland was rather pertinent. Yuting's words were filled with resentment and disgust, but he also had hopes of resisting the everlasting race. He was different from those who only wanted to conquer the 5th mainland. Senior, are you telling me this because of resources? Yuting's expression was complicated. If it's just resources, then it's fine. He paused and looked at Luin again. I know about your grudge with Luin. Luin subconsciously clenched his fists. Yuting said, perhaps you wish to borrow He Ran's power to deal with Luin. That's not what I'm thinking, Luin immediately denied. Yuting raised a hand to stop him. There's no need to explain. If there's a grudge, then it should be avenged. If there's power to borrow, then why not use it? You don't need to worry about this. Luin fell silent. I'm only telling you this to let you know. No, rather, I'm giving you a choice. With your relationship with Zijing, it's not impossible for you to borrow He Ran's power to deal with the primordial space. Besides, that Luin already has many enemies in the primordial space, and with Yishu's attitude, it's not impossible to destroy the current above heaven. However, you should consider the everlasting race. We humans are not without disasters. The everlasting race is a sword that has always been hanging in the air. I hope that if you have the ability to take revenge, you won't implicate the entire primordial space, Yuting concluded. Luin was shocked. Senior, you think that I have the ability to implicate the entire primordial space? Yuting stared at Luin with a burning gaze. Zijing's influence in the primordial space is growing. Sir He Ran and He Shu have a bad attitude towards the primordial space, and you're highly regarded by the void. With the fight over the stone gate, you can at least influence the primordial space's attitude towards the primordial space. Xian Qi, the current you is enough to threaten Luin. That was all Yuting said, and he tore through the void and brought Luin to He Ran. My lord, has Zijing mentioned the home of the gods to you? Luin immediately said to He Ran. Zijing was already standing to the side, and when she heard about the home of the gods, she immediately replied, she mentioned it a little. I've already sorted out everything I know about the primordial space for you. On the stairs, He Ran, the home of the gods. Is that Neoverse power of the Neoverse universe? Yes, Luin replied. He Ran asked, do they have resources? The home of the gods controls a huge amount of the Neoverse. Not only that, but they've also set up arrangements throughout the entire 5th mainland in order to collect the ruins of the Rune Line civilization. Whether it's commerce, the establishment of sects, or even empires, they've done everything. It can be said that they have a huge influence on the fifth mainland. I once had a good relationship with Tai Yixing, and I can use him to connect with the home of the gods and use their influence to gather the resources that they need. Zijing retorted, Tai Yixing seems to have a good relationship with Lu Yin. We can't ask him. Lu Yin replied, wrong, Tai Yixing hates me. Lu. Of the. S.U. Lu Yin confidently replied, that was in the beginning. Actually, the home of the gods didn't think much of anyone. They believed that the rune progenitor's inheritance could create something out of nothing, and they considered themselves to be gods. In their eyes, Lu Yin was just a genius. As Lu Yin grew stronger and stronger, the home of the gods did indeed have thoughts of clinging on to Lu Yin. The violet god was Xia Ji's clone that had been hidden in the home of the gods. Lu Yin had exposed her plans for the Neoverse. Very few people knew about this, and the home of the gods had sealed off the information. Even those from beyond spacetime couldn't find anything. What they could find out was what Lu Yin wanted them to find out. Lu Yin told Zijing about the violet god according to his plan. Zijing was stunned. She really didn't know anything about this. He said, I'm not interested in the primordial space's internal grudges, but can the home of the gods really help me gather resources? Absolutely. Lu Yin was certain. They have a great influence on the fifth mainland, and they seem to have a good relationship with the above heaven sect. It'll be easy for them to gather resources. Heran's eyes lit up. Kujian. Kujian walked out of the void and bowed. My lord. Go with Xian Qi and see if they can gather resources, Heran said. Kujian nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin politely said, sorry to trouble you, senior. Kujian nodded. He was the one who had brought Lu Yin and Zijing from the primordial space to beyond spacetime. It hadn't been long since then, but his high and mighty attitude had disappeared. Kujian quickly tore through the void and brought Lu Yin to the primordial space. Zijing was worried. My lord, if we can't gather resources in the home of the gods, what about Xian Qi? Don't worry, Heran said, he's someone from the void god universe, and he's your man. Even if Lu Yin finds out, it'll be fine. Zijing respectfully said, I'm just worried about delaying your plan. Heran smiled. It's fine. If the home of the gods can't do it, we can find someone else. I'm sure the primordial space will have many resources, and Xian Qi has already done a great service for us. I won't mistreat him. Even if he joins the void god universe, I can still help him. Her meaning was simple. Even if Lu Yin joined the void god universe, she could still deal with him. Heran was confident, but she couldn't see Zijing's mocking gaze when she lowered her head. Attack Lu Yin. How could that be? If it wasn't for the bigger picture, he would have captured you. Elsewhere, Kujian brought Lu Yin to the Neoverse. They had a way to locate the fifth mainland, but that was all they could do. They couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the fifth mainland, but they couldn't be too far away from the coordinates. If they could land in the Neoverse, it meant that the coordinates of the void god universe were in the Neoverse. Where's the home of the gods? Kujian asked. Lu Yin identified it for a long time before pointing. There. A white halo appeared around Kujian as he brought Lu Yin through the void towards the home of the gods. The home of the gods was built on the backs of gigantic statues, and it had a strange scenery. Rainbows hung in the sky, clouds drifted in the air, and bells rang out. Sacred birds and beasts played around, and a fragrance lingered in the sky. The statues were all enemies of the home of the gods. After being killed, they had transformed into giants and carried the home of the gods on their backs to atone for their sins. For example, Annihilation and the Violet God had transformed their faces into giants and carried the home of the gods on their backs. Countless people were kneeling beneath the statues, their gazes fanatical as they looked up at the sky as if they were looking at a god. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw this scene for the first time, and Ku Jian was the same. The void god universe wasn't a cultivation civilization, and it developed cultivation techniques, so there was no such thing as worship. Looking at the fanatical gazes of these people, Ku Jian felt as if he could kill them with a single sentence. This was something he had never experienced before. This is... Ku Jian was shocked. Although he had the strength of a half-ancestor, that was only because of his energy source. His body was far from that strength, and he didn't have the temperament to match his strength. He was even more shocked than Lu Yin had been when he first saw this. Lu Yin explained, "This is the home of the gods. They consider themselves gods and can create something out of nothing. They can create or erase anything. What they can do is something only gods can do." Ku Jian suppressed his shock. Create something out of nothing. Lu Yin replied, "It's a mysterious power. If Senior wants to see it, I can have them show it to you." As he spoke, Tai Yishan walked out of the home of the gods and laughed. "Brother 7, it's been a while. Where have you been?" "I went to a mysterious place, but let's not talk about that for now. Brother Tai Yishan, let me introduce you. This is Senior Ku Jian." His expression was solemn. "This is a half-ancestor senior." Tai Yishan was shocked. "Half-ancestor?" Ku Jian calmly looked at him. Tai Yishan looked at Ku Jian with a serious expression and stepped forward. "Junior Tai Yishan greets Senior Half-Ancestor." Ku Jian nodded. "Sorry to disturb you." Tai Yishan replied, "It's a great honor for Senior to come to the home of the gods. This way, please." Ku Jian glanced at Lu Yin and then walked towards the home of the gods. With the arrival of a half-ancestor, everyone with status in the home of the gods appeared, led by the mirror god. After a round of greetings, Lu Yin revealed his intentions. The mirror god chased everyone away, leaving only Tai Yishan behind. These resources aren't simple and are very difficult to obtain. Lu Yin asked, "Senior mirror god, with the home of the gods' abilities, is it difficult?" The mirror god and Tai Yishan exchanged glances before looking at Ku Jian. "If possible, we would naturally be willing to help Senior Ku Jian. However, these resources are under the control of the above heavens, so obtaining them is extremely difficult." "Difficult means that it's possible?" Ku Jian asked. The mirror god sighed. "In the past, there was no sect above the heavens in this region of space. The home of the gods was a colossus in the Neoverse, so it was easy for us to gather some resources. However, the sect above the heavens was established, and Tao Lord Lu controlled the entire fifth mainland. Not only that, but the statues in the home of the gods will also need to be removed." Tai Yishan's tone was unpleasant. Ku Jian was shocked. Lu Yin even cares about this. The mirror god smiled bitterly. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, "Senior mirror god, is there any way to obtain these resources?" The mirror god thought about it. There are always loopholes in any control. With the home of the gods' abilities, it's not impossible to obtain these resources, but the price is too high, and, before the mirror god could finish, Ku Jian smiled. "That's good. No matter the price, I can afford it as long as you can obtain the resources." The mirror god was astonished and looked at him suspiciously, but he remained silent. Tai Yishan was the same. Lu Yin looked at Ku Jian. "Senior, the price is one thing, but if it's exposed that we're collecting these resources, the home of the gods might be destroyed." Lu Yin is known for his ruthlessness. The mirror god bitterly replied, "That's how the violet god died." Tai Yishan gritted his teeth. It was because the violet god objected to Lu Yin entering the rune line ruins that she was killed. Lu Yin, this. Tai Yishan, mirror god scolded. Tai Yishan didn't dare to say anything else. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2581. Ku Jian frowned, and white energy suddenly erupted from him, sweeping through the home of the gods. I must obtain these resources, no matter the price. As he spoke, the entire home of the gods began to tremble under the pressure. Those kneeling were shocked, and they quickly begged for forgiveness. Mirror God, Supreme Immortal, and the rest suddenly felt the pressure increase, and the tables and chairs around them all shattered. Lu Yin hurriedly answered, Senior Ku Jian, they're my friends. Ku Jian's gaze turned cold, and he retracted his aura. Mirror God and the rest relaxed, but then they looked at Ku Jian with fear. A half-ancestor's strength is too terrifying. Senior Mirror God, I'm really sorry. Senior Ku Jian didn't mean to. He's facing a lot of pressure as well. Ku Jian continued, I'm from the hyperspace dimension. Lu Yin was stunned. Ku Jian said, there's no need to hide it. Compared to a mere heaven's path, my hyperspace dimension has helped them more. If they're exposed, they'll all follow me. Mirror God didn't understand. What's the hyperspace dimension? Senior, have you heard of the Six Direction Society? Mirror God asked. Supreme Immortal and Mirror God were shocked, and they retreated a few steps as they stared at Lu Yin warily. The Six Direction Society that the Heaven's Path ordered to capture. Ku Jian sneered. Lu Yin began to explain the situation with the Six Direction Society to the Mirror God and the others. It wasn't long before Mirror God understood. If anything happens, Senior Ku Jian has already promised to take you away. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Mirror God frowned in thought. Ku Jian didn't rush him and simply waited. After almost an hour, Mirror God said, if we go to the hyperspace dimension, can you give us freedom in the home of the gods? Ku Jian's expression relaxed. Of course. My hyperspace dimension won't restrict you. If you don't want to stay in the hyperspace dimension, I can apply to give you a parallel dimension. It might be small, but you'll be the masters of that dimension. How many resources do you need? Supreme Immortal asked. Lu Yin looked at Ku Jian. Ku Jian was solemn. The more, the better. Mirror God's breathing quickened. If we can get enough resources, will there be benefits? I mean, other than taking us to the hyperspace dimension. Ku Jian's eyes narrowed. What benefits do you want? Mirror God looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I'm not from transcendent spacetime, so I can't help you fight for anything. This is just a trade, but as a friend, I hope that you can gather as much as you can. Transcendent spacetime is far more powerful than this spacetime continuum, and if the fact that you're gathering resources isn't exposed, then that person might even be able to help you replace the above heaven sect. Ku Jian glanced at Lu Yin. How ambitious. I'll need to go back and ask for instructions, but the prerequisite is that you'll be able to obtain enough resources. Mirror God said confidently, Senior, you brought a lot of resources in our primordial space. Although they are controlled, with our ability, we can still obtain a lot without exposing ourselves. If we don't care about the cost, we can obtain several times more than what you need, or even more. Speaking up to this point, he felt strange. Does transdimensional not have these resources? If the home of the gods can get so many resources, then the Sirius sect and the Seven Courts can do the same. These resources don't seem to be particularly hard to get. Ku Jian left. The mirror deity's words filled him with confidence. It wasn't particularly rare. These 6 words were enough. He needed to consult. He ran. Lu Yin stayed behind. Tao Lord, these resources? Mirror God asked. Lu Yin asked. I have them, don't worry. Mirror God nodded. Tai-Ishan hesitated. Are you really going to transdimensional? Lu Yin teased. What, you don't want to leave this place? Tai-Ishan smiled bitterly. Of course not. Lu Yin reassured him. Don't worry, I'll be back. Besides, I won't be leaving so soon. In Lu Yin's plan, the Hexagon Society needed to be nibbled away at step by step. He wouldn't become enemies with the entire Hexagon Society, but he also wouldn't be suppressed by them. The next day, Ku Jian arrived with Hirant's conditions. If you have enough resources, I can guarantee a spot in the council for the home of the gods, Ku Jian said. Mirror God and Tai-Ishan didn't understand and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was delighted. Lady Hiran really said that. Of course, Ku Jian replied. Lu Yin quickly told them how generous the conditions were. And as long as you're exposed, transdimensional will definitely take you away. Even if Lu Yin tries to stop us, it'll be useless. 2 black energy sources are enough to deter him, Ku Jian said proudly. Mirror God raised a few more questions, and Ku Jian answered them one by one. It was obvious that Hiran was in a hurry and urgently needed resources. One last thing, Mirror God took a deep breath and said seriously, we'll only trade with Zijing. Ku Jian raised his brows. Zijing? Mirror God nodded. Ku Jian glanced at Lu Yin. Sure. Mirror God sighed. That's good. We believe in Senior's guarantee. Since that's the case, our home of the gods will immediately begin gathering resources. Ku Jian sighed inwardly as well. They had searched through many parallel universes, but aside from the Hexagon Society, none of them had all the resources they needed. At most, they only had a portion, and it was impossible to gather all the resources they needed. They had finally found the 3 sovereigns universe, but it had disappeared along with Mu Jun's disappearance. This had made Hiran furious, and now they had finally found it in the Genesis space. Even if it went against the Hexagon Society's principle of not touching the Genesis space, it didn't matter. Ku Jian didn't know the ultimate use of these resources, but he was certain that they could allow transdimensional to soar once again. This was evident from Hirant's attitude. For this, even paying a small price wouldn't be a problem. After the deal was done, Ku Jian was rather curious about the home of the gods' power and asked them to demonstrate it. When Ku Jian saw that the home of the gods could create all kinds of weapons out of nothing, including houses, mountains, and rivers, this kind of shock greatly satisfied Mirror God and the others. Even a half-step ancestor was shocked by their power. Ku Jian was truly shocked, and he felt as if his worldview had been toppled. Could something really be created out of nothing? None of the Hexagon Society's powers could create something out of nothing. What was going on with the home of the gods? When he met Hiran again, Ku Jian truthfully reported what he had seen. Hiran was astonished. Creating something out of nothing. Xian Qi, do you know how they did it? This is the power of the rune progenitor, so I'm not sure. If you want to know, you can move the home of the gods to transdimensional. Hiran's lips curled up. Interesting. There's such a power. He was sent back to the Hexagon Society by Yuting. Ku Jian reported Mirror God's condition to Hiran, who smiled and said, this is Xian Qi's little trick. He hopes to use the value of the home of the gods to increase Zijing's influence and give her a greater say in hyperspace. Ku Jian frowned. He frowned. Should I warn him? Hiran's gaze deepened. No need. Let him be. After all, he's your lover. She then grew doubtful. Had she guessed wrong? She had originally guessed that Xian Qi and Zijing might not be in that kind of relationship, but now it seemed that if Xian Qi was willing to risk his life for Zijing, then they might really be in that kind of relationship. After returning to the Hexagon training hall, Lu Yin remained quiet for a while until Suyu arrived. She was here to cause trouble. Xian, get out here. Su Yu shouted. He walked out. What's the matter? Su Yu bared her teeth. You took advantage of us capturing Ling Gong to capture Wendy Yushan and despicably obtain a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. How do you want to settle this debt? He rolled his eyes. I didn't ask you to capture Ling Gong. What does that have to do with me? Su Yu was furious. You're too despicable. He glared at her. Me? If you hadn't stopped me in the wood spirit region, would have obtained that lightning tree's innate gift. Back then, I thought that you had interfered because I destroyed your trial, but now that I think about it, did someone order you to deliberately destroy my wood innate gift? So that I wouldn't be able to join the wood dimension. Su Yu was furious. You're spouting nonsense. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You should be grateful that I'm not causing trouble for you. Go back and don't bother me. It's not that simple. That seat should be my brother's. Su Yu gritted her teeth. Nonsense. Lu Yin ignored her. Su Yu clenched her fists. You're asking for a beating. She then took out a stone jian and leapt forward. Everyone says that you're good at practicing battle techniques, but I don't believe it. Let's see how it goes. At that moment, a spear shot over from afar and pierced towards Su Yu. Su Yu turned around and swept out with her jian, knocking the spear aside. Who's there? Lu Yin looked over. Ling Gong walked over from afar, her spear returning to her hand as she coldly stared at Su Yu. Su Yu was shocked. You? What are you doing here? Ling Gong pointed her spear at Su Yu. I'll deal with you first, and then I'll deal with your brother. The spear then turned into a beam of white light that pierced towards Su Yu. Su Yu raised her brows. You're courting death. Bang! There was a loud bang as sparks scattered in all directions. Each spark distorted space and left behind a deep burn mark. Su Yu and Ling Gong were both pushed back at the same time. This attack had been evenly matched. Su Yu came from the Void God spacetime and cultivated Void God's power. Based on the strength of her Void God's power, she was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's emissary level. Although Ling Gong had yet to break through to become an emissary, she was already adept at challenging those who were stronger than her. When the 10 arbiters had first appeared, she had clearly only been a hunter, but she had been able to fight against an enlighter. Now, she had cultivated to 43 cycles, which was enough for her to challenge an emissary. These were the 10 arbiters, powerhouses who had suppressed an entire era. If not for Lu Yin's sudden rise, the 10 arbiters would forever be legends of the innerverse and outerverse, and they would not be much weaker than the geniuses of the neoverse. This was the hexagon training grounds, so Su Yu could not use her energy source, and Ling Gong could not use her fog. She also could not use her microarray weapons and other external items. The two figures fought fiercely, and their speed was so fast that those who had been attracted to the fight could not even see them clearly. Su Yu's expression turned serious, as she had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. In the Genesis space, she and Su Ji had successfully ambushed Ling Gong because Xiao Qingfeng had been exposed during the trial. They had not wanted to attract the attention of the Lingling clan, so they had taken down Ling Gong with a sneak attack. Now that they were fighting fairly, Su Yu was surprised to find that she was having a hard time defeating Ling Gong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2582. Impossible. Su Yu considered herself to be one of the top powerhouses of her generation in the Void God universe. How could she not be able to take down this androgynous fellow? Similarly, Ling Gong was surprised as well. Back in the Fifth Mainland, she had been notified by Lu Yin and willingly allowed herself to be captured. Even if she had been prepared, Suji and Suyu could still capture her with their combined strength. She just hadn't expected Suyu to be so powerful alone. The two of them fought for half an hour, but there was still no clear winner. Luin watched on with interest, as it seemed like they were about to get serious. Suyu used her void god technique, and multiple void gods flew out of her cosmic ring. The most powerful one had twice the power of her void god power. This was how the void god civilization fought. Lingong spat out blood from the void god's attacks, and she had no choice but to use soul splitting. She split herself into 3, each with the same strength as her main body. Suyu was dumbfounded when she saw soul splitting. How could such a thing happen? The people who had been attracted to the battle were also dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaodao had come as well. He had come to ask Suyu for guidance on void god power, and he happened to see this scene. What a battle technique, he shouted, startling everyone around him. Lingong's soul-splitting made it so that Suyu's void gods didn't know who to attack. She didn't have that many void gods to attack, so Lingong took this opportunity to thrust her spear at Suyu's lower abdomen. At the critical moment, blue flames surged out of Suyu's head and burned the sky. The heat wave that came towards her made Lingong feel a fatal sense of danger, and she quickly retreated. Suyu glared at her. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my blue phoenix. Lingong felt her scalp go numb as a terrifying pressure accompanied by a heat wave assaulted her, making it difficult for her to approach Suyu. At that moment, the pressure that Suyu was exerting on her suddenly increased. 3 times. 5 times. Or how much? Luin frowned, as this was the void god civilization's trick. Using a void god that was several times stronger than their own to pressure Lingong, it was like Lingong was fighting against Suyu, who was several times stronger than her. In particular, the blue phoenix's flames were everywhere. No matter how he looked at it, Lingong had no chance of winning. Suyu waved her hand, and the blue phoenix cried out as flames that swept towards Lingong. Lingong's eyes widened. She was White's white knight. B. The heavenly palace appeared, grand and magnificent. The sound of bells echoed, shaking everyone's hearts. Suyu raised her head. What the hell was this? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lingong had the innate gift of Heaven Palace, and her 10 innate gifts combined could suppress anything. Few people at the same level could defeat her, and even Suyu, who was several times stronger than her, could still be suppressed by Heaven Palace. The blue phoenix rushed towards the Heavenly Palace and set it on fire. Lingong's face was pale. He would never admit defeat. The Heavenly Palace suppressed him. Flames shot up from the palace and burned in all directions, turning the sky blue. Suyu's body shook. She actually felt the pressure from the Heavenly Palace. She looked at the Spirit Palace and wondered how this woman was so strong. Was this the prodigy of the origin space? The palace was burned, and the Spirit Palace coughed up blood. Its unyielding will made the sound of the bell even more resounding. Every sound of the bell made Suyu's heart tremble. Blood flowed from her ears, and she covered her ears. As the sound of the bell reverberated, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She opened her arms, and the thunder exploded. It turned into a tree and blasted towards the Spirit Palace. Lingong stared at the descending lightning and raised his spear high to block it. With a boom, the earth shook. The Spirit Palace was blasted away by the lightning. Luin looked at Suyu. He had never thought that Luozong would fail under that lightning tree, but she would succeed. This was her foundation. It was a showdown. In comparison, Lingong, who had always stayed in the Fifth Mainland, was at a disadvantage against Suyu. It was rare for such an exciting battle to occur in the Hexagon training grounds. Suyu panted heavily as she looked at the Spirit Palace with admiration. Above her head, the heavenly palace's light dimmed as the blue phoenix flew out of the palace and entered the nest. Su Yu's body swayed, and she was shocked. The blue phoenix had used up so much of its void god's power. Across from her, the spirit palace propped himself up with his spear and stared at Su Yu. His body was covered in burn marks, and he seemed to be heavily injured. "You've lost," Su Yu said in a low voice. Her tone was very weak, and she no longer had her initial disdain. She respected this person, as his unyielding determination and the magnificence of the heavenly palace had shocked her greatly. Ling Gong slowly pulled out his spear and pointed it at Su Yu, approaching her step by step. Su Yu frowned. "You've lost. Don't force yourself." The mask on Ling Gong's face fell off, revealing her beautiful face. Her appearance was not as cold as her temperament. Instead, she seemed like a little girl next door. Lu Yin had been greatly surprised at the start of the battle, and now, everyone was equally astonished. Jiang Xiaodao's mouth fell open. What the hell? Su Yu stared blankly. Although they had captured Ling Gong, he had always been dressed as a white knight, and they had never seen him before. Now that they saw him, they felt the same as Jiang Xiaodao, as if they had seen a ghost. Ling Gong's appearance was just too deceiving. "You've lost," Ling Gong said coldly. Su Yu did not react. "What did you say?" At that moment, the spirit palace in front of her dissipated. This was Soul Splitter. Su Yu was shocked, and she quickly turned around, only to see the cold tip of a spear pressed against her throat. Her life was in her hands. All around, everyone fell silent. Su Yu had actually lost to that hostage from the primordial space. "You!" Su Yu could not believe it. Ling Gong lowered his spear and propped himself up to prevent himself from falling. Su Yu was indignant, and she glared at Ling Gong. "Despicable." Ling Gong raised a brow. Lu Yin spoke up. "Is that all you know?" Su Yu glared at Lu Yin. "Move aside. Don't ask for a beating." Ling Gong was asking for a beating. She looked at Lu Yin as well. "Move aside. This is an order." Su Yu was bewildered. Where had this order come from? Lu Yin was speechless. This guy really could not change his catchphrase. Jiang Xiaodao came over and looked at Ling Gong fervently. "Sister, that cloning battle technique of yours is very powerful. Teach me." Ling Gong frowned. "Scram." Su Yu glared at Jiang Xiaodao. "Move aside." She then looked at Ling Gong. "I lost because I was careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to beat me in your current state." Lu Yin replied, "She hasn't learned anything yet. Let's wait until she learns about the Six Direction Association civilization." Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin. "Is that the strange technique from before?" Lu Yin smiled. "Not only that, but you'll also gain an innate gift of wood and an energy source. Right, there's also the monarch's aura, which can be used to strengthen weapons. Speaking of which, it's really suitable for you to learn the monarch's aura. It's useful." Ling Gong's eyes lit up. Su Yu said, "Don't listen to him. The monarch's aura is the weakest power of the Six Direction Association civilization. I don't want you to have an excuse after I beat you." Of course, Ling Gong would listen to Lu Yin. Although his words seemed to be joking, there was actually a hidden meaning behind them. The monarch's aura was definitely suitable for her. Su Ji arrived and checked on Su Yu's injuries. When he saw that she was fine, he asked about the results of the battle. "We'll set a time for another round," Su Ji said to Ling Gong. Ling Gong looked at him. "I'll compete with you this time." Su Yu rolled her eyes. "Stop bragging. My brother can beat 10 of me." Ling Gong's eyes trembled. If that was the case, then she really wasn't his match. After the battle ended, the other areas were also bustling with activity. Someone was looking for trouble with Wen Sansi after being trapped by his literary prison. Wen Sansi wanted to find trouble with He Shu, but He Shu's red energy source had a power level of over 1,000,000, so he couldn't retaliate at all. However, he couldn't find He Shu, and He Shu didn't plan on fighting him. Shui Dainai didn't look for the person who had captured her. Instead, she immediately joined the Lost Tao Academy, as she was very interested in the Lost Tao Academy's power. Wendy Yushan went to the Reincarnation Tao Academy. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the primordial space had extended to the Six Direction training arenas as well. As a result, those in the Six Direction training arenas weren't very friendly towards Ling Gong and the others. How many people in the Six Direction training arenas could defeat Ling Gong and the others? Almost all of them were in the great training arenas. After a period of commotion, many people were taught a lesson, and the dust settled once more. Lu Yin was looking forward to the results of Wendy Yushan and the others' learning of the Six Direction Association civilization. He believed that he would hear news soon. As for Lu Yin himself, he needed to go into seclusion and study the power of his heart, the void god's power, the wood spacetime's power, and the reincarnation spacetime star energy. He felt that although all of the power in his body was concentrated in his heart, it was still somewhat chaotic, and he needed to sort it out properly. But how was he supposed to sort it out? He looked at the fate sand in his heart, the rivers on the continent, and the blooming buds, and fell into deep thought. Before he knew it, gray had replaced everything. Lu Yin suddenly reacted and looked up, only to see a familiar figure appear in front of him. He stood up excitedly. Master! How many years had it been? If he didn't count the 20 years he had spent traveling through spacetime, it had been 10 years since he last saw Mr. Mu. 10 years wasn't a long time for cultivators, but Lu Yin had only been in seclusion for a few years at most. To him, 10 years was a very long time. He had thought that he would meet Mr. Mu again one day, but he hadn't expected to meet him here at the Six Direction training arenas. Mr. Mu was still as calm as ever, but this time, he looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. I didn't expect you to come here. Lu Yin stared blankly at Mr. Mu, as this was something that he should have said. Master, why are you here? To see you. Mr. Mu's response was very calm. It was just like when he had met Mr. Mu in the astral tree domain. Mr. Mu's reply had been, I wanted to come, so I came. When he had met Mr. Mu in the technocracy, Mr. Mu's reply had left Lu Yin speechless. I was just passing by. That was all. The answer now was, how should I put it, as expected of Mr. Mu. Lu Yin suppressed the excitement in his heart. Master, do you know about the Six Direction Society? Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin deeply. It's been a while, but your power has changed. This was what Lu Yin was worried about. Master, how has my power changed? I feel like it's becoming more and more complicated. You once said that I only needed to cultivate each power to the peak, and you also said that this was my path. But I'm stupid, and I still don't know how to walk down this path. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin's heart. It's very complicated. Lu Yin's heart sank, and his face paled. Even Mr. Mu said that it was complicated. He hadn't even said that back in the technocracy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2583. Actually, Lu Yin was very confident about the power in his heart, even though it was mixed. This was because it could dissolve the divine martial qi and other powers. It could be considered as the unification of 10,000 Daos, and it was incomparably powerful. He hoped to hear praise from Mr. Mu, and not just the word mixed. He hoped to be able to walk his own path under Mr. Mu's guidance. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. Everything in the universe operates according to a unique order. Matter, power, laws, even opportunities, disasters, and so on. Everything that appears can be traced back to the source, and even the most chaotic of powers can be included in this order. Your power is filled with limitless possibilities, and although it is chaotic, it encompasses everything. Lu Yin was hopeful. Does this mean that I can continue cultivating? Mr. Mu praised, continue. I'm also curious as to how far you'll go in the future. Your path is different from everyone else's. Different? Lu Yin was puzzled. He recalled Mr. Mu's words and asked, Master, you mentioned that everything in the universe operates according to a unique order. Can I understand this order as a sequence of particles? Mr. Mu was surprised. Sequence of particles. Lu Yin explained what Zi Jing had explained about sequence of particles to Mr. Mu. After listening to the explanation, Mr. Mu sighed. Human intelligence is truly boundless. To be able to analyze the essence of everything in the universe in such a way. That's right, this sequence of particles is the power of a progenitor. Lu Yin had naturally guessed that once one could influence this sequence of particles, it would be equivalent to influencing the universe. This was the equivalent of changing the heavens and the earth. When you stepped into the world of cultivation, you continuously came into contact with powers that surpassed your own level. You were enlightened by the hunting war, and you were enlightened by fighting envoys. Now, you can even fight a half-progenitor as an envoy and challenge a progenitor. Your experience and knowledge have always transcended realms. I thought that even if you could borrow the power of a progenitor or even fight against it, you wouldn't be able to understand it. I never thought that you would be able to comprehend it in such a way. I don't know if this is good or bad for you. Lu Yin asked, if hyperspace really does control the power of sequence of particles, does that mean that they can mass-produce progenitors? Mr. Mu retorted, what does this question mean to you? Lu Yin said bluntly, if it's really possible, then I would like to master this method. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. I won't interfere with their research. Perhaps it can be done. Sometimes, a person's power is unknown to them. Even a progenitor can't see through their own power. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, could this be the dividing line? Mr. Mu gave a rare laugh. You're becoming more and more intelligent. Lu Yin humbly replied, it's all thanks to Master's teachings. Mr. Mu shook his head. I didn't teach you anything. I only appeared this time because I wanted to fulfill my responsibility as your master. However, the changes in the form of your power have greatly exceeded my expectations. There is no one in this universe who can point you in the right direction. You can only rely on yourself. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Self-comprehension. It's too difficult. Mr. Mu replied, you can do it. The root of wisdom tea you used in the past was pretty good, but as time went on, the root of wisdom tea was unable to give you any self-enlightenment. There are some realms that even Huiwen cannot reach or change. This is the Six Paths Association, so perhaps the Grand Empyrean Tea Party is suitable for you. Lu Yin was shocked. Master knows about the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Why wouldn't you know? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin blinked. Master, why did you never mentioned the Six Paths Association? Mr. Mu replied, so what if you did? Unless something unexpected happened, even with your current power level, you would not need to know about the Six Paths Association. The Six Paths Association does not actively affect the primordial space, and the primordial space does not need to pay attention to the Six Paths Association. The Six Paths Association is a combination of two entities working together to fight against the Eternals, but they are also independent entities. Does Master know about the banishment of my Lu family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Mr. Mu nodded. Yes. Then. Lu Yin wanted to ask why Mr. Mu had not told him, but then he thought about what Mr. Mu had just said. There was no need to even mention the Six Paths Association, so how could Mr. Mu have told him? Mr. Mu raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's head. This was a rare act of intimacy. Even though Lu Yin had long since matured and had the power level of a progenitor, he would always be the young man in front of Mr. Mu. Whenever Lu Yin encountered a crisis that he could not resolve, the first person he thought of was Mr. Mu. Although Mr. Mu was not his father, he was more like one. It must be tiring for you to shoulder the burden of the Lu family alone, Mr. Mu lamented. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Not at all. Mr. Mu lowered his hand and waved it gently, causing a colorful path to appear in the distance. Lu Yin saw people walking along the path, laughing, crying, struggling for their lives, or indulging in luxury. Humans are complicated, and they have emotions and desires. People can have feelings or hate in their relationships, and there is no need to hide them. If you have feelings, express them, and if you hate them, vent them. That is what it means to be human, a person of flesh and blood. If you want revenge, Master will not stop you, but you must never lose your sense of responsibility. The colorful path continued to extend, and Lu Yin saw a statue of himself on earth. He saw countless people worshipping him, looking at him with reverence. The fanaticism in their eyes almost melted his heart. These people truly revered and worshipped him. This scene was not limited to just Earth. Statues of him appeared on planets all over the fifth mainland, each one like a dot of light that pierced through the entire continent. Child, when you grow up, you must serve the Tao Master and protect this universe. Go, cultivate, join the above heaven sect, and protect the Tao Master. The reason why our family can continue to cultivate is because of the Tao Master's grace. From now on, the first rule of our family is to always be loyal to the Tao Master and fight for him. Countless voices echoed in Lu Yin's ears, and he heard the fanatical roars and saw the passionate gazes. His heart surged with passion. He knew that he was revered on the fifth mainland, but he had never felt this way before. Countless people looked at him, worshipped him, and swore to protect him. This was a promise that someone cared about him and was willing to use their lives to protect him. No matter how you seek revenge, you must never lose your sense of responsibility as a human. They are your responsibility. Mr. Mu retracted his hand, and the colorful path disappeared. A familiar gray appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes once again. Lu Yin took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Mr. Mu. This disciple understands. I will not disappoint Master. Mr. Mu smiled. I cannot guide you on your future path, but I will do my best to protect you. You can go to the Grand Empyrean tea party as you wish, and the Grand Empyrean will not act against you. Lu Yin suddenly looked up, hearing the confidence in Mr. Mu's voice. Mr. Mu's tone was calm, but he had said something that no one in the Six Directions Society or the primordial space had dared to say. This disciple understands. Lu Yin was excited. Then, Master, are you not going to Immemorial City? The gray suddenly dissipated, and Mr. Mu's figure blurred. When you become a progenitor, Master will tell you the truth about this universe. Mr. Mu's figure then completely vanished. Lu Yin shouted, Master, wait. This disciple still has questions. However, everything returned to normal. The gray was gone, and so was Mr. Mu. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he had too many questions to ask. Immemorial City, the flames that had burned the Book of Destiny, how Ming Yan had been saved, the burial garden, and the only true God. These were things that only someone at Mr. Mu's level could know, but Mr. Mu had not given him the chance. Was it really as Mr. Mu had said, that he had to become a progenitor to know these things? At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood how fortunate he had been to have Mr. Mu as his master. He now understood how ordinary all those opportunities had been in Mr. Mu's eyes, and he also understood the disparity between him and Mr. Mu. From the very beginning, Lu Yin had stood at an unparalleled height, one that was even higher than the Liu family. Liu Yin let out a long breath. It did not matter anymore, as Mr. Mu's arrival had solved the problem that he had been most concerned about. The Grand Empyreans would not act against him, which allowed Liu Yin to relax. As long as he could ensure that the Grand Empyreans did not act against him, he did not fear anyone else. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 6 Daos were comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos from the era of the above heaven, Liu Yin would not have to face them head-on. The ones he feared the most were still the Grand Empyreans. Since Mr. Mu had only ensured that the Grand Empyreans would not act against him, that meant that Liu Yin still had a chance against the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. This conjecture made Liu Yin feel much less apprehensive about the reincarnation spacetime. Perhaps it was not impossible for him to go to the reincarnation spacetime. Just as he had resolved his worries about going to the reincarnation spacetime, Shi Jiao had arrived. Liu Yin's eyes lit up. This time, he did not plan on rejecting the Grand Stone Gate's invitation. However, fate seemed to be playing a joke on Liu Yin. Shi Jiao had not come to invite him, but rather to inform him that someone had already inherited the position of the Great Stone Saint. Someone has become the new Great Stone Saint. Liu Yin exclaimed. Shi Jiao's expression did not look too good, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable grief. The Great Stone Saint died in battle, and the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages could not be left vacant. The Grand Empyrean bestowed the position to someone else. Liu Yin was speechless. He had just been prepared to accept the Grand Stone Gate's invitation, but now, something unexpected had happened. They did not want him anymore. What was this? Shi Jiao was somewhat apologetic. Xian Qi, although the position of the Great Stone Saint has already been inherited, if you are willing, you can still join the Grand Stone Gate. I guarantee that I will find you the best master or recommend you to other powerhouses. With your talent, you will definitely succeed in becoming a disciple of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Liu Yin replied, Senior, there is no need to blame yourself. I just want to know how Senior Great Stone Saint died in battle. Senior is a hero of the human race. If I am lucky enough to become a powerhouse in the future, I will definitely find a way to avenge Senior Great Stone Saint. Shi Jiao looked at Liu Yin with a strange light in her eyes. She had thought that Liu Yin would be furious since the promised position of the Great Stone Saint was gone. No one would be able to accept losing a powerhouse's position for nothing. She had not expected him to care about the Great Stone Saint's matter. Not everyone in the Grand Stone Gate was like this. Compared to the others, Xian Qi's awareness was much higher. I finally understand why Su Xiangyin cares so much about you, Shi Jiao sighed. When you said that you refused the position of the Great Stone Saint to repay Su Xiangyin's kindness, I did not believe you and guessed that there might be other reasons. Now, I believe you. Xian Qi, it is the Grand Stone Gate's loss that we did not let you inherit the position of Great Stone Saint. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2584. Liu Yin replied, Since this is the Grand Empyrean's arrangement, there must be a reason for it. I just want to know how Senior Stone Saint died in battle. Of course, he cared about this. One of the reasons he had joined the Six Direction Association was to learn more about the eternal strength. It was impossible for the Eternals to only have 7 progenitors in the 7 sky gods. The Six Direction Association, along with the other parallel spacetimes and the primordial space, had quite a few progenitors. Even so, they were still suppressed by the Eternals. Shi Jiao's eyes dimmed. Stone Saint died at Qing Kong's hands. Liu Yin was shocked. Qing Kong. That dreamlike bubble. Shi Jiao nodded. Tu Shuangshuang, who captured you, was Qing Kong's disciple. Qing Kong is very mysterious, and no one knows his identity, not even his gender. He's best at finding weaknesses. Stone Saint was the closest to death out of the reincarnation spacetime's 9 sages, and Ching Kong targeted him. Unfortunately, Lotus Sovereign was unable to save him in time. Over the years, no less than 3 progenitors have died at Ching Kong's hands. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Killing at least 3 progenitors? What kind of concept was that? Lu Yin had to team up with Mu Xia and Elder Chan just to deal with Mu Jun. Progenitors were very difficult to deal with, especially those who were focused on escaping. They could escape by tearing through the void, but Ching Kong had managed to kill 3 of them. Even the Grand Empyrean can't find Ching Kong. Lu Yin did not understand. Shi Zhao explained, the Grand Empyrean's opponent is the only true God, and the one chasing after Ching Kong is the sanctification. However, they have not been able to track him down after so many years. Instead, Ching Kong instigated Tu Shuangshuang to defect. This matter has made the sanctification the laughingstock of the entire reincarnation spacetime. At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xian Qi, are you interested in becoming a sanctification? Lu Yin was surprised. A sanctification? Shi Zhao whispered. Tu Shuangshuang was instigated by Ching Kong, and Xiao Qingfeng and the others were captured. This caused dissatisfaction in various spacetimes, and even Xiao Qingfeng's master, Sovereign Xiao Yin, reported this to the Grand Empyrean. There are rumors that the sanctification will be stripped of their positions, and once that happens, the position will be taken by someone else. Right now, many people are trying their best to join the ranks of the Divine Transformation Realm. Once the position of the Divine Transformation Realm is taken away, they will most likely inherit it. Lu Yin shook his head. I still want to join the Void God's universe. Without the position of the Great Stone Saint, Shi Zhao couldn't persuade Lu Yin so naturally, but she still said, it's a good thing that you're a loyal person, but in the world of cultivation, it could easily become a fatal flaw. Xian Qi, Su Xiangyin is very good to you, but there's a limit to what he can give you. Even if he recommends an extremely strong person to you as a teacher, the possibility of you becoming a void god is very low because of Su Wang's attack. Lu Yin wanted to say something, but Shi Zhao cut him off. Or to put it another way, you can help Su turn to Yin. Lu Yin was confused. Help Senior Su Xiangyin? Shi Zhao asked, do you know about the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's eyes trembled. I do. Apparently, it's the place where the Six Direction Association and the Eternals fight. Shi Zhao nodded, her eyes filled with melancholy and lingering fear. That's right. The endless battlefield is a place where the Six Direction Association connects many desolate parallel spacetimes to form a barrier outside the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetimes. It's the main battlefield against the Eternals. No matter who it is, they have to enter the endless battlefield at regular intervals, and even extreme powerhouses are no exception. Since ancient times, no less than 20 extreme powerhouses have died in the endless battlefield. The Great Stone Saint died in the endless battlefield, and Su Xiangyin is nearing the age limit to enter the endless battlefield. Once he enters the endless battlefield, his life and death will no longer be in his own hands. If you really want to help him, then become a powerhouse as quickly as possible and enter the endless battlefield to protect his life. Otherwise, with his strength, it will be difficult for him to return alive. Don't think that the higher your cultivation, the better your chances of survival. There are some battles that only people at our level can participate in. Su Xiangyin was lucky enough to return alive last time, but that might not be the case this time. Lu Yin lowered his head. The endless battlefield was also known as the 100 Alliance battlefield. The Six Direction Association had unearthed 62 parallel spacetime civilizations, either allying with them or conquering them and pulling them into the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was even more intense than the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime, and there were all sorts of civilizations and wars. Lu Yin had heard about it not long after arriving at the Sixth Direction training hall from Luo Lao. According to Luo Lao, he would rather die than go to the endless battlefield. If he went, he would not be able to return. In reality, the endless battlefield was equivalent to the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree. The astral tree had the mother tree and unlimited kinetic energy to keep the Eternals outside, while the endless battlefield was the Sixth Direction Association's mother tree and unlimited kinetic energy. The Sixth Direction Association had filled the endless battlefield with too many people, and they had allied with various parallel spacetimes to fight to the death against the Eternals. That was how they had been able to keep most of the Eternals' forces outside the Sixth Direction Association. Otherwise, the Sixth Direction Association would not be in its current state. Back when the Undying God had been trapped by the ancestral Mang, the seven sky gods had come to his rescue, and the Sixth Direction Association had reclaimed their lost territory. This had forced the Eternals to retreat from the astral tree. They could not completely lose their territory in the Sixth Direction Association's parallel spacetime, or else it would be very difficult to fight their way back because of the endless battlefield. If the Eternals had only lost their territory in the Sixth Direction Association's parallel spacetime without the endless battlefield as a barrier, then the Eternals would not have cared so much. Overall, the astral tree situation was much better than the Sixth Direction Association's, as the mother tree and unlimited kinetic energy were able to completely isolate the Eternals. Very few people from the endless battlefield could return, so the outside world did not know much about it. They only knew that it was a land of death. Our reincarnation spacetime has 39 sages, and 5 of them are in the endless battlefield, not to mention the other spacetimes. You can imagine how terrifying the endless battlefield is, Shi Jiao said. Lu Yin looked up with a resolute gaze. This junior understands. If possible, this junior will fight for the position of sanctification. Shi Jiao smiled. That's good. She had her own reasons for advising Lu Yin to fight for the position of sanctification. Based on Lu Yin's behavior, Shi Jiao felt that she had treated him quite well. Once he became an extreme powerhouse, she would have another backer. Compared to having an extreme powerhouse as a backer in the future, it was much more worth it to say a few more words and use her brain. By the way, Senior, who will inherit the Great Stone Saint's position? Lu Yin was curious. Although he had no intention of inheriting the position, this person had basically robbed him of his opportunity, which made him quite unhappy. Shi Jiao frowned. I don't know. Lu Yin was shocked. You don't know? Shi Jiao said in a low voice, this person is not from our reincarnation spacetime, but no one in the Great Stone sect knows where he came from or where he came from. Probably only a few people like the Grand Empyrean know. Lu Yin grunted and did not pay too much attention to it. The Stone Gate 8 Hands and the Stone Mace technique will soon be removed from the Reincarnation Tao Academy and replaced by the Heavenly Transformation Technique, Shi Jiao reminded him. You should be able to see how important the reincarnation time and space is to the Sixth Direction Dojo. Whoever abdicates will have their power appear here. This is equivalent to telling everyone that this seat can appear from the Sixth Direction Dojo. This is also why I was certain that you were very likely to inherit the position of the Great Stone Saint. That's why. It's still the same even now. Properly cultivate the heavenly conversion technique and attract the attention of the reincarnation spacetime. The Grand Empyreans might look over here. Her last sentence made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Being seen by a Grand Empyrean. How could that be? His death mask could fool Bai Xing, but it definitely could not fool a Grand Empyrean. He did not know how many powerhouses in the Sixth Direction training grounds could see through his death mask, which made him especially wary. Shi Jiao quickly left. She was right. A few days later, the Reincarnation Tao Academy's entry technique was changed to the Heavenly Conversion Technique, and the Stone Gate 8 Hands and the Stone Truncheon Technique were removed. This move caused the six-direction training grounds to erupt into an uproar, and countless people looked at the Reincarnation Tao Academy with longing. News that the holiness transformation technique could be replaced had long since spread. Now, anyone who could cultivate the heavenly conversion technique well would have a chance to become a holiness transformation technique in the future. Although the holiness transformation technique could be replaced, no one knew how long it would take. Since the heavenly conversion technique was placed in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, many people believed that they had enough time to cultivate it. Instantly, everyone rushed to the Reincarnation Tao Academy, including those from the Grand Path training grounds. The heavenly conversion technique was a holiness transformation technique that could dissolve all forms of energy, absorb it, and transform it into one's own strength. Tu Shuangshuang could rely on the heavenly conversion technique to fight against Xiao Qingfeng and the others. She could even suppress Jiang Shaodao, which showed how powerful this technique was. The appearance of the heavenly conversion technique attracted even Su Xiangyin. In Su Xiangyin's words, the stone gate no longer fought over Lu Yin, as Lu Yin was practically someone from the void God universe. Su Xiangyin urged Lu Yin to cultivate well and find an opportunity to bring him to the void God universe to meet Senior Su Wuwei. Lu Yin was very curious about Su Wuwei's strength, mainly because he wanted to find out if Su Wuwei could see through Death Mask's disguise. Senior Su Wuwei. Su Xiangyin raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence. He's one of the oldest powerhouses in the Void God universe. In terms of age, he should be second only to the Void Master. When he heard this, Lu Yin was certain that he could not meet Su Wuwei. That would be courting death, as this person was definitely not below by Wang Yuan and the others. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to be confident that Death Mask would not be seen through. The method of not meeting Su Wuwei was simple: learn the heavenly conversion technique, and the better one learned it, the more competition there would be. If the stone gate could compete with Su Xiangyin, then so could the holiness transformation technique. Lu Yin ended his seclusion with anticipation and walked out. A jade stone fell to the ground, containing a portion of the heavenly conversion technique's cultivation method. With Lu Yin's current cultivation, he could easily master the reincarnation spacetime's battle techniques and cultivate them at an astonishing speed. For example, the stone gate's 8 hands could frighten even the stone saint if he wanted to. That was what he thought when he saw the sudden appearance of the heavenly conversion technique. However, when he actually saw the heavenly conversion technique's cultivation method, he was stunned. Even if he did not have his current cultivation, he could still cultivate it quickly. Wasn't this the same cultivation method as lock-breaking? Lock-breaking required one to decompose star energy to retrieve treasures. One's control of star energy had to be ever-changing, and one had to be able to clearly see the star energy of a sealed treasure and use it to resolve it. The heavenly conversion technique followed the same principle. It required one to analyze the nature of an opponent's power in the shortest amount of time and then use one's own power to resolve or even absorb it and turn it into one's own power. Thank you. Yuanfei 1985 Muzu A Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2585. The cosmic conversion technique seemed powerful, but as long as one's control reached a certain level, they could easily learn it. This was the essence of the cosmic conversion technique. It seemed simple, but the most difficult part was that one's control over their own power had to reach a level where they could neutralize an enemy's power. This level was equivalent to the fifth mainland's lockbreakers, the heavenly intelligence realm. A lockbreaker's control over star energy was divided into minute, cloudwalker, heavenly intelligence, divine eye, profound creation, and world. The heavenly intelligence realm seemed to be the third realm, but how many lockbreakers in the fifth mainland had reached this level? When Lu Yin had first met Ku Wei, he hadn't even reached the heavenly intelligence realm, and Ku Wei had only reached that level at most. The most difficult part of the cosmic conversion technique was that one's control of star energy had to reach the heavenly intelligence realm. The further one progressed, the higher the requirements for star energy control. Lu Yin estimated that Tu Shuang's control of star energy had probably reached the divine eye realm or even the profound creation realm, which was why she had been able to suppress Jiang Xiaodao and the others. Lu Yin put away the jade and looked into the distance. The people from the Reincarnation Tao Academy must be very happy. The cosmic conversion technique's appearance gave them a chance to try to become a saint as long as they displayed enough talent. Unfortunately, one had to be at the heavenly intelligence realm to enter the technique, and many people who joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy couldn't even reach that level. Lu Yin rushed over to the place where he had used the stone door's 8 hands. The stone wall there had been removed, and in its place were spheres of star energy that rotated at high speed and distorted one's vision. This was the entrance exam for the cosmic conversion technique. As long as one could neutralize the star energy spheres, one would be considered a beginner. It was similar to the 5th mainland's entrance exam for lockbreakers, but the one before him had been called a starburst sphere. When Lu Yin arrived, many people had already gathered. Shi Hong, Cui Yu, and Ji Xiao were all there. Even Su Yu, Mu Mu, and the others had come to learn the cosmic conversion technique. Regardless of whether or not they wanted to become a saint, it was always good to learn another technique. Star energy spheres were distributed according to the number of people in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, and the people from the Tao Academy naturally took up many spots. Lu Yin had arrived late and didn't have a single sphere. He looked around and saw that many people had snatched 2 spheres. Su Yu had even snatched 3, and she was looking at him provocatively. Someone came late and doesn't have a sphere. What do we do? Do you want to snatch it? Su Yu teased. There were quite a few people watching, and many of them heaved sighs of relief when they saw that Lu Yin didn't have a star bowl. They were truly shocked by his innate gift. He had always been able to gain entry to any academy in the shortest amount of time. They were afraid that he would be able to do the same with the one sky conversion technique. If he displayed a monstrous talent and attracted the attention of the reincarnation spacetime, they would definitely not be able to compete with him. This was for the best. He wouldn't even be able to study. Lu Yin looked at Su Yu. Why did you snatch 3? Su Yu raised her head. I'm willing. What can you do about it? Even in her dreams, she wanted to beat him up. Back in the wood spirit realm, he had cowered, and he had been obstructed by that spirit palace. The more she couldn't beat him up, the more annoyed she felt. It was a thorn in her heart. Lu Yin didn't plan on arguing with her, but someone else attacked. It was Wendy Yushan. She had joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy and had just arrived. When she heard Su Yu's words, she raised her sword and attacked. Su Yu hadn't expected Wendy Yushan to suddenly attack, and she quickly retreated. Are you crazy? Wendy Yushan was still wearing her white, tight-fitting jacket that was trimmed with gold, and she looked exceptionally heroic. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she exuded a tranquil and simple aura. Hand them over. Su Yu weighed them. There were 3 star energy balls. These? Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm. Su Yu sneered. Who do you think you are? Why should I hand them over just because you want me to? It had been a few days since Wendy Yushan had joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy. At first, there had been people who had tried to cause trouble for her, but later on, due to their fear of her strength and her beautiful appearance, not only had no one tried to cause trouble for her, but she even had a group of suitors. Now that she was facing off against Su Yu, someone immediately advised her, Wendy, don't stand out. We have star energy balls here if you want them. Don't fight with Su Yu. Wendy, Su Yu is very strong. Don't fight her head on. Wendy. Lu Yin was speechless when he heard the shouts of the people around him. This was the preferential treatment that only beauties received, and the Spirit Palace and Joie Day Night probably weren't that bad either. Wendy Yushan stood there with her sword in hand, her valiant and heroic appearance causing many of the men around her to feel tempted. Hand them over immediately. Suyu raised her brows. I left the Spirit Palace, and now you're here. I see that you people from the primordial space don't know your limits, so I'll teach you a lesson. She then took out her stone jian and stepped forward to face Wendy Yushan. The jian swept through the universe, and Wendy Yushan's sword was domineering as 10,000 swords combined into one. Compared to the Spirit Palace, Wendy Yushan's realm was slightly weaker. She had been far inferior to the Spirit Palace back in the Fifth Mainland, and although Lu Yin had provided her with resources that had allowed her to improve quite a bit, she still could not make up for the gap between her and the Spirit Palace. She was still inferior to the Spirit Palace, let alone Suyu. However, that was under the premise that Wendy Yushan did not use her innate gift. Her innate gift was related to time, and she had never mentioned it to anyone. Once she used it, she might have a chance against Suyu, but it would still be very difficult for her to win. Lu Yin did not want Wendy Yushan to reveal her innate gift, so it was time for him to do so himself. Otherwise, there would always be people who would provoke him for no reason. The Void Moon Stone Jian suppressed Wendy Yushan's swordsmanship, but she remained silent. Even though she was being suppressed, she was still looking for her opponent's weakness. Suyu sneered. Compared to the Spirit Palace, this woman was much weaker. She didn't even have the chance to use her natal void spirit. Traceless in life. Suyu growled, and the Void Moon Stone Jian swept towards Wendy Yushan from an unbelievable angle. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold, as she could not block this attack. The only way was to reverse the Stone Jian and render it ineffective. Suddenly, Suyu felt a different force from the Stone Jian in her hand. Before she could react, the Stone Jian was gone. Suyu's body almost fell due to inertia, and the Stone Jian that should have been in her hand disappeared. Wendy Yushan's sword descended, but when she sensed that the Void Moon Stone Jian had disappeared, her sword suddenly stopped, and she turned to look to the side. Suyu also looked in that direction in a daze. She saw that Lu Yin had appeared to the right in front of her at an unknown time. He held a stone jian in his hand, and he casually swung it around. It's pretty heavy. Mu took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. She had not seen him. She had not even seen how he had gotten there. How had he moved so quickly? Ji Xiao looked up and stared deeply at Lu Yin. This speed was terrifying. Luo Zong was also present, and his eyes narrowed. Even he had not been able to clearly see Lu Yin's speed, so how had this guy moved so quickly? No one had expected Lu Yin to forcefully snatch the stone jian from Su Yu's hands. This could no longer be described as inconceivable, it was simply a slap in the face. Su Yu stared at Lu Yin, clearly agitated. Impossible. How can you be so fast? Wendy Yushan was not surprised at all. With Lu Yin's strength, he could easily destroy the 6 directional training arenas if he was serious. Lu Yin flung the jian out. The stone jian streaked through the air and stabbed into the ground in front of Su Yu. Try again. Try to keep your weapon from me. Su Yu's expression changed, and she grabbed the stone jian. In that instant, a breeze brushed past her ears, but before she could react, the stone jian in her hand disappeared once again. The crowd was stunned. Once again, if the first time had been an accident, then this time, it was absolute strength. Luo Zong clenched his fists. This speed had already surpassed the limits of his current realm. How was this possible? How could Lu Yin be so fast? Even if he had used a red energy source, he might not have been able to move so quickly. The stone jian streaked through the air again and stabbed into the ground in front of Su Yu. Again. If you can't keep your weapon this time, then hand over the star energy bowl. Suyu suddenly looked up, her expression extremely solemn. She no longer looked at Lu Yin with the same contempt as before. This person's speed was simply terrifying. The stone jian swayed and let out a soft hum. A blue phoenix soared out of Suyu's head, its flames burning the sky and causing the entire Reincarnation Tao Academy to become scorching hot. If you can still snatch my stone jian from me this time, then I, Suyu, admit defeat. Blue flames descended and completely enveloped Suyu and the stone jian. From a distance, she looked like a goddess born from fire. Her hair danced in the wind as she stared at Lu Yin with a blue glow. Come on. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his foot. He landed on the ground and instantly vanished. No one saw him clearly, and when they saw him again, there was a stone jian in his hand. Suyu stared blankly in front of her, her face filled with disbelief. How was this possible? He had actually broken through the void god seal. This was not something that could be explained by speed alone. She suddenly turned to look at Lu Yin. You were hiding your strength. Lu Yin tossed the jian over. Don't make wild guesses if you don't understand. Give me the star energy balls. Although Suyu was unwilling, Lu Yin's display of strength had convinced her. If Lu Yin hadn't tried to snatch the jian and had instead attacked her, she would have only been able to stand there and take a beating. Lu Yin caught the star energy balls that Suyu tossed over and tossed one to Wendy Yushan. Thanks. Wendy Yushan's tone was cold. I'll snatch it myself. She didn't even look at the star energy ball that Lu Yin had given her. Lu Yin felt awkward. Although she was putting on an act, she was being too heartless. It was as if he was looking at the Wendy Yushan that he had first met. With the star energy balls in hand, everyone began trying to cultivate the one sky conversion technique. The jade clearly recorded how to raise one's control of star energy to the heavenly intelligence realm. Although there was a way to cultivate it, it was still very difficult to succeed. Many people from the reincarnation spacetime also came to the Reincarnation Tao Academy, as their control of star energy far surpassed that of others. Jiang Xiaodao came to look for Suyu. Of the 2 star energy balls that Suyu had snatched, one had been reserved for him. However, Wendy Yushan had not taken it, so it had been taken away by someone else. What? My star energy ball is gone. Who dares to snatch it? Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Suyu had no choice but to explain what had happened. Jiang Xiaodao looked as if he had seen a ghost. Xian Qi. That guy's that fast. Suyu's expression turned serious. It's definitely not just speed. Of course it's not speed. Su Ji arrived and calmly looked at Lu Yin. It's impossible for speed to break through the void god's seal unless it can't seal him. Bro, what do you mean? Suyu did not understand. Su Ji's eyes twinkled as he recalled an ancient legend. If that was true, then Xian Qi must have obtained an incredible innate gift of wood. He looked at Lu Yin again and walked over. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2586. Lu Yin held the star energy ball in his hands, thinking about how long it would take to break it down and gain a basic understanding of the cosmos conversion technique. Su Ji arrived. I want to feel your speed. Lu Yin looked at him. Revenge? No need. Su Ji was calm. Lu Yin looked away. No need. Su Ji frowned. Please, let me feel your speed. Lu Yin replied, I don't want to waste time. Then take your revenge. Su Ji was straightforward. Lu Yin looked at him curiously. You want to feel my speed that badly? Su Ji's gaze was sharp. Yes. Lu Yin stood up. I can't use it for nothing. What do you want? Suji asked. Lu Yin replied, I heard that you obtained the stone disc. The Heavenly Harvester plate was the image that the Void God Academy had shown when they had joined the Sixth Direction training hole. That image represented the previous owner of the Heavenly Harvester plate. Unfortunately, that person had died. Suji was the current owner of the Heavenly Harvester plate. When Lu Yin found out about this, he wanted to find Suji and see how the stone disc was related to the Astral Emperor. Suji wasn't surprised, as many people wanted to see his stone disc. You want to see it? Of course. Sure, as long as you can withstand the Void God's power. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. How do you want to see my speed? Suji raised a hand and released his Void God's power, forming a wall between him and Lu Yin. This Void God's power was comparable to an emissary's. Pass through it. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to pass through it. It was like an enlighter pushing away an emissary. Only an absolute elite could do that. Lu Yin looked at the dense Void God's power. You're giving me a difficult problem. If you can pass through the Blue Phoenix, then you can pass through this as well. Lu Yin smiled and took a step forward, passing by Suji. Suji felt a gentle breeze brush past his face, and Lu Yin was already behind him. He looked back and stared deeply at Lu Yin. You didn't touch the Void God's power. Lu Yin replied, It's fine as long as I can pass through it. Why must I touch it? Suji's eyes flashed. Back in the wood spirit region, you said that you were touched by a fast tree. I want to see what that tree looks like. Lu Yin did not refuse. He had not revealed his speed, but rather his use of space. His goal was to attract Mu Shikong's attention. There were too many people fighting for the position of sanctification. No matter how talented he was, he might not be valued, just like how the position of Great Stone Saint fell to someone else. To be on the safe side, it was better to pull Mu Shikong in and let Su Xiangyin take him to see Su Wuwei. If he delayed for a while, he would eventually find a way to leave the Sixth Direction training hall and truly understand the Sixth Direction society. After thinking about it for a while, he decided that the only way to buy enough time for himself was to drag Mu Shikong in and then fight with Su Xiangyin. Suji frowned. No matter how he looked at it, it was a very ordinary tree. There were no anomalies. How could it be the legendary tree? Is it? It's your turn. I want to see the stone disc, Lu Yin said. A void nest appeared above Suji's head, followed by a stone stool that flew towards Lu Yin and stopped in front of him. Lu Yin looked at the stone disc in front of him. It didn't look special at all, but the boundless void god power within made him sigh in amazement. This stone disc was definitely one of the top void gods in the void god spacetime, and it was enough for Suji to cultivate to the peak. Why can it change in size? Lu Yin asked. Suji answered, It's a power vessel. A power vessel? Lu Yin was shocked. Was it refined by the void god spacetime? Suji calmly answered, It came from the primordial space. Lu Yin was even more shocked. This power vessel came from the primordial space. Then why is it in the void god spacetime? Suji answered, That's a story from ancient times. You don't need to know. Do you have many of these power vessels? Lu Yin's eyes burned with desire. Suji frowned. There were quite a few, but Su Wang was attacked. I don't know how many are left. What a pity, Lu Yin lamented. How do you feel after obtaining the innate gift of wood? Suji asked. Lu Yin looked at the stone disc as he answered, I don't feel anything, but my speed has increased a lot. What about the void god spacetime? Suji asked. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. He knew that the tree had left traces in the wood's spirit realm, but if Third Master Mu couldn't recognize it, then how could Su Ji, someone from the void god spacetime, recognize it? Feel. Nothing, Lu Yin replied. Su Ji left with his suspicions and guesses. Lu Yin couldn't see anything from the stone disc, but it was definitely related to Wu Tian. Su Xiangyin had mentioned it before, and Su Ji had also admitted that it came from the primordial space. What was the connection between Wu Tian and the void god spacetime? His innate gift had already been exposed, so all he had to do was wait for the results. Now, Lu Yin raised his hand and a star energy ball appeared. It was time to show off. Only when enough people fought over it would he not have to go to the void god spacetime to see Su Wuwei. 3 days later, the star energy ball in Lu Yin's hand was dissolved. Everyone in the area was stunned. Whether it was Luo Zhang, He Shu, Su Yu, Su Ji, or even Xiao Qingfeng, who had heard the news, they were all stunned. It had only been 3 days, but Lu Yin had been able to initiate the heavenly transformation technique. This was something that no one could accept. Shi Jiao was the first to appear, and she looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Lu Yin knew that he had overreacted when he saw her gaze, and he quickly said, "I've learned this before." Shi Jiao was shocked. "You've..." Lu Yin replied, "Transcendence's essence is to decompose matter. I've studied it with Zijing before, and I've tried to decompose matter using my own spacetime cultivation method. Thus, the heavenly transformation technique isn't difficult for me." Shi Jiao's eyes lit up. "You were destined to learn the heavenly transformation technique. Transcendence cultivators specialize in decomposing matter and rely on their cultivation techniques. Since you've studied the heavenly transformation technique and relied on your own cultivation, it means that you've already learned the heavenly transformation technique. Xian Qi, perhaps you're destined to be the next sanctification." "Shut up, Shi Jiao." Su Xiangyin was furious. "The great stone sage's position is gone, and you still want to use it to tempt Xian Qi. What does it have to do with you?" Shi Jiao replied, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to tempt Xian Qi into joining my reincarnation. Spacetime is just helping him analyze the pros and cons. The sanctification bloodlines matters have nothing to do with you," Su Xiangyin said unhappily. He then looked at Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. This kid's innate gift was too abnormal, and the great stone sage wanted him. News of his talent in the heavenly transformation technique would probably spread to the reincarnation spacetime. Su Xiangyin, the reason why Xian Qi wants to learn the heavenly transformation technique is so that he can become as strong as possible and help you when you go to the endless battlefield. Lu Yin quickly stopped her. "Senior." Shi Jiao raised a hand. "There's no need to hide it." Su Xiangyin stared blankly at Lu Yin. "Xian Qi, is that true?" Lu Yin sighed. "Junior knows that even if I join the void god spacetime, my chances of becoming an extreme powerhouse are not high. Even if I can become one, it will take me a long time. If I can become a sanctification bloodline this time, I might be able to help Senior when you join the endless battlefield." Su Xiangyin was moved, as he had never been so touched by a junior before. From this kid, he felt a long-lost familial affection. Lu Yin was helpless. How did things turn out this way? Su Xiangyin took a deep breath. "Xian Qi, if you're really confident, then go ahead and fight for the position of sanctification bloodline. This might be a good ending for you, but..." He glanced at Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao frowned and turned to leave. Su Xiangyin leaned closer to Lu Yin and whispered, "Although this is the fastest path to becoming an extreme powerhouse, it's not real." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Su Xiangyin shook his head. "I don't know either. This is what I heard from Senior Su Wuwei. He once said that if I had a choice, would never want the positions of the 9 sages. It's too unreal. After he said that, Senior told me not to spread this information, even if I had to die." Lu Yin thought about it. never want the positions of the 9 sages. Unreal. Indeed, when he had first heard that the positions of the 9 sages could be bestowed upon them, he had felt the same way. If they could be bestowed, then they could be taken away. This was the situation that the sanctification bloodline was facing. Senior, if you tell this junior now, what if Senior Su Wuwei finds out? Lu Yin was worried. Su Xiangyin said, whether or not you can return alive from the endless battlefield is another matter. There's not much time left, so it doesn't matter. Senior Su Wuwei will definitely be satisfied with you, and once he accepts you as his disciple, there's no harm in telling you these things. That's impossible, Lu Yin thought to himself. Su Xiangyin patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Xian Qi, you're the most talented person I've ever met. Only that perfect young sovereign can compare to you. Fight for it, whether it's my void god civilization or the reincarnation space-time, as long as you can obtain it, go for it. Don't worry about me. Lu Yin clenched his fists, this junior understands. Elsewhere, Mu Mu found Third Master Mu and brought up the competition between Lu Yin and Su Yu. A speed that even you couldn't see clearly. Third Master Mu was shocked. Mu Mu told Third Master Mu everything that he had seen and heard. Third Master Mu thought about it and realized that something was wrong. Something was very wrong, and with Xian Qi's cultivation, even if he was fast enough, his body wouldn't be able to handle it unless he was hiding his strength. But why would he hide his strength in the 6 direction training grounds? Impossible. He suddenly thought of something. I need to leave for a bit. Help me keep an eye on Xian Qi. Try not to let him leave with Su Xiangyin. Mu Mu was troubled. How can I stop Senior Su Xiangyin? Third Master Mu thought about it. I'll find someone else. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Mu Mu nodded and watched Third Master Mu leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2587. No one knew how long the history of the Wood universe was. In the war between the Origin Space and the Eternals, many parallel universes had joined the battlefield. The Wood universe was one of the few that could stand on equal footing with the third continent of the Origin Space. It was a powerful existence that had fought against Zhou He. If one were to look back, perhaps the history of the Wood universe was even longer than that of the virtual God universe. In such a long history, no one knew how many strange trees were born. There was a gap in the history of the beginning space, and the same thing happened in the Wood time space. Third Master Mu wanted to go back to look for information, but he seemed to have thought of something. On this day, a majestic voice resounded throughout the 6-directional training grounds. Everyone, gather in the starry sky within 10 breaths of time. Lu Yin immediately walked out and stepped into outer space. Figures appeared beside him one after another. In the starry sky, Yu Ting, Shi Jiao, and the others were all present. After 10 breaths of time, tens of thousands of people had gathered in the 6-direction dojo and entered the starry sky. Lu Yin hadn't expected that there would be so many people. It seemed like another group had joined the 6-direction training rites. When Sansi, Zhua Daynite, and the others were also present. Shi Jiao stepped forward, and her half-ancestor power swept across the crowd. The pressure she brought caused the space to distort. Next, no one is to speak. We will bring you to witness history. This process might be very long, or it might be very short. No matter how long it takes, no one is allowed to speak. Those who dare to disobey will be killed. Everyone in the 6-direction Dao rites was shocked. They were all elites selected from their respective spacetimes. Although their cultivation levels varied, it was undeniable that they had great potential in the future. Their statuses in their respective spacetimes were not low. Now that their lives were being threatened, many of them were not used to it. However, no one said anything. Shi Jiao used something similar to the power of her inner world and brought the tens of thousands of people from the Six Direction Training Rites, Yu Ting, Su Xiangyin, Third Master Mu, and the others away. Lu Yi knew that their destination had to be the reincarnation spacetime, otherwise, Shi Jiao would not be the leader. Are you going to reincarnate in the spacetime? He was a bit nervous. In that spacetime where even the ancestor realm could be bestowed, would a Grand Empyrean notice him? Would he encounter an ancestor realm expert? The accident came too suddenly, and he was not prepared for it. In the blink of an eye, as the void opened up, they arrived at an unfamiliar starry sky. To those outside of the reincarnation spacetime, this region of space was unfamiliar, but Lu Yin found it familiar. He saw a continent that covered the entire starry sky and felt the omnipresent astral source power. If it weren't for the fact that this continent was so large, he would have thought that he had returned to the fifth mainland. In the entire fifth mainland, only the Neoverse had land. The rest of the land had already collapsed. In front of them was a huge piece of land that spanned across the entire starry sky. It was unknown how vast it was. It lay across the reincarnation spacetime, shocking everyone who saw it. Lu Yin had seen this scene in the memories of the cultivators from the sixth mainland, and he had also seen this scene when he had traveled through spacetime. The fifth mainland used to have similar continents, but they had all disappeared. Why is there land? A girl cried out in alarm. Her appearance was cute and full of intelligence. She looked towards Xi Bing with a curious gaze. Xi Bing's complexion changed. In the next moment, the woman's body turned to dust and her blood sprinkled through the starry skies. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they watched this scene in horror. Dead. That cute girl died directly. It was Shi Jiao's attack. I said that no one is allowed to speak. Those who disobey will be killed. Shi Jiao was colder than ever. Everyone deeply felt the weight of this sentence. She was not joking, it was true. They could kill people. That woman was a member of the Lost Tribesmen, and Xi Bing had taken a liking to her. He had actually killed her without any hesitation. Xi Bing could have stopped it, but he didn't. This wasn't just the will of the Six Direction Training Ground, but the will of the entire Six Direction sect. Everyone's expressions changed, and they shut their mouths tightly. This was the reincarnation spacetime, and it was too similar to the fifth mainland. Or rather, it was too similar to the primordial space. This reincarnation spacetime had to be connected to the primordial space. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, Shi Jiao led the group in a certain direction. Even with her speed as a half-ancestor, it took her several days to cross the land and arrive at the other side. She then led the group to a shocking scene. Everyone stared blankly at the battlefield in the distance. Countless cultivators were fighting against the Eternal's corpse kings. A towering wall had been erected on the land, but it couldn't really be considered a wall. It was more like the land had been folded together to keep the Eternals outside. Although it was simple and crude, it was far more shocking than the boundaries of the three monarch spacetime. Stars twinkled both inside and outside the wall, and Lu Yin could clearly see a sourcebox array formed by countless stars that were scattered both inside and outside the wall. The wall seemed to enclose the entire reincarnation spacetime, but it also seemed like it only blocked one direction. A dark red color that could be seen with the naked eye filled the wall. It didn't just contain the blood of humans and corpse kings, but also the blood of various astral beasts. Countless cultivators stood on the wall and fought, and there were also cultivators fighting inside the wall through the cracks. The cracks looked small on the entire wall, but to the cultivators, it was a very large space. Some of the cracks even had stars revolving around them, and those stars were no smaller than Earth. This was the battlefield between the reincarnation spacetime and the Eternals, which was equivalent to the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree plane. This place was filled with barbaric slaughter, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. This was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is the front line between the reincarnation spacetime and the Eternals. Here, aside from the powerhouses, everyone else is just an ant. Even we might die if we aren't careful. This wall is stained with the blood of 2 powerhouses. Today, you might see the blood of a 3rd powerhouse stain this wall. This wall is called the Void Imperfection Realm. Shi Jiao's voice traveled to everyone's ears. Everyone looked into the distance. The Void Imperfection Realm. It looked like a wall, but it was incomparably huge. It carried the weight of a star, and it was enough for half progenitors to kill as they pleased. It could even allow progenitors to fight. This was the boundary of the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This place was no less chaotic than the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree plane. From the dark bloodstains on the wall, one could imagine how intense the endless battlefield was. No one knew what they were looking at here. They couldn't participate in the war in the Void Imperfection Realm, and going there would be suicide. However, Shi Jiao's words made many people speculate. What did she mean by, might see the blood of a 3rd powerhouse? Could it be that there would be a powerhouse fighting? Even in the Void Imperfection Realm, it was impossible for powerhouses to fight often. Everyone watched calmly. For 10 days, the war in the Void Imperfection Realm continued numbly. Day after day, there was an eternity of slaughter, and blood continuously poured onto the ground without stopping. On the 11th day, the sky suddenly changed. It felt like the sky was collapsing, and everyone felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. A progenitor. Shi Jiao and the others looked up. An elder had appeared in the sky at some point, and he looked at the Void Imperfection Realm with a calm expression. With the elder's arrival, the entire Void Imperfection Realm trembled. This was a terrifying pressure that only a progenitor could bring about. Shi Jiao bowed. Greetings, Hua Xing. Yu Teng, Su Xiangyin, and the others bowed as well. Greetings, Hua Xing. Countless people in the Void Imperfection Realm paid their respects. Lu Yin and the others bowed as well. Just like the cultivators fighting in the Void Imperfection Realm, they expressed their respect for this progenitor. However, compared to Lu Yin and the others, Shi Jiao's eyes were filled with grief. Only she knew what she was about to see. This scene was one of the few major events in the reincarnation spacetime that would be recorded in history. Hua Xing's grief. Hua Xing stared at the Void Imperfection Realm for 2 full days before vanishing. The next moment, countless eternal corpse kings shattered outside the Void Imperfection Realm's walls. Hua Xing, you're courting death. A shout came from outside the Void Imperfection Realm. It was a progenitor corpse king, and it charged out with a cold voice as it engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Hua Xing. Too few people had witnessed a battle between progenitors. Even the people from the 6 direction training rites could not see what was happening, and their eyes stung. Countless cultivators in the Void Imperfection Realm frantically retreated, and the corpse kings were constantly affected by the shockwaves. The heavens were overturned, and the resulting shockwaves were enough to make a half-ancestor cough up blood. The entire Void Imperfection Realm was cracking apart as 2 figures frantically attacked each other. One was a progenitor corpse king. Hua Xing was clearly at a disadvantage. In terms of physical strength, humans were at a great disadvantage against corpse kings. However, Hua Xing relied on the heavenly conversion technique to forcefully borrow the corpse king's strength to counterattack, and the corpse king found it difficult to withstand. Shi Jiao and the others watched closely, but they could not see clearly. Lu Yin remained calm, as he had already guessed that Hua Xing was courting death. He had charged out of the Void Imperfection Realm and slaughtered his way into the Everlasting Realm. This was a punishment from the reincarnation spacetime, a punishment from a great Empyrean. Hua Xing kept coughing up blood, and the progenitor corpse king was not faring any better. How much longer can your sourcebox array last? The progenitor corpse king roared and took out a hammer-like weapon to attack. Each attack caused the void to tremble, and a terrifying, boundless darkness appeared. It was as if space itself was being torn apart. However, these attacks were passively redirected. Huaxing had used his sourcebox array, and although he did not know what it was used for, it prevented the progenitor corpse king's attacks from hitting him. Furthermore, the progenitor corpse king was still enduring Huaxing's attacks. Huaxing was indeed an origin array heavenly master. When Lu Yin had seen the heavenly conversion technique's cultivation method, he had already guessed that if this spacetime had a sourcebox array, then there would definitely be an origin array heavenly master. Huaxing was the most likely, and now that he had confirmed it, he felt that it was a pity. If only he could obtain Huaxing's sourcebox array. Unfortunately, he would not have such a chance. Huaxing was seeking battle. No matter how much he fought with the progenitor corpse king, even if the corpse king left the void imperfection realm, he would still chase after it. Holy grief! I remember now, Huaxing. You have been punished with holy grief, the progenitor corpse king growled. Huaxing did not say a word. He allowed his body to be riddled with wounds and his strength to decline, but he still charged out of the void imperfection realm without fear of death. Come if you have the ability. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish, the progenitor corpse king growled again. Huaxing charged out of the void imperfection realm once more, and a lake appeared around him. Lu Yin could not help but take a step forward. This was Huaxing's ancestral world. Once Huaxing's ancestral world appeared, it meant that Huaxing had used all of his strength. This also meant that the end was not far away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2588. Sanctifice Lake spread out of the void imperfection realm, and any corpse king that touched it would immediately dissolve. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines. The progenitor corpse kings continuously retreated, and Sanctify charged into the everlasting territory. The lake spread, and they all sought death. A few days later, the lake had shrunk by nearly half, and its surface was dyed red. Shi Jiao was sorrowful. The cleansing lake is Senior Sanctify's strongest power. He once said that the cleansing lake is like a person's soul and must be untainted, no matter how powerful it is. Now that the lake has been dyed red with blood, Senior must leave. Yuting and the others clenched their fists as they watched the lake shrink. They heard the progenitor corpse king's howls and Sanctify's maniacal laughter, which was filled with pain and despair. The void imperfection realm calmed down, and countless cultivators stood inside and outside the walls, gazing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with respect as they slowly bowed. 2 more days passed, and no trace of the everlasting corpse kings could be seen in the void imperfection realm. The cleansing lake had dissolved countless corpse kings, temporarily putting an end to the endless war, but it had also put an end to Sanctify's own life. Become calm. Sanctify bellowed. Everyone trembled as they stared in shock. In the distance, the lake's water scattered in all directions, carrying with it blood that scattered across the sky and pierced through the walls of the void imperfection realm. They could vaguely see Sanctify's body being torn apart. In front of him, a progenitor corpse king roared as it continuously smashed down with its hammer. Each blow landed on Sanctify's head, shattering it. Sanctify refused to be outdone, and he grabbed the progenitor corpse king's neck with both hands. His progenitor power blossomed with its final brilliance. Become calm. He roared at the sky as he unleashed all of his power, causing the void to sink into darkness. The terrifying darkness caused Lu Yin's heart to tremble. This was a lightless place that not even a progenitor would want to enter. Sanctify used the last of his strength to bring the progenitor corpse king into the boundless darkness, but unfortunately, he had exhausted all of his strength. Half of the corpse king's body shattered, and the remaining half fled. Although it did not die, it had temporarily lost its ability to fight. Outside the void imperfection realm, Sanctify's power transformed into beams of light that shot into the reincarnation spacetime, rushing towards that high place where a pair of eyes seemed to be watching them. Shi Jiao's heart ached, and she bowed. Sanctify. Sanctify's hearts. Farewell, sanctification. It was raining in the undefiled realm. Every drop of rain could feel the unwillingness of the holy transformation before his death. That was the final brilliance of his power. He carried extreme unwillingness as he completed the grief of holiness and atoned for his sins under the orders of the Grand Empyrean. He could die, but he didn't want to die. Until the very end, he wanted to find Qing Kong and die with him. If it weren't for Qing Kong, Tu Shuangxuang wouldn't have betrayed him and made him suffer. Even if he died for mankind, he did not get the treatment he deserved. In the history of reincarnation spacetime, he was just a pitiful person who completed the holy grief to atone for his sins. No one spoke. Whether it was the cultivators from the unsullied realm or Lu Yin's group from the Six Direction training rites, all of them felt stifled in their hearts. They wanted to spit it out, but they didn't know how. Just because of Tu Shuangxuang, was it worth sacrificing a divine transformation? Was it worth it? The more it was not worth it, the more it meant that the Grand Empyrean didn't care. He simply didn't care about the life of a saint. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The progenitor realm was clearly the pinnacle of human cultivation. Even if there were differences in strength, they should not have died in such an aggrieved manner. This kind of death was related to the Lu family's ancestor. What was the difference? The Lu family's ancestor had been slandered by the four cardinal scales and had been killed by them. Hua Xing had been implicated by Tu Shuangxuang and had died to atone for his sins. They were the most pitiful progenitors Lu Yin had ever seen. This was reincarnation spacetime, and this was the will of a Grand Empyrean. Even a progenitor could not defy it. At this moment, Lu Yin gained a new understanding of reincarnation spacetime. This was a civilization that seemed similar to the Genesis space, but it was completely different. Like star energy, the two civilizations could not fuse. No wonder Su Xiangyin had heard from Su Wuwei that even if it was possible, he would not want to become one of the 9 sages. Their strength was not real. Lu Yin suspected that even if Hua Xing wanted to betray humanity and join the everlasting race, he would not be able to do so. This was because his strength came from a Grand Empyrean. What was the point of having a progenitor's strength like this? After mourning for half an hour, Shi Jiao looked up and swept her gaze over the people from the Six Direction training rites. Someone will inherit the position of Hua Xing within 100 years. Cultivate diligently and strive to enter the eyes of a Grand Empyrean within 100 years. Do your best to obtain the position of Hua Xing. If this had been in the past, everyone would have been excited, but for some reason, the position of the 9 sages did not seem as attractive anymore. Lu Yin did not understand why reincarnation spacetime had brought them to watch this tragedy. Was it to tell them that they could fight for the position of Hua Xing? Or was it to tell them that even if they became the 9 sages, they would still be under the control of a Grand Empyrean? If that was the case, why would they fight for it? Perhaps the Grand Empyrean only wanted to express one thing: since ancient times, they had been the masters of the universe. After returning to the Six Direction training rites, everyone silently dispersed. Shi Jiao deliberately sought out Lu Yin and had a conversation with him, but this conversation was very dull. In Shi Jiao's opinion, Hua Xing's death had greatly affected Lu Yin. She could only comfort him and tell him not to think too much about it and to strive for the position of Hua Xing. Lu Yin watched Shi Jiao leave. The entire reincarnation spacetime was like living under a Grand Empyrean, even if one cultivated to the progenitor realm. Then, was that spacetime still a spacetime? It was more like a prison. Half a month later, people began to leave the six-direction training rites one after another. Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Mu Mu, Luozong, and the others had all left. They could not learn anything from the six-direction training rites, and if they wanted to learn more, they would have to enter the Six-Direction Association spacetime. Lu Yin was thinking about when to leave the six-direction training rites. He had set his cultivation too low. When Ku Jian had brought him to the transcending spacetime, he should have set his cultivation to be close to the level of an emissary. However, at his age, that level of cultivation was still very eye-catching. Xiao Qingfeng and the others were all geniuses of the Six-Direction Association. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now, it was not that simple to leave the six-direction training rites. Why hadn't the Wood Spacetime Association reacted? They should have noticed something from his battle with Su Yu. Even Su Ji had noticed something, so how could they not? Strange. All Lu Yin could do now was wait. Perhaps he could make a big breakthrough in his cultivation, such as an epiphany. Lu Yin waited calmly, but the Wood spacetime continuum did not fight over him. Instead, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was the aroma of food, and it was so fragrant that it made one salivate. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had rarely been so greedy for food. He followed the fragrance in a certain direction. Who could it be? Who could have created something that even he could not bear? An irresistible fragrance. Soon, he parted the grass and saw a fire burning. Someone was roasting something with their back to him, and the fragrance was coming from the roasted meat. High-end ingredients often only require a simple roast. You can eat the original flavor of the ingredients. Sizzle. Delicious. An ancient voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and left without hesitation. The moment he saw that person, his brain had subconsciously gone on alert. This wasn't the first time he had felt such a feeling, and each time, it had brought him a life or death crisis. This person was not simple, and Lu Yin had not even thought of using his domain to test him. The moment he turned around, he saw someone's back and the delicious roasted meat. When did this happen? Lu Yin looked back and saw a pile of ash where he had just been. His pupils shrank. This person had changed directions in an instant, and he hadn't even had time to react. Impossible, not even Xia Xinji and the others could have caught him off guard, but this person. Why are you running, kid? The man with his back to Lu Yin stood up, patted his butt, and leisurely turned the grill. Feeling guilty. Lu Yin's expression remained the same. Junior Xian Qi greets senior. The rotating grill sizzled, and the person took out something to sprinkle on the roasted meat. An even more enticing aroma wafted out, and Lu Yin unconsciously swallowed as he looked at the meat. It was too fragrant, and it didn't seem like it belonged to the human world. How could something as wild as roasted meat emit such an extraordinary aroma? I'm Su Wuwei, the person said as he turned the grill. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he bowed again. Junior Xian Qi greets senior Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei's back was still to Lu Yin, and his eyes were fixed on the roasted meat. That brat Xiang Yin said you were very talented, and he repeatedly begged me to take a look at you. His efforts were not in vain. You are indeed very talented. Lu Yin didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. You were able to hide your strength in front of him. Aside from extreme powerhouses, no one should be able to see through you. This kind of talent is rare. Su Wuwei then turned to look at Lu Yin. He was an old man with a weathered face, but his eyes were very clear, so clear that it was as if he could see through Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart sank again, as he really couldn't hide anything from this person. There were strong and weak progenitors, and this Su Wuwei was definitely at the top. He was at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even higher. However, he wasn't at Mr. Mu's level. Otherwise, Su Wuwei would have been able to see the power in Lu Yin's heart, and he definitely wouldn't have acted like this. After all, even Mr. Mu had been surprised by the power in Lu Yin's heart. Unless Su Wuwei's cultivation far surpassed Mr. Mu's, but that was impossible. Mr. Mu's repeated appearances had refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of him. Lu Yin was now convinced that Mr. Mu was definitely a powerhouse at the level of a Grand Empyrean. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Grand Empyreans wouldn't act against him. No matter how strong Su Wuwei was, he couldn't be stronger than a Grand Empyrean. You hid your cultivation and joined the 6 direction training rites. My first guess was that you were a spy for the Eternals, Su Wuwei said calmly. He then looked at the roasted meat again. In his eyes, nothing Lu Yin had done was more important than this piece of meat. Lu Yin's heart suddenly jumped. Senior, this junior is definitely not a spy for the Eternals. Su Wuwei raised a hand to stop Lu Yin from speaking. He leaned closer to the meat and sniffed it. The aroma isn't right. Is it burnt? No, the seasoning isn't right. Let me think. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2589. Lu Yin watched in a daze as Su Wuwei studied the seasonings and muttered to himself. He finally understood why Su Wuwei was called Su Wuwei. The old man valued food, and the 5 seasonings elevated the taste of the food to its peak, producing an irresistible aroma. Of course, this was also related to the roast meat, which was definitely extraordinary. Right, haha, I've thought it through. Put it like this, Su Wuwei was overjoyed and carefully flipped the meat, sprinkling seasonings on it with a special vibration. The aroma immediately increased, haha, it's done. He then tore off a piece of meat and ate it with a satisfied expression. Lu Yin watched silently, not making a single sound as if he didn't exist. After a full 4 hours, Su Wuwei slowly finished the barbecue. He ate very slowly, enjoying the delicious food. After he finished eating, he stretched lazily and looked at Lu Yin again. Kid, you're not bad. You didn't disturb this old man from enjoying the food. Seeing this, I'll let you die a less painful death. Lu Yin was solemn. I'm not a spy. Why do you want to kill me? Su Wuwei picked his teeth with a broken bone. Since you're sensible, think of a way to prove that you're not a spy. I don't want to hear any unnecessary words. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Su Wuwei threw away the broken bone. Time is limited, and I don't want to stay here for too long. It's useless if you want to delay until that brat Xiang Yin arrives. He can't change my mind. Lu Yin thought for a moment and took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring. Su Wuwei was shocked. Sky-piercing pillar. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Su Wuwei knew about sky-piercing pillar. As expected, the Hexagon Society civilization had intersected deeply with the primordial space a long time ago. He just didn't know what they had done when the primordial space's 4 continents had shattered. This is a power vessel from Tu Shuangshuang. It can store people in a cosmic ring, Lu Yin said as he dragged Tu Shuangshuang out of Mount Supreme. She can prove that I'm not a spy for the Eternals. Her name is Tu Shuangshuang. Su Wuwei was shocked once more. That bastard who caused Huaxing's death. Lu Yin nodded. That's her. During the secret auction, she attacked everyone because of the power vessel that the Eternals had bestowed upon her. According to her, that power vessel came from the primordial space, and anyone who saw it would have guessed that she was a spy. That's why she took the risk to capture everyone. I'm the mysterious person who saved everyone and sent them to another parallel spacetime. Let me ask you, if I were a spy, why would I do such a thing? Even if I had a reason to do it, I could have just killed those young people in the end. Why would I let them come back? I'm sure the Six-Way Society has already investigated their existence. The Eternals don't have the ability to hide from the Six-Way Society. Su Wuwei nodded. That makes sense, but the Six-Way Society's attitude towards spies is to kill the wrong person rather than let them go. Kid, even if you're not a spy for the Eternals, you must have hidden your cultivation and entered the Six-Way training rites for a reason. The Six-Way training rites is the future of the Six-Way Society, and nothing can happen to them. I'll give you one more chance to prove that you have no ill intentions towards the Six-Way Society. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape the fate of death. Lu Yin felt helpless. Anyone would be unhappy if they were suddenly discovered to have hidden their cultivation. Furthermore, the Six-Way training rites were special, so Su Wuwei giving him a chance to explain meant that he believed that he wasn't a spy for the Eternals. However, the Six-Way Society and the many parallel spacetime continuums weren't peaceful to begin with. If it weren't for the Eternals, the Six-Way Society wouldn't have existed. Su Wuwei wanted Lu Yin to reveal his identity. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before bringing out another person from Mount Supreme, Bai Qian. When Bai Qian appeared, he was at a loss when he saw Su Wuwei. Others might not recognize Bai Qian, but how could the upper echelons of the Six-Way Society not recognize him? Su Wuwei was an existence second only to the Void Master in the Void God spacetime continuum, and he recognized Bai Qian at first glance. This was the first time he was surprised in front of Lu Yin. Bai Qian from the hyperspace continuum. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin in confusion. She didn't recognize Su Wuwei. In the end, although her status in the hyperspace continuum was high enough for the upper echelons of the Six-Way Society to recognize her, it was because of her competition with Iran. She herself wasn't that experienced, so she hadn't had the chance to meet Su Wuwei and the other extreme powerhouses from other parallel spacetime continuums. Lu Yin sighed. I'm sorry, but I can't hide it anymore. I can only tell you the truth. He then looked at Su Wuwei. Senior, since you recognize Lord Bai Qian, you must have guessed it. That's right, this junior was sent by Lord Bai Qian to Hiran's side to help Lord Bai Qian defeat Hiran. Bai Qian's eyes flashed, and he calmly looked at Su Wuwei. Who are you? Su Wuwei was stunned, as he hadn't expected such a situation. Guessed it? How could he have guessed it? But when he thought about Xian Qi's identity, his relationship with Xi Jing, his innate talent, and what Su Xiangyin had said, as well as Hiran's attitude, it wasn't impossible. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said, "This is Lord Bai Qian's ultimate counterattack." Compared to Hiran, Lord Bai Qian has no advantage in the hyperspace continuum. She can only rely on this junior's innate talent to rope in the various parallel spacetime continuums and then work together with Xi Jing's breakthrough in cultivation to suppress Hiran. This is the only way to win, but this. Su Wuwei suddenly said, "Stop." Lu Yin looked at Su Wuwei in confusion. Su Wuwei rolled his eyes. "I'm not interested in such nonsense." Lu Yin said, "But this junior wants to explain clearly." "It's already clear." Su Wuwei looked at Bai Qian and then back at Lu Yin. "You attacked Tu Shuangshuang because of her." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I can't hide anything from Senior. When Lord Bai Qian came to the secret auction, she was accidentally captured by Tu Shuangshuang. This junior had to take the risk. She's Qing Kong's disciple, and even if this junior's cultivation is far greater than hers, I wasn't confident. Senior Hua Xing died because of Qing Kong. This person's methods are unfathomable." Su Wuwei's expression was complicated. Hua Xing was pitiful, he hadn't even seen the enemy's face before dying because of a traitorous disciple. He stood up and patted his butt. "Come over." Lu Yin looked up and saw that Su Xiangyin had arrived. Su Xiangyin had descended with anticipation and apprehension, but he was clearly stunned when he saw Bai Qian. The first person he thought of was Su Wuwei, who had saved everyone. He bowed to Su Wuwei. "Senior." Su Wuwei grunted. "The kid you picked is quite talented." Su Xiangyin was delighted and waited for Su Wuwei to continue. Su Wuwei wanted to say something, but he glanced at Bai Qian. "I won't accept him." Su Xiangyin thought that he had misheard and looked at Su Wuwei in surprise. "Senior, what did you say? You won't accept him?" Su Wuwei was cold. "No, and my void god space doesn't need him." Lu Yin frowned, but there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that Su Wuwei's impression of him was extremely poor, but at least he could fool him. Fortunately, he hadn't sent Bai Qian away, or else he wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Su Xiangyin didn't understand. "Senior, this child, Xian Qi, is not only extraordinarily talented, but he's also very humble. He's also very respectful towards my void god civilization. Is there some misunderstanding?" He hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. "Hurry up and explain to Senior. What did you do to make him angry?" It was obvious that Su Xiangyin truly cared about Lu Yin, and he was more anxious than anyone else. Lu Yin felt a little apologetic. "There's no need to explain. He didn't do anything wrong, but my void god civilization doesn't need him. Don't look for anyone else either. No one will accept him as a disciple." Su Wuwei then looked at Lu Yin and vanished. Su Xiangyin was anxious. "Senior, please wait." However, Su Wuwei had already left, so how could he find him? Lu Yin stepped forward. "Senior, there's no need to shout. Let's forget about it." Su Xiangyin looked at Lu Yin in confusion. "What's going on? With your talent and character, you shouldn't be like this." Senior Su Wuwei likes to take care of the younger generation, and even that Xiao Zun from the reincarnation spacetime gave him some pointers. "Why is he treating you like this? Xian Qi, tell me the truth." He suddenly thought of something and looked at Bai Qian. "Is it because of her?" Bai Qian was calm. "Xian Qi, I should go." Lu Yin and Bai Qian looked at each other. "Be careful." Bai Qian nodded and tore through the void to leave. She had already left her mark in the spacetime continuum, so she could return if she wanted to. "Xian Qi, tell me the truth. What's your relationship with Bai Qian? Why doesn't Senior Su Wuwei accept you? Why isn't he even willing to let the void god spacetime accept you?" Su Xiangyin asked solemnly. Lu Yin was helpless. "Senior, I know that you care about me, but this isn't something I can tell anyone. Senior Su Wuwei won't let me talk about it either." Su Xiangyin angrily rebuked, "Do you know what kind of opportunity you've missed? Do you really not care? Do you know what kind of status Senior Su Wuwei has in the Six Directions Association? Senior Su Wuwei is a powerful existence in the Void God spacetime, second only to the Void Master. In the reincarnation spacetime, he would be one of the three sovereigns. A single word from him can change your fate and the decisions of the Six Directions Association. He's one of the few powerhouses who can meet Grand Empyreans at any time, and he's one of the few who has a fixed seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Do you know how many people in the Six Directions Association want to become Senior Su Wuwei's disciple? I didn't tell you this back then because I didn't want you to feel too much pressure. Under normal circumstances, with your talent, you should have been able to become Senior's disciple. Why didn't you live up to expectations?" Lu Yin was amused by Su Xiangyin's angry rebuke. He had never thought that he would be able to trick Su Xiangyin into becoming a family member. Su Xiangyin had looked at him with affection, and his rebuke had been filled with anger. Lu Yin had never seen anyone look at him like that before. Heizij Lian, Big Sis, and the others were his family, but he had performed too well in front of them, so they had never had the chance to reprimand him. Su Xiangyin was the only one who gave Lu Yin a sense of warmth. He smiled. Su Xiangyin stared at Lu Yin, speechless. You can still smile. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, senior. Su Xiangyin pointed at Lu Yin, wanting to rebuke him further, but in the end, he sighed. Not only did you miss the opportunity to become Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, but because of a single sentence from Senior, you will never be able to join the Void God civilization. Do you understand this? Thanks Reincarnations Back Caramel Roddy Throne Canon Zhang Daming. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2590. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly when he heard Su Xiangyin's words. He had not expected Su Wuwei to treat him so poorly. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had teachers and enemies, but there were very few strangers who disliked him so much. Su Xiangyin had even blocked his path to joining the Void God civilization. Sigh. Senior might be tolerant, but it's hard to change his mind once he's made a decision. How about this? I'll go beg Senior again. Even if I can't let you become his disciple, I'll still allow you to join the Void God civilization. Su Xiangyin's expression turned solemn. Xian Qi, if news of Senior Su Wuwei refusing to let you join the Void God civilization spread, do you know what the consequences will be? Lu Yin thought about it. Not only would he not be able to join the Void God civilization, but the more serious consequences would be that everyone would close their doors to him. The more influence Su Wuwei had, the more severe the consequences would be. Even if he learned the heavenly conversion technique and was extremely talented in it, it would be useless. Once news of this spread, the reincarnation spacetime would close its doors to him, and no one would accept him. Even hyperspace would not welcome him. Ran would also consider Su Wuwei's influence. Of course, because of Zijing, Ran would not do anything openly, but her attitude would definitely change. Su Wuwei's attitude would determine Lu Yin's position in the Six Direction Society, and it would greatly affect his future plans. He could not help but ask, Senior, why didn't you tell me you invited Senior Su Wuwei over? Su Xiangyin regretted it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have invited Senior Su Wuwei. It would have been the same if I'd invited other powerhouses. What's going on with you? Lu Yin muttered to himself, I'm actually in cahoots with Lord Bai Qian. Su Xiangyin was puzzled, but he quickly reacted. No wonder Senior dislikes you so much. Given Ran's attitude towards you, you're in cahoots with Bai Qian. You've been a pawn for Bai Qian to deal with Ran from the start. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that bad. It's just a collaboration. Su Xiangyin said bitterly, you should have told me earlier. Senior Su Wuwei hates this kind of thing the most. Among the 6 sects, our foe god civilization is the most united. This has never happened before, and we don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. You yearn for the foe god civilization, so did you think of using them to help Bai Qian? Lu Yin did not deny it. Su Xiangyin had a complicated look in his eyes. What about your yearning for the virtual god civilization? My relationship with Bai Qian and Ran is only in hyperspace. If I join the Void God universe, I will only use my own influence and help Bai Qian in the future, will not deny it, but I will not implicate the Void God universe. Xiangyin as well. Can't be. Su Xiangyin nodded, as this was not a bad idea. No matter what, Senior Su Wuwei's impression of you is too poor, and because of this, I'm not confident that I'll be able to obtain his forgiveness. Since that's the case. He looked at Lu Yin helplessly. Join the wood dimension. Su Xiangyin asked seriously, Xian Qi, are you sure that the talent you obtain in the wood spirit region is speed? Lu Yin replied, I was sure at first, but I wasn't so sure after that. Later on, I discovered that. Su Xiangyin interrupted Lu Yin. There's no need to tell me what innate gift you obtained. When Senior Su Wuwei met you, I was also doing it with Mu San. We fought, and he went straight to hyperspace to ask for you. He didn't even greet me. Third Master Mu. Lu Yin was confused. Su Xiangyin said angrily, I'm still angry when I think about that bastard's face. He secretly went to hyperspace to find he ran and asked for you to join the wood dimension. He didn't even plan to greet the void god universe. If he didn't want to cause trouble, you would already belong to the wood dimension. Su Xiangyin was furious, but there was nothing he could do. We fought, and he only stopped when I told him that Senior Su Wuwei had come to see you. Since the situation is like this, you should join the wood dimension. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, is there no way for me to join the void god universe? I just want to join the void god universe. Before meeting Su Wuwei, Lu Yin had wanted to cause a fight between several parties so that he wouldn't meet Su Wuwei. Now that Su Wuwei had seen through him, it was better to join the void god universe to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he might not be able to explain himself if someone from another universe saw through him. It was obvious that Su Wuwei was an expert who lived in seclusion and didn't participate in any fights, which was why he disliked Lu Yin. If he was from another universe, he might even go to hyperspace to investigate and find out Lu Yin's identity. The more people who knew about him, the easier it would be for Hiran to find out. It was true that he wanted to join forces with Bai Qian to deal with Hiran. Now, it seemed that joining the void god universe was the best option. Su Xiangyin comforted him. With your innate gift, whether you join the wood dimension or the reincarnation dimension, your future won't be any worse than joining the void god universe. You don't have to join the void god universe. Lu Yin persisted. But I still yearn for the void god civilization the most. Other civilizations are far inferior to the void god civilization in my eyes. Even if the position of sanctification was given to me, I wouldn't want it. I just want to join the void god civilization. Su Xiangyin sighed. I really believe that you don't want to use the void god civilization to help Bai Qian deal with Hiran. With Mu San's attitude towards you, you can use the wood dimension to help Hiran, but it doesn't have to be the void god universe. Because of Senior Su Wuwei, you can't use the void god universe's power. Even so, you still insist on joining the void god universe. Senior, is there really no other way? Lu Yin asked again. Su Xiangyin pondered for a long time. With Senior Su Wuwei's status in the void god universe, he can block your path to joining the void god civilization with a single sentence. However, there is one path that no one can block, not even the void master himself. That is. He looked at Lu Yin seriously. Breaking through the void gate. Lu Yin was confused. Breaking through the void gate. He had never heard of such a thing. Su Xiangyin solemnly explained, the void gate is a strange place in the void god universe that has existed since ancient times. The void master's history is as old as the void masters. Legend has it that the void gate is related to Wu Tian, and anyone who breaks through it can join the void god civilization unconditionally and take any powerhouse as their master. Even the void master cannot refuse. Lu Yin was shocked. Why is that? Su Xiangyin replied, this is a rule that has existed since ancient times. No one knows why this rule was established, and there are no records of it in history. However, throughout the history of the void god civilization, this rule has always existed. How many people have broken through the void gate? Lu Yin asked. Su Xiangyin and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Su Xiangyin raised a finger. Just one. Lu Yin was stunned. Throughout the countless years of the Void God civilization's history, only one person had broken through. That was inconceivable. The Void God civilization was not weak, and there were definitely many progenitors that had been born since ancient times. Even a progenitor could not break through the Void Gate. Su Xiangyin smiled. Not even one. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How is that possible? Yes, I also think it's impossible, but it's like this. Since ancient times, even though many geniuses have been born, like Senior Su Wuwei, who is an extremely strong expert, they still can't pass the Void Gate. Even if they try now, they still can't pass it. This is the Void Gate, a legendary place in my Void God space, said Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin subconsciously asked, it can't be fake, right? Nonsense. Su Xiangyin glared at Lu Yin. That was personally acknowledged by the Void Master, and it was recorded in history. How can it be fake? At the Grand Celestial Tea Party, the Void Master personally promised that even if someone from the reincarnation spacetime managed to break through the Void Gate, the promise would still be valid. This is not limited to the Void God universe. However, so many years have passed, and even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages have tried, but none of them have succeeded. That's why I didn't think of it at first. Lu Yin felt helpless. If even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages can't break through, how can I do it with my meager cultivation? The Void Gate doesn't depend on cultivation. This is the Void Master's promise, which is why countless youths try to break through. They all want a chance to become the Void Master's disciple, which is equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step. Their status will be no lower than that of extreme powerhouses, and no one can resist this temptation. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, have you tried it before? Su Xiangyin's expression turned unnatural. I don't need it. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had definitely tried, but he had failed. I've decided to try the Void Gate. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, Su Xiangyin said. He had only given Lu Yin a chance to try, but he had never thought that Lu Yin would succeed. In any case, it was just a test, and there was no need to prepare anything. Just as they were about to enter the Void God universe, Third Master Mu appeared. Su Xiangyin, what's the result? Lu Yin looked over and saw that Third Master Mu was looking at him with a different gaze. It was even more fervent than the first time they had fought over Lu Yin. Su Xiangyin said, Senior Su Wuwei said that he would take him to the Void God universe for another test. He wanted to try again. Even though he had already decided to let Lu Yin go and let him join the Wood Dimension, he was still somewhat unwilling. Third Master Mu was skeptical. A test. Everyone knows about Xian Qi's experience. If Senior Su Wuwei had accepted him as a disciple, he would already be one. Su Xiangyin sneered, not bad, Mu-san. You even dare to guess Senior Su Wuwei's thoughts now. Third Master Mu sneered, what about Senior Su Wuwei? He went back, of course. Then let's wait. Since Xian Qi isn't Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, then we still have a chance. Su Xiangyin was stunned. Mu-san, are you crazy? Xian Qi is Senior Su Wuwei's disciple. Third Master Mu raised his head. Senior Woodcarver wants to see Xian Qi. Su Xiangyin's eyes widened. Woodcarver was one of the Wood Dimension's top powerhouses, and his status in the Wood Dimension was equivalent to Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe. Senior Woodcarver wants to come. Lu Yin's heart sank. No, Su Wuwei had already caused him to be like this. What would happen if Woodcarver showed up? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2591. Third Master Mu solemnly replied, before, it was just the two of us competing, but now, it's Senior Wood Carving and Senior Su Wuwei. Su Xiangyin, this is no longer something we can interfere in. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Senior, I only want to join the Void God civilization. Third Master Mu did not get angry at Lu Yin's words, and his gaze was gentle and full of praise. He even seemed apologetic. Xian Qi, I must apologize to you. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Third Master Mu took a deep breath. I was blind to have allowed a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Xian Qi, your innate gift of wood is very good. Su Xiangyin blocked Lu Yin's path and wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to say it. He was unwilling to accept this, but his rationality told him that Lu Yin could not belong to the Void God civilization. Senior Su Wuwei had already determined that this child's future belonged to the Wood civilization. When he thought of this, Su Xiangyin's originally hostile aura weakened. Third Master Mu was puzzled, but he did not ask any questions. Instead, he said to Lu Yin, Xian Qi, let's talk alone. Lu Yin replied, there's no need to avoid Senior Su Xiangyin. Third Master Mu was astonished and looked at Su Xiangyin enviously. Su Xiangyin dejectedly walked away and waved a hand without saying anything. Lu Yin watched Su Xiangyin's back. This person was definitely unwilling to accept this. Lu Yin had gone too far in pretending to be a family member. Third Master Mu was puzzled. When did this old man become so easy to talk to? Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Third Master Mu to speak. The identity of the tree that had escaped was about to be revealed. Third Master Mu faced Lu Yin and spoke seriously, Xian Qi, I won't say any more apologies. I hope that you won't hold back your future because of what happened before. Do you know what tree you obtained the innate gift of wood from? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Third Master Mu frowned, as if he was trying to recall something. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation for the tree that had escaped. It had actually given him an innate spatial gift, which was a terrifying power that was on par with time. It could be considered an extreme state of power that even a progenitor would find difficult to grasp. But a tree. No one in the wood dimension knows exactly what it is, let alone me. However, the tree is a legend in the wood dimension. We thought it was too illusory and no one believed it, but since you can touch space with it, we have no choice but to believe it, Third Master Mu said. Human history is a history of war. Not only is there a war between humans, but there are also wars with other creatures. The Eternals are the enemies of mankind. Since ancient times, there have been countless wars, and that big tree has appeared in many magnificent battles, such as the famous 75th Day Battle, the Relocation Battle, and the Civilization Restart Battle. The 75th Day Battle was won because of it. It took away a powerful enemy, causing that enemy to leave the battle on the 19th day. The Relocation Battle was lost because of it, because it connected several battlefields. No one knows how it did it, and space seemed to be meaningless to it. The Civilization Reset campaign was not even started because of it, but its influence has been passed down to this day. If it weren't for it, the wood dimension would not be the current wood dimension. This tree has affected the history of the wood dimension. Not only that, but it has also appeared in external battles. The most famous one is the Battle of Jiu River in the primordial space. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Battle of Jiu River. Wasn't that the Third Mainland's war? The big-faced tree had told him a lot about Jiu River. During the Battle of Jiu River, the Netherworld ancestor had torn Jiu River apart and killed an old monster from the everlasting race. It seemed to have been 7 sky gods, and Lu Yin had thought that the current 7 sky gods might have been added later. It was the trees that had connected Jiu River and prevented the Third Mainland from splitting apart. Lu Yin understood that the tree of Jiu River was referring to the wood dimension. The Battle of Jiu River was the largest battle that the Wood Dimension had ever supported. More than half of our powerhouses were gathered there, and if that tree had not taken away so many people, the outcome of the battle would not have been like that. Third Master Mu then said seriously, Xian Qi, no matter what that tree did, there's no need to doubt its abilities. If you can use your innate gift to its fullest potential, you'll definitely become an extremely strong cultivator. Everything I told you came from Senior Mu carving. He couldn't come here immediately, so he asked me to tell you to join the Wood space-time dimension. Lu Yin was curious, the Battle of Jiu River. The primordial space. Third Master Mu replied, that's all off topic. If you're interested, you can ask Senior Woodcarver. He said that he wants to take you in as a disciple. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That would be troublesome, and he could not delay any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. That tree had been described as extraordinary, and Senior Woodcarver definitely cared about it. He had told Third Master Mu these things that only progenitors would know. The more Third Master Mu spoke, the more it meant that the Wood Dimension cared, which made Lu Yin even more nervous. Can that tree really become a powerhouse with its innate gifts? Lu Yin asked again. Third Master Mu replied, absolutely. Do you know how many people were helpless against that tree? The Battle of Jiu River was lost because that tree took away many powerhouses before the battle, which ultimately led to the collapse of the primordial space's third mainland. Lu Yin raised his brows. That's not right. The big-faced tree had said that the Battle of Jiu River had been won, and that the Netherworld ancestor had killed the 7 sky gods. Gu Yizhi had been overjoyed, and he had even drunk and chatted merrily with the Netherworld ancestor. After that, the Netherworld ancestor had created the demonic scripture, which had been told to Lu Yin by the big-faced tree. But why did Third Master Mu say that the Battle of Jiu River had been lost? Hold on, Lu Yin organized his thoughts. Third Master Mu had said that the Battle of Jiu River had led to the collapse of the third mainland, which meant that the Battle of Jiu River that Third Master Mu was talking about was not the one that the big-faced tree had mentioned, but rather a long time after the Battle of Jiu River that the Netherworld ancestor had not created the demonic scripture yet. The Battle of Jiu River that Third Master Mu was talking about should have been the final battle of the third mainland, and the failure of that battle had led to the collapse of the third mainland. That tree had taken away many people? Senior, can a tree really take away powerhouses? Lu Yin asked. Third Master Mu replied, Senior Woodcarving did not mention this, but I've checked the history books. Although there are only a few words, I'm certain that the Netherworld ancestor from the primordial space and Su Wangtian were among the people that were taken away. There must have been others besides them, but no one has been able to find anything. Lu Yin's body trembled as an idea flashed through his mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had just thought of something, but he suddenly forgot about it. What was it? It had to be something important. The Netherworld ancestor, Su Wangtian, the tree that escaped, and the Battle of Jiu River. What could it be? What was the connection between them? What was the connection between the Netherworld ancestor and Su Wangtian? Lu Yin's expression changed as he recalled that the undying god had said that the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Su Wangtian. Su Wangtian had gone to Immemorial City, but the Netherworld ancestor had not been able to go. They had also been taken away by the tree during the Battle of Jiu River. What was the connection between all of these? Lu Yin had a guess that was somewhat absurd, but not impossible. Could the tree that had escaped be the way to Immemorial City? Just based on the fact that the giant tree had taken away the Netherworld ancestor and Su Wangtian during the Battle of Jiu River, it wasn't enough to link it to Primeval City. However, Lu Yin still thought of Primeval City, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The undying god had mentioned that the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Su Wangtian, and Su Wangtian had gone to Primeval City while the Netherworld ancestor had become Big Sis. Sometimes, people were like this. they could easily come up with ideas that they might not have thought of even after careful consideration. He also believed in his own guess that the tree might have something to do with Immemorial City. Xian Qi. Third Master Mu called out twice, waking Lu Yin up. Senior, I'm sorry, I got distracted. You seem to be very interested in the Battle of Jiu River. Third Master Mu was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, I'm interested in that tree. You don't know, but I was almost taken away by that tree in the wood spirit realm. Third Master Mu was envious. That's something that many people want. That tree took away the strongest of the strongest, and it's already good that you were able to touch it. He paused. You should know how mysterious that tree is. Only by joining my wood spacetime will you be able to display your talent. Your future is limitless. How about joining my wood spacetime? The void god spacetime can't compare to my wood spacetime. Third Master Mu, you're going too far. Su Xiangyin appeared and glared at Third Master Mu. You dare say that my void god spacetime can't compare to your wood spacetime? Third Master Mu matter-of-factly replied, my wood spacetime supported the primordial spacetime during the void god spacetime's war. Bullshit, who can say for sure what happened during that era? Maybe my void god spacetime took the initiative to attack the Eternals, and maybe your wood spacetime was the one holding us back, Su Xiangyin said shamelessly. Lu Yin was speechless. This was too shameless. Third Master Mu was disgusted. How can you say something like that? Shameless. Su Xiangyin snorted and placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. Let's go. Third Master Mu hurriedly acted. Su Xiangyin, wait for senior woodcarving to come. Su Xiangyin grabbed Lu Yin and retreated. Senior Su Wuwei is still waiting. Stop. Third Master Mu was anxious, but Shi Jiao appeared and blocked the two. This is the Reincarnation Tao Academy. If you want to fight, do it outside. Su Xiangyin took advantage of this opportunity to tear the void apart and take Lu Yin to the void god spacetime. Third Master Mu was annoyed. Bastard. Shi Jiao frowned. She could have stopped them, but she didn't. Xian Qi's final destination was up to him. Lu Yin arrived at the void god spacetime once more. Ha ha ha, old Mu-san, this Shi Jiao came at just the right time. Xian Qi, let's go, I'll take you to the void gate. Lu Yin nodded, thank you, senior. Su Xiangyin laughed, what are you thanking me for? That old bastard Mu-san must be anxious right now. He'll try his best to rush over, and then I'll be able to help you get more resources. He then sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, this is all I can help you with. Xian Qi, don't be too honest when you go to the wood spacetime. When you see Mu-san again, take the initiative to join the wood spacetime, and I'll help you get more resources. Lu Yin was grateful, got it. Su Xiangyin's help was already quite good. Not only did he help him get more benefits, but he also didn't let Third Master Mu and the others complain about him. However, Su Xiangyin's words also proved that he never thought that Lu Yin would be able to pass the void gate. Was it really impossible? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2592. 10 days later, Lu Yin was brought to the Void Pass by Su Xiangyin. During this time, Su Xiangyin introduced the Void Pass to him. In fact, the Void Pass was similar to the tide of virtual God's power. It was like an ocean in the starry sky, completely formed by virtual God's power. It produced a pushing force from the center. The requirement to pass the Void Pass was very simple. One just had to reach the center of the Void Pass, but no one had ever done it. Regardless of one's cultivation, as long as one entered the phantasmal space, the greater one's strength, the greater one would be pushed back. No less than 7 experts from the Six Directions Association have attempted the Void Gate, but all of them failed. Su Xiangyin sighed. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would an extreme powerhouse attempt the void trials? Su Xiangyin said, well, it's not like I'm going to become the void master's disciple. All extremely strong cultivators have their own power systems, and even the extremely strong cultivators in the void god universe have their own cultivation systems, which are all based on void god power. The void god spacetime was divided into realms, from lowest to highest: the upper void realm, void luminous realm, void change realm, void grand realm, and void master. The upper void realm corresponded to the explorer realm, to the enlighter realm. The void luminous realm corresponded to the emissary realm, the void change realm corresponded to the half-progenitor realm, and the void grand realm corresponded to the progenitor realm. There was only one void master, and that was the ruler who had founded the void god civilization. In the virtual god civilization, anyone who had not reached the upper virtual level was considered a beginner. The virtual god power that Lu Yin cultivated was equivalent to the upper virtual god realm in the virtual god civilization. It had all come from the virtual god tide at the virtual god academy. He had absorbed so much virtual god power in one go, which was why he had been able to guide the village to land. The surging faux god energy formed a sea that stretched across the starry heavens, giving Lu Yin an extremely shocking experience. The fifth continent had the Milky Way and the cosmic ocean, but they were not made up of stellar sources. The ocean in front of them was made up of virtual god power. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior, if I cultivate void god's force here, will it be very effective? Su Xiangyin's expression changed. Don't do that. You might be able to absorb some void god's power, but in the end, all of your power will be sucked away by the tide, and you'll become a cripple. Many people in history have tried this, but they all ended up the same way. Lu Yin felt regretful. Unless you have the strength to push away this tide, you can't resist the reverse absorption of the tide. Otherwise, it's impossible. This is something that even an extremely strong expert can't do, Su Xiangyin reminded him again. They weren't the only ones here. There were quite a few others here as well. Using Su Xiangyin's words, there were too many people who tried to break through the void trial every year. They all wanted to reach the heavens in a single step, so they all had a tacit understanding. Go in if you're ready, Su Xiangyin reminded. Lu Yin moved his arms and leapt into the tide. The moment he entered the tide, he felt a pushing force constantly pushing him outwards. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was like an ordinary person being tossed about by the waves, unable to control his body at all. The more he exerted, the greater the pushing force. Moreover, it was an omnidirectional pushing force that almost pushed him out. If he was pushed out now, he would lose a lot of face. He had heard from Su Xiangyin that Su Ji and the others had tried to enter the void gate, where the naked eye could not see them. Although they had failed in the end, they had lost honorably. As for passing through the void trial, these people had long given up hope. What they wanted to see was how long they could last in the void trial and how far they could advance. Lu Yin took a deep breath as his body felt the flow of the pushing force. If he wanted to advance within the tide, the only way was to search for the weak points. Within the pushing force, he had to find the weak points of the void spirit's power. He had to use the stronger void spirit's power within the tide to push himself forward. In the end, breaking through the void trial was not a matter of swimming or pushing, but of pushing oneself forward. The pushing force also came from the tide, and it depended on one's control over void spirit's power. Lu Yin easily found the weak point and used the surrounding tide's power to form an arc to push himself forward. Su Xiangyin was satisfied when he saw this. Lu Yin had grasped the method so quickly, his talent was indeed outstanding in the void spirit's power. It was a pity that there had been other void spirit cultivators in history who could match his talent, but they had all failed. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that no one had been able to break through the void trial. Lu Yin's figure gradually disappeared. Su Xiangyin waited calmly. He knew that Mu San had already arrived, but he did not know where Xianqi had been taken. This period of time was enough for Su Xiangyin to be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more worried he would be, and the more benefits he would be able to obtain for Xianqi. Xianqi, this is all I can do for you. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lu Yin pushed his way forward very quickly. He had cultivated the Yin evolution scripture, and his domain, spiritual force, and spirit were all outstanding. Even if he could not compare to a void spirit's progenitor, he would not be too far behind. Not long after, he saw someone in front of him and slowed down. He could not be detected. The person in front of him was a girl wearing a thin veil that faintly revealed her snow-white skin. She was doing her best to push her way forward, and when she saw Lu Yin, her eyes lit up. "Brother, you're so fast. Can you give me a ride?" Lu Yin was not enthusiastic, and he squeezed past her. The tide's power affected the surroundings and pushed the girl back quite a bit. She was furious, and her face turned red. "Bastard!" Soon after, Lu Yin discovered that someone else was squeezing in from the side. It was impossible to move in a straight line within the tide, as no one could control the tide's power. "Brother, you're pretty fast," the newcomer greeted. Lu Yin nodded. "You're pretty fast as well." The newcomer smiled. "Let's compete." Lu Yin laughed and then ran off into the distance. The newcomer was stunned. Where did this guy come from? His speed is comparable to a void realm cultivator's. What a monster. Over the next few days, Lu Yin continued to move forward. His direction was a mess, but his goal was always the center. Of course, it should be the center. Everyone he saw had their backs to him, and only one person was heading straight for him. Both of them had been stunned, and one of them had definitely walked in the opposite direction. When it came to the void realm, some people were fast, while others were slow. Some did not want to waste time, and the further in one went, the greater the void realm's pressure. Some people could not bear it and felt that they could not advance any further, so they simply left and used the void realm's pressure to leave quickly. There were also some who wanted to stay behind for the sake of reputation. Thus, time did not mean much here. Lu Yin could be considered to be advancing very quickly. In any case, no one had surpassed him yet, and he had always been the one to do so. Time continued to pass, and after a month, Third Master Mu finally found Su Xiangyin. "You're bringing him to the void realm." Su Xiangyin replied, "This is Senior Su Wuwei's test. Let's see how far he can advance." Third Master Mu was skeptical. "Old Su, let's cut the crap. The void realm's losses are too great, and it's too much of a waste to let Xianqi join your void realm. He might not even be able to find a suitable void realm cultivator. Follow the 6 Direction Society's principles and let Xianqi join our wood void realm. We'll owe you a favor." Su Xiangyin replied, "Did you forget? Senior Xiao Ci." Third Master Mu was stunned. Xiao Ci was a legendary figure in the virtual god universe. He was born in the virtual god universe, but he didn't use any virtual god in the virtual god universe. His existence gave countless people who were born in the virtual god universe another path, a path that they didn't have to follow. You want Xianqi to follow Senior Xiao Ci's path? Not necessarily. It's up to him. Besides, the void realm's losses aren't that great, so there's bound to be some good void realm cultivators left behind. Maybe there's one suitable for Xianqi. But Xianqi's innate talent is very important. Did you forget that Xianqi didn't get a void realm cultivator when we made a bet? But he got a very good innate talent of wood. We won. Su Xiangyin sneered, "You were the ones who gave up on Xianqi, and now you want him. You're really shameless." Third Master Mu shouted angrily, Xian Qi must join the wood void realm. Su Xiangyin said leisurely, then you'll have to ask Senior Su Wuwei. Third Master Mu was furious and wanted to scold him, but Su Xiangyin changed the topic. Let's wait for Xian Qi to come out. We'll see what he wants. I'll analyze the pros and cons. I won't elevate the void realm or belittle the wood void realm. It's up to him to decide. He then stared at Third Master Mu and said, but if Xian Qi chooses the wood void realm, you can't mistreat him. I'll treat him like a son. Third Master Mu was shocked. I didn't expect you to see him that way. Alright, I agree. We'll let Xian Qi choose. Su Xiangyin turned around and looked at the void pass. His eyes dimmed. Xian Qi would not belong to the void realm. At the same time, within the Su pass, Lu Yin sped up. He had seen the two figures in front of him half a month ago, but even after half a month, he had still been unable to surpass them no matter how hard he tried. Even though he was closing the gap between them, the speed at which he did so was very slow. These two were not ordinary, and their speed was about the same as his. Up ahead, the two figures were constantly advancing in a crooked manner, but their speed was about the same. They were almost side by side. It was a man and a woman. The man looked calm and experienced, but he still had a hint of elegance about him. It was obvious that he had been in his youth. The woman was beautiful, and her phoenix eyes occasionally glanced at the man and snorted. We've competed so many times, but we're still evenly matched. Why are you so stubborn? The man asked, his voice calm and bitter. The woman coldly replied, if we don't beat you, how can the Void Yin tribe survive in the Void realm? The grudges between our elders have been going on for too long. Do we still have to continue in our generation? The man asked. The woman was indifferent. If you're afraid, then bring the Void Yang tribe to apologize and hand over the Yin Yang sword. The man smiled bitterly. The Yin Yang sword really isn't in our hands. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? The woman stared at him. You can't trust a man's words. The man sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, the person behind us keeps getting closer. We've already increased our speed to the max, but he's still closing the gap. Do you know who he is? The woman shook her head. No, he's very young and his cultivation is low, but his control over Void God's power surpasses ours. He's definitely a genius. Could it be Su Ji? No, I've seen Su Ji before, and he's not like that. He's also in the hexagon training hole. The woman did not reply and continued to push forward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2593. Another half a month passed, and Lu Yin finally caught up to them. He was now only a dozen meters away from them. The man looked back. Little brother, you're really fast. Lu Yin replied, not bad. Senior, you're quite fast as well. It took me more than a month to catch up. There aren't many people in the Void God spacetime who can catch up to me. What's your name? The man asked. Lu Yin looked at him, Xian Qi. The man was puzzled, as he had never heard of this name before. He looked at the woman, you've heard of him? She replied coldly, no. You and I have been competing in the Void Pass all these years. How could we not know that such a genius has appeared in the outside world? The man then looked at Lu Yin again, little brother, who is your master? Lu Yin asked, may I know who you are? We're the ones asking you. The woman looked back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied bluntly, I don't dare to say. If you have a grudge with my master, wouldn't I be courting death if I told you? Ha ha ha, interesting. The man laughed and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Since you can speak so bluntly, you must be a straightforward person. Alright, I'm Su Heng, and the one beside me is Su Leng. Lu Yin blinked. Oh. Su Heng was speechless. That's your reaction. What else do you want? Lu Yin didn't understand. Su Leng's eyes flashed. You're not from the Void God civilization? Lu Yin nodded. I'm from the hyperspace dimension. The hyperspace dimension. The two of them were shocked. Ever since the Void trials were open to the entire Six Directions Association, many people had come to challenge the trials, but almost no one from Ultra Spacetime had come. Ultra Spacetime only learned cultivation techniques and controlled energy sources, but they weren't good at cultivation, not to mention challenging the Void trials. They couldn't even advance past the Tide trials, and would be pushed out the moment they came down. Thus, almost no one from Ultra Spacetime came here. Lu Yin hadn't expected to meet one today to be so powerful. You're from the hyperspace dimension? Su Heng asked again. Lu Yin answered, you can say that. How do you know that I'm not from the Void God civilization? Su Leng replied, because you're not surprised by our names. Either you've known us for a long time, or you're from another civilization. Are the two of you very famous in the Void God civilization? Su Heng and Su Leng exchanged glances. Not really. You're Xian Qi, right? You're a space-time traveler, but your cultivation is so low. Have you learned Void God power before? You're from the Six Direction Dojo, Su Ling guessed. Lu Yin nodded. I'm from Hexagon Training Rites. As they spoke, the distance between the three continued to shrink. The main thing was that Lu Yin was getting closer to them while the gap between them hadn't widened at all. How many people are there in the Six Direction training grounds? Su Heng was intrigued. Lu Yin replied, probably tens of thousands. So many. Su Heng was shocked. Su Ling replied, I've already said that the convergence of civilizations is inevitable. Some people cling to the rules of their ancestors to the bitter end will be eliminated sooner or later. Su Heng was embarrassed. Don't say that. The situation forces me, and sometimes I have no choice. Su Ling coldly snorted, if a woman like me can do it, why can't you? Men always say one thing and mean another. Su Heng awkwardly looked at Lu Yin and smiled apologetically. Lu Yin was curious. Seniors, are you two sparring? Su Leng suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Little brother, how about you do me a favor? With your strength, help me advance. As long as you can pull 10 meters away from him, you can choose any Void God from my Void Yin tribe's collection. Su Heng was shocked. Don't mess around. Su Ling sneered. In the Void Yin tribe, no one dares to oppose my words. So. Su Heng, are you afraid? Su Heng frowned. You're underestimating the human heart. With your strength, you might be able to suppress all opposition, but what about the future? If you encounter any mishaps, those who oppose you will appear. Then kill them. Su Ling's tone was decisive. What's there to be afraid of? Su Heng felt a headache coming on. Killing isn't the only way to solve problems. They're also your tribesmen, so why must you kill them? You can tolerate each other and convince others with reason. Only then will you be able to convince your tribesmen. You're too extreme. Think about what happened to your parents. Su Ling barked, how can you convince others with reason on the path of cultivation? Scram. Su Heng sighed. My Void Yang tribe is united, which is why we can suppress your Void Yin tribe. After so many years, do you still not understand this principle? Excessive killing will only worsen the conflict. Who am I doing this for? Su Leng's eyes reddened as he glared at Su Heng. Su Heng was stunned, and he looked at Su Leng with a complicated expression, but he did not speak. Lu Yin understood that these two were from different families, and there seemed to have been a story between them. However, they could not be together. Su Leng suppressed his family with thunderous methods, and he could do as he pleased without caring about what others thought of him. On the other hand, Su Heng cared about his family and was tied down by the secular world. This caused Su Leng to resent and hate Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never expected to encounter such a situation while attempting to break through the void gate. How should he put it? It was too common, and this sort of thing happened far too often. Outsiders could not interfere, and these people had to resolve their own conflicts. Lu Yin did not have the time to deal with such matters. If not for the fact that surpassing them was difficult, he would not have interacted with these two at all. No one spoke for an entire day as Lu Yin focused on rushing forward. He was getting closer and closer to them, but it would take him a few more days to completely surpass them. If he widened the gap, it would take even longer. Su Leng turned around. How about it, little brother? My conditions are not low. You come from a hyperspace, so you don't know how powerful the Void Yin tribe is in the Void God universe. However, I can guarantee that the weakest Void God you choose will allow you to use it until the Void realm, and the best will allow you to use it until the virtual realm. Su Heng also turned around and looked at Lu Yin. Little brother, don't interfere in this matter. I, Su Heng, will give you a Void God that will allow you to use it until the Void transformation realm. Su Leng glared at Su Heng. If Su Heng had asked Lu Yin to help, then it would have been a competition. However, this bastard had told Lu Yin not to interfere and had even given him a Void God for free. It made it seem like she was causing trouble, and this bastard was standing up for her, which made Su Leng even more unhappy. Su Heng, if you have the ability, then compete. If you don't, then scram. He then looked at Lu Yin. Two Void Gods. Lu Yin raised a brow. This was not a low price. Su Heng tried to dissuade her. Leng, don't cause trouble. You'll cause a rebellion in the family. Su Leng barked, that's none of your business. Isn't the collapse of my Void Yin tribe exactly what your Void Yang tribe wants? Su Heng hurriedly said to Lu Yin, little brother, don't listen to her. She's just causing trouble. Su Leng was furious. Three Void Gods. Leng, Su Heng barked. Lu Yin was speechless. Why was this guy's EQ even lower than his own? The more he tried to dissuade Su Leng, the more he wanted to do it. Furthermore, Su Leng kept saying that Lu Yin was causing trouble. What? 4. Su Leng looked at Lu Yin. You can choose 4 of the Void Gods that my Void Yin tribe has collected, as long as you help me throw him 10 meters away. Su Heng hurriedly looked at Lu Yin, afraid that he would agree. The Su Gate's tidal force was very strong, and he could attack Lu Yin, but the moment he did, the force would instantly push him more than 10 meters away. Thus, he could not threaten Lu Yin and could only persuade him with words. Between the two of them, one was constantly raising the price to tempt Lu Yin while the other was constantly trying to dissuade him. Lu Yin's head hurt from the argument, and he himself was constantly getting closer to the two of them. Seniors, please allow this junior to say something, Lu Yin shouted. Su Heng and Su Leng both looked at him. Lu Yin said, Senior Su Leng, this junior can help you. Su Heng's expression changed, and he was just about to speak when Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Su Leng seriously. But this junior doesn't want a Void God. Then what do you want? Su Leng was on guard. Although she was impulsive, she was not stupid and would not agree to any condition. Lu Yin seriously said, this junior hopes that the seniors will agree to calm down and not interrupt. Allow Senior Su Heng to speak for 2 hours. Su Lang and Su Heng were stunned. What kind of condition was this? Su Heng was confused. Little brother, this. Lu Yin looked at Su Heng. Senior, think carefully about what you should say during these 2 hours. Senior is smarter than anyone else, so you should understand what's meaningful and what's meaningless. Besides, Lu Yin looked around. This is the Void Pass, and there's no one else here besides the two of you. Seniors, your cultivations are shocking, so why don't you let go of your worldly affairs and your family's grievances and just be yourselves? Su Heng had a complicated expression as he looked at Su Lang. Su Lang was originally looking at Lu Yin, but when he saw Lu Yin's gaze, he subconsciously looked away. Lu Yin looked at Su Lang again. Senior, do you agree? Su Lang's eyes flashed, and he snorted. Fine, as long as I win, it's fine. At worst, I'll just listen to his nonsense for 2 hours. From their conversation, Lu Yin could tell that Su Lang was impatient and decisive. Every time Su Heng spoke, he would be interrupted by Su Lang, and he would not be able to say what he wanted to say. There were many things that could not be explained clearly, but this was perfect since Su Heng would have something to say. More importantly, Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. If he helped Su Lang win and allowed Su Lang to be quiet for 2 hours, he would also be quiet for 2 hours and try his best to stay as far away from them as possible. However, 2 hours was too short. Lu Yin pursed his lips. If he had known earlier, he would have said 1 day, but it did not matter. They would not be arguing during this period of time, and 2 hours was the same as 1 day. He would not be able to increase the distance between them by much. Most importantly, he would be able to calm down during this time. Senior, move 30% to the left, Lu Yin told Su Lang. At the same time, he also moved forward. Move 50% to the right. Stop for 3 seconds. Full speed ahead in a straight line. With Lu Yin's help, Su Lang gradually pulled away from Su Heng. Su Heng calmly followed behind. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and Su Lang was about to pull away from Su Heng by more than 10 meters. According to Lu Yin's calculations, even with his help, Su Lang would need at least 10 days to pull away from Su Heng. However, he had done it in just 5 days. This was not only due to Lu Yin, but also because Su Heng had slowed down on purpose. He had deliberately allowed Su Lang to pull away by 10 meters, all for the sake of those 2 hours. Lu Yin looked back and met Su Heng's eyes. He smiled knowingly, and Su Heng's eyes were filled with gratitude. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2594. Not long after, they crossed the 10-meter gap and Su Lang was delighted. I won, I won. She thanked Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Seniors, please go to the left, and I'll go to the right. I'll give you a quiet place to talk in a day without anyone disturbing you. There's no need, little brother, Su Heng spoke up from behind. You can listen. It's fine. Su Lang stared at Su Heng coldly. I won. Does the bet from before still count? Lu Yin did not know what the bet was, but it had nothing to do with him. Su Heng was also grateful to him, so it had nothing to do with him. Su Heng smiled. Of course it counts. Lang, you won. Su Lang's lips curled up. You can speak now. I can still listen to 2 hours of nonsense. Su Heng glanced at Lu Yin gratefully. He then cleared his throat. Lang, then I'll speak. Su Lang snorted, but she did not speak or interrupt. First, the yin-yang sword is indeed not in the hands of my Void Yang clan, Su Heng said. In the past, Su Leng would interrupt him whenever he said this, but now, there was a restriction. Su Leng was about to speak, but she held herself back and listened quietly. She definitely did not believe him. I know you don't believe me, so I'll start from the beginning. Back then, Master Su Yi had two direct bloodlines. The ancestors of the Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan were fellow disciples, and the two of them, Su Hing began his 2-hour speech, but he did not notice that Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard the words, Yin Yang sword. Yin Yang sword. It couldn't be the sword in his hand, right? It couldn't be that coincidental. Lu Yin had originally planned to continue moving forward. Since the two had been talking for 2 hours without moving, 2 hours would be enough for him to put some distance between them. However, when he heard the words Yin Yang sword, Lu Yin stopped and listened. As Su Hing spoke, Su Leng's expression gradually changed. Su Hing recounted the entire process of the Yin Yang sword's appearance and its disappearance. He also provided evidence that the sword was definitely not in the hands of the Void Yang clan. You were certain that the Yin Yang sword was in our hands because your mother told you. An hour later, Su Leng's face paled. Why didn't you say this before? Su Heng was bitter. Do I have the right to speak? Su Leng opened his mouth, his eyes dim. I've explained the Yin Yang sword. Now, let's talk about something else, Su Heng continued. 2 hours passed very quickly, but he didn't stop. Su Leng didn't interrupt him either. Su Heng spoke for a long time, explaining one matter after another, resolving one misunderstanding after another. After hearing so much, Lu Yin admired Su Leng's mother the most. She had actually thought of all sorts of ways to create so many misunderstandings between Su Leng and Su Heng, making it impossible for the two of them to ever be together. Su Leng's mother understood Su Heng's temperament all too well. With so many misunderstandings, Su Leng definitely would not have calmly listened to Su Heng's explanation. If not for Lu Yin, these misunderstandings would have continued for who knew how long until they died. In the history of mankind, many grudges originated from misunderstandings. These two words brought no less slaughter and death than wars. Some wars even originated from these two words. Lu Yin continued forward, as he had no interest in listening to Su Heng's confession. He already knew that the sword in his cosmic ring was the Yin Yang sword that they had been painstakingly searching for. It had come from Master Su Yi, and the ancestors of the Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe had been Master Su Yi's disciple. This made Lu Yin feel a little guilty, even though he had not taken the Yin Yang sword from either of these two tribes. Although he had left, it was indeed with him. After an unknown amount of time, Su Heng's voice rang out. Little brother, please wait. Lu Yin was startled, and he slowly turned around. Su Heng had already stopped speaking, and he looked at Lu Yin with a grateful gaze. Su Leng's entire person had changed, and he had become much gentler, as if his edges had been ground away. At this moment, Lu Yin was still quite a distance away from them, but for people at their cultivation levels, this distance was not considered too far. They had already been talking for a few days. Su Heng bowed to Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him. Senior, there's no need for that. Su Heng was solemn. Of course. Little brother's kindness to me cannot be described in a few words, and it's not just for me. He then looked at Su Leng. Su Leng bowed to Lu Yin from afar as well. Me too. It's for our two tribes, Su Heng replied. He then looked at Lu Yin. Little brother's help can be considered to have saved both of our tribes to a certain extent, and we sincerely thank you again. If you need any help in the future, you must find the Void Yang tribe and the Void Yin tribe. Our tribes will do our best to help. Lu Yin smiled. Seniors, there's no need to be too concerned. Su Leng smiled for the first time. Brother Xian Qi, if you don't mind, you can be my little brother, and I, Su Heng, will be your big brother. Remember to look for us if you need anything. No matter what it is, we are not ungrateful people. Lu Yin could feel their sincerity, but it also made him feel even more uneasy. The path of cultivation was filled with intrigue and killing. He had also experienced the struggle for power in the Fifth Mainland, and such pure emotions were too rare. Ming Yen, Haizij Lian, Big Sis, Wendy Yushan, Hui Kong, the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy, Elder Chan, Senior Brother Qing Ping, and Senior Brother Mu Xia were all from the Yin and Void factions of the Six Direction Society. Now, there were these two more people. Although they had not known each other for long and had only met once, Lu Yin could feel their heartfelt gratitude and commitment. He wanted to take out the yin-yang sword and give it to them, but he could not do so. If he did, it would only make them suspicious of his intentions and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Little brother understands. Big brother Su Heng, big sis Su Leng, if it's possible, I'll help you find the yin-yang sword and give it to you. Although my cultivation is low, I know many people, Lu Yin said loudly. Su Heng laughed. Thank you, brother Xian Qi. I wish you all the best as you pass the void gate. Su Leng rolled her eyes. Don't say such empty words. It's impossible to pass the void gate. She then looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Don't be so stubborn. No one has been able to pass the void gate for so many years, so I won't pretend to give you my blessings. Su Heng smiled bitterly. If possible, I hope to invite you to my Void Yin tribe as a guest. Su Heng's eyes lit up. I'll definitely invite you to my tribe as a guest. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, I'll definitely go when I have time. Have a safe journey, brother. Although it's impossible, I still hope that you can pass the void gate and achieve this miracle that no one has ever been able to achieve, Su Heng shouted. With his blessings, Lu Yin continued forward, feeling very comfortable inside. Meeting these two wasn't bad either. As he watched Lu Yin leave, Su Heng sighed. The younger generation is catching up. Leng we need to work hard as well. Su Leng rolled her eyes. What's the point of working hard? We learned Master Su Yi's ultimate technique, and we've already reached the peak. If we can't find the yin-yang sword, we'll never be able to break through to the virtual realm. Su Heng felt a headache coming on. That's right. Now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, let's work together and mobilize both tribes to find the yin-yang sword. Once we find it, we might be able to both break through to the virtual realm and shock the void god spacetime. Who's with you? Shameless. Su Leng blushed. Su Heng laughed. Void Yin and Void Yang, it's time for us to work together and shock the void god spacetime. They might have forgotten the fear of being dominated by Master Su Yi. Su Heng and Su Leng stopped advancing, and Lu Yin continued forward alone, heading towards the center of the void gate. Actually, this place wasn't very far from the center of the void gate, and not just anyone could reach this place. A few days later, Lu Yin saw someone lying face up on the waves with his head resting on his arms. There was a drink on his body, and he was leisurely humming an unknown tune as he floated away from the waves. He seemed to be very relaxed. It was a man who looked very ordinary. He had dark skin and wore something that looked like sunglasses. When the man brushed past Lu Yin, he pulled out a drink and offered it to Lu Yin. Want one? No, thank you, Lu Yin replied. He remained silent as he continued forward. His heart was in turmoil. A progenitor. It was actually a progenitor. What the hell? He had actually encountered another progenitor in the Void Pass. Had this person seen through his concealment? Death Face's concealment ability was very strong, and Bai Xing hadn't been able to tell back then. However, Su Wuwei had. Lu Yin wasn't sure about this person's abilities, but he didn't plan on saying anything. As he watched Lu Yin continue forward, the man took a sip of his drink and adjusted his sunglasses. Interesting. He then continued to lie down on the tidal wave and floated outwards in a rather contented manner. A few days later, Lu Yin finally relaxed. It wasn't easy to encounter a progenitor, but he had. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He looked up and saw a vortex at the center of the void gate. Su Xiangyin had said that every generation, there would be people who would rush into the vortex, but they would quickly be thrown out. No one could truly enter, and only by entering and receiving the light from the sky would one be considered to have passed the void gate. However, according to Su Xiangyin's words, he wouldn't be able to see the light from the sky in this lifetime. Lu Yin was the only one around the vortex, and he could see through the void god's power. He continued to push forward until he finally reached the vortex's entrance and squeezed in. After struggling with the tidal waves for so long, he had thought that he would face an even greater force after entering the vortex, but he had never expected that he would crash right into it. There was no tidal force at all, and his surroundings were pitch black. Lu Yin subconsciously released his domain to sense his surroundings, but in the next moment, a familiar energy surged in from all directions. It was astral source. Lu Yin's expression changed. Astral source. Why was there astral source energy here? This astral source energy had appeared suddenly, and it was vast and majestic. It was full of pressure, but it suddenly disappeared as soon as it arrived. The astral source vortex within Lu Yin's body continued to rotate, absorbing the surrounding astral source energy. This was either astral source energy from the reincarnation spacetime or from the fifth mainland. Or rather, it was from the primordial space. A name suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind, Wu Tian. Could this energy have come from Wu Tian? Suddenly, Lu Yin's body began to plummet, and he couldn't control himself. The surrounding astral source energy exerted a pressure that was at the level of a progenitor. Unless he released the divine seal catalog and borrowed the power of a progenitor to resist, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2595. Lu Yin's vision suddenly opened up, and he appeared on a grassy plain. The setting sun was in the distance, and it was very beautiful. Where was this? A ray of light flickered from the setting sun and instantly approached. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged. It was a white bone spike from some unknown creature that appeared directly above the grassy plain, floating 100 meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized it up. What did it mean? He stepped backwards and appeared beside it. He reached out to grab it, but it was cold to the touch. He tried to crush it, but he couldn't. This bone spike was definitely at the progenitor realm. The moment Lu Yin touched it, a consciousness flowed into him, allowing him to understand its use. This bone spike was a power vessel that could ignore all defensive distances. This ability shocked Lu Yin, and he looked at the bone spike in his hand. Was it really that strong? This was left behind by Wu Tian, a voice said from behind him. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Was someone here? He turned around and saw a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Lu Yin stared at him, but he didn't feel any sense of danger. Either this person wasn't a threat to him, or this person was too strong, so strong that it exceeded his understanding. How could someone who wasn't a threat approach him without him noticing? The only possibility was that this person was too strong, far stronger than Su Wuwei. Was there someone in the Void God spacetime who was stronger than Su Wuwei? Only the Void Master. Was this man in front of him the Void Master? You're from the primordial space, and you deserve to be acknowledged by Wu Tian, the man said calmly as he looked at the bone spike with nostalgia. Lu Yin gripped the bone spike. Junior Xian Qi greets Senior. Do you know why no one has been able to pass the void gate for countless years? The man asked. Lu Yin replied, because Wu Tian's acknowledgement is required to pass the void gate. The man nodded. Wu Tian only acknowledges those from the primordial space, and he has requirements for them as well. When the primordial space fell apart, I brought a group of geniuses from the primordial space here and had them attempt the void gate, but they all failed in the end. Even I don't think anyone can pass. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. You being acknowledged by Wu Tian has fulfilled one of my wishes. Lu Yin didn't say anything. He was afraid that this person would force him to reveal his real name, and he was afraid of this person's attitude towards the Lu family. The primordial space was the primordial space, and the Lu family was the Lu family. He, Lu Yin, was a potential enemy of the Six Direction Society. If this person was really the Phantom Master, how would he treat him? Lu Yin did not dare to imagine it, as he was certain that he would not be able to escape from the Void Master. At this moment, the only person he could think of was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu had ensured that the Grand Empyreans would not attack him, but this Void Master was definitely someone he could not deal with. The man raised his hand, and the bone spear left Lu Yin's body and floated into his hand. Lu Yin didn't even try to resist and just stood there quietly. In the next moment, the world changed. The quiet afterglow of the setting sun trembled under the boiling virtual god power. Lu Yin stared at the man in shock. Boundless, majestic virtual god power gushed out of the man's body into the bone spur. Lu Yin had never felt such a terrifying virtual god power before. Compared to it, even the virtual god power that filled the virtual god spacetime seemed much weaker. Under the pressure of this faux god force, Lu Yin found it hard to control the urge to kneel. This was a subconscious reaction to the supreme pressure. Yes. Worship. His body wanted to, but his will did not allow it. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. Aside from his elders, family, and teachers, he would not worship anyone else in this lifetime. He would not even worship a Void Master, a Grand Empyrean, or a primogenitor. The virtual god power poured into the bone spur. Although Lu Yin felt like it took a long time, it was actually only a few seconds. The man released his hand and allowed the bone spur to land in Lu Yin's hand. This bone spur is a power vessel that Wu Tian valued. He has never used it before and left it here as a reward for passing the void trial. I have also poured enough virtual god power into it to allow you to cultivate to the virtual realm. If possible, you might be able to borrow my power from it. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. The man's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin. I admire you. You have a backbone. Lu Yin's face twitched, as this was not a good thing. Being admired was equivalent to being targeted. I still have time. Do you have any questions? The man looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin naturally wanted the man to leave, but he could not say that out loud. I haven't thought about it yet. Even if you do, you might not be able to find me. Lu Yin bowed respectfully, but he didn't know what to say. He kept urging the man to leave, leave, leave. Have you come into contact with Wu Tian? The man asked. Lu Yin thought of the Lu family's sword steel, which was actually Wu Tian's stone steel. It was currently in the Above the Sky sect, and only those who had made great contributions to the sect could view it. I've come into contact with Wu Tian's stone steel. The man nodded. Oh, that's stone steel. As expected, even if one's innate gift is extraordinary, it's impossible to gain Wu Tian's approval if you haven't come into contact with his items. He then pondered for a moment before continuing, return to the primordial space. This bone spur might be able to help you find Wu Tian's legacy. No one in history has ever defeated Wu Tian in terms of weapons. If you can obtain his legacy, you might be able to do so as well. I'm looking forward to the birth of a second Wu Tian. Lu Yin was puzzled. No one has ever defeated Wu Tian in terms of weapons? The man met Lu Yin's gaze. Wu Tian pioneered the use of weapons and created his own techniques. Don't you know? Lu Yin replied, I know about this, but I don't know what you're talking about. The man clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the setting sun. Everyone has their own path when they reach the end of their cultivation, and the 6 Daos of the 3 realms are the same as Wu Tian. The Grim Reaper controls death energy and can harvest lives, while Fate can peer into the future. Wu Tian has a special liking for weapons, and he created Wu Fa and the Celestial Eye. No weapon can hide from him, and he can see through countless parallel spacetime. If you can obtain Wu Fa and the Celestial Eye, you might be the next Wu Tian. Wu Fa, the Celestial Eye. Lu Yin muttered to himself, as this was the first time he had heard of Wu Tian's power. The Grim Reaper and Fate were both very famous in the 5th mainland and the astral tree domain, but Wu Tian was not well known. Still, no one dared to underestimate Wu Tian, as he was one of the 3 realms. However, no one knew much about Wu Tian's powers, and this was the first time Lu Yin had heard of them. No one could defeat Wu Tian in terms of weapons? No one could hide from Wu Tian's Celestial Eye. Wu Tian could see through parallel spacetime. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he grasped the bone spear. Could this bone spear really help him find Wu Tian's power? If it could, then that would be great. The man left without revealing his identity. Lu Yin knew that he was a void master, but he did not point it out either. Lu Yin had a tacit understanding, but the man had probably never cared about this. Lu Yin looked at the bone spear again and put it away. He faced the afterglow and bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior Wu Tian for this gift. As he spoke, the afterglow of the setting sun blossomed into a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. At the same time, outside the Void Pass, Su Xiangyin and Third Master Mu were talking about something when a beam of light shot up into the sky. They turned around to look, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What? Su Xiangyin stuttered. Third Master Mu's eyes narrowed. Someone passed the Void Pass. Both inside and outside the Void Pass, countless people stared at the beam of light in a daze. They knew that this beam of light would only appear if one passed the Void Pass, but it had been many years since anyone had passed it. Who was it? Who had passed the Void Pass? Su Heng and Su Leng were shocked, and they exchanged glances. No way. Is it Brother Xian Qi? In front of them, a man wearing sunglasses who had been drinking on the tidal waves suddenly stood up, not even caring that his sunglasses had fallen off. Someone passed the Void Pass. Is it that kid? Only he knew that only one person had entered the vortex during this time, and that was Lu Yin. Too many people had passed the Void Pass in the past, and he had never dreamed that someone would succeed today. How had that kid done it? At the center of the Void Pass, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Not only did it shake the area around the Void Pass, but it also caused ripples that spread throughout the Void God spacetime. The Void God spacetime was filled with Void God's power, and this beam of light caused the calm Void God's power to boil. Many people looked over with shock, confusion, and endless envy. Anyone who could pass the Void Pass would be able to become the Void Master's disciple and become an existence that was only second to one person in the Void God spacetime. No matter what their cultivation was, even if they were an ordinary person, they would be able to stand on the same level as the powerhouses of the 6 parties gathering. Their status was equivalent to Hirant's, and Bai Qian's status in the Void God spacetime was equivalent to the perfect young master's status in the reincarnation spacetime. The area around the void pass was silent as everyone stared at the beam of light, wanting to know who had passed the void pass. At that moment, the void pass trembled, and the pushing force suddenly disappeared. Since someone had passed the void pass, the pushing force naturally ceased to exist, and the void pass would no longer exist from now on. As the pushing force disappeared, the void god's power that had been maintaining the tidal wave dissipated, making this place the easiest place to absorb void god's power. Someone immediately started absorbing the void god's power. Even though everyone was curious about who had passed the void pass, their curiosity could not hide the increase in their cultivation. That person would eventually show up, but the void pass collapse was an opportunity. No matter who it was, they were all absorbing the void god's power. The disappearance of the void pass allowed Su Xiangyin and Third Master Mu to approach the beam of light. Before them, the man wearing sunglasses was already outside the beam of light, and Su Heng and Su Leng had also arrived before them. When Su Xiangyin and Third Master Mu arrived, they saw these three people. Junior Su Xiangyin greets Senior Wuji. Su Xiangyin bowed respectfully. Junior Mu San greets Senior Wuji. Third Master Mu also bowed. The man wearing sunglasses nodded and stared at the beam of light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2596. Su Xiangyin and Third Master Mu looked at each other. They both looked at the beam of light. Who could it be? Could it really be Xian Qi? They had already searched for Lu Yin on their way here, but they had not found him. Either he had left this place long ago, or he had thought of a certain possibility. Su Xiangyin's breathing quickened. Third Master Mu's face turned ugly. It couldn't be Xian Qi, right? It couldn't be, right? He couldn't be that unlucky. Lu Yin took one step at a time and appeared in front of everyone along with the beam of light. Su Xiangyin was excited and laughed loudly. It was indeed Xian Qi. Third Master Mu's face was ashen. How could this be? He had never thought that Xian Qi would be able to pass the void stage. This was impossible. How was this possible? Was this kid's talent in the path of virtual God really that terrifying? Su Heng and Su Leng were overjoyed. Congratulations, brother. The man wearing sunglasses, nothingness, was surprised. Brother. Su Xiangyin was also stunned. He knew Su Heng and Su Leng. The Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan were very famous in the Void God universe. These two clans only had the influence of the Void Transformation realm, but if they joined forces one day, they could reach the influence of the Void Tai realm. They were all extremely strong masters who inherited the inheritance of Master Su Yi. How did Xian Qi know them? Lu Yin first bowed to Su Wuji before greeting Su Heng and Su Leng with a smile. Finally, he looked at Su Xiangyin. Senior, this junior has done it. Su Xiangyin laughed again. He didn't want to think about anything else. He only knew that Xian Qi belonged to the Void God universe and no one could take him away. Lu Yin looked at Third Master Mu. My apologies, Senior. Third Master Mu felt bitter. What else could he say? He had even passed the Void trial, which meant that he was very dedicated to the Void God spacetime continuum. Even if they forcibly took him to the Wood spacetime continuum, it would be pointless. Congratulations. Limitless Void lifted his sunglasses. You all know each other. Su Xiangyin replied, Senior, his name is Xian Qi, and he's from the Sixth Direction training ground. Void was astonished. I remember now. He's the outsider with the greatest talent. Su Xiangyin was pleased with himself. Yes. He then curiously looked at Su Heng and Su Leng. How did you two get to know Xianqi? Su Heng smiled. Not long ago, we met at the Void Pass. Brother Xianqi helped us, so they've already acknowledged him as their little brother. Su Ling smiled. Xianqi is the younger brother of the Void Yin tribe and the Void Yang tribe. Su Wuji and Su Xiangyin looked over in surprise. They were very clear about the relationship between Su Heng and Su Ling. Why were they so harmonious now? Furthermore, he said that the two races would be joined together. Did this mean that the two races were finally going to merge again? This was a big deal. Lu Yin replied, I didn't do anything. It's just that the onlookers can't see clearly. Big bro, big sis, don't make me sound so good. Su Ling smiled. Brother, there's no need to be so humble. Now that you've passed the trial, do you have any requests? Everyone looked at Lu Yin once again. Anyone who passed the virtual gate could become a disciple of the virtual master or anyone from the virtual God universe. Everyone wanted to know what Lu Yin was up to. Normally, he would have to be the disciple of the Phantom Master. No one doubted this. Being apprenticed to the Su Master was a great opportunity to reach the sky in a single bound. Even the Su Master could not refuse such an opportunity. Another person arrived and bowed to Su Wuji. He then looked at Lu Yin from afar with curiosity. Who was this person? Lu Yin took a deep breath. Passing the virtual gate meant that he could become a disciple of the virtual master, but he already had Mr. Mu as his master. Naturally, he could not become a disciple of the virtual master. His gaze trembled as he thought about this. This junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual God's power. Everyone was confused. What did he mean? What guide? And they hadn't heard wrong. They hadn't heard the words, virtual master, but Su Wuwei. Su Xiangyin hurriedly confirmed, Xianqi, what did you say? Say it again. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual God's power. Su Xiangyin was stunned. What did this mean? What kind of guide was this? You're not going to become a disciple of the virtual master? Su Wuji was shocked. Su Heng grew anxious. Brother, don't spout nonsense. You only have one chance. Think carefully before you speak, Su Ling added. In the distance, everyone who heard Lu Yin's request was confused. Was this kid stupid? Had he gone crazy after passing the virtual gate? He actually didn't want to become the virtual master's disciple? Lu Yin solemnly repeated, this junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual God's power. Xianqi. Su Xiangyin barked, glaring at Lu Yin. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know that you can become the virtual master's disciple? Lu Yin solemnly replied, the virtual master's level is too high, and this junior does not have such extravagant hopes. Su Xiangyin was enraged, and he pointed at Lu Yin while his entire body trembled. Su Wuji waved his hand, and virtual God's power swept past Su Xiangyin, calming him down. He looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. The virtual master's level is too high. Do you know what you just said? Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior knows that the virtual master created the virtual God civilization, and that he is an unprecedentedly great individual. The opportunity for this junior to become the virtual master's disciple is something that others would beg for, but... He hesitated and looked at Su Wuji before looking back at the gradually disappearing beam of light. This junior still hopes that Senior Su Wuwei will be my guide in cultivating the virtual God civilization. Su Wuji's eyes flashed, and he finally understood. Something must have happened during the void trials that had caused this Xianqi to refuse the virtual master's disciple. He was well aware of the importance of the void trials, and since this kid had passed them, then had the virtual master appeared? Perhaps he had. When he thought of this possibility, he said, "Fine. Even if you don't want to become the virtual master's disciple, why not Senior Su Wu-wei? Instead, you're asking him to be your guide." This was also why Su Wuji did not understand. Lu Yin was helpless. This junior greets Senior Su Wu-wei. Due to certain reasons, Senior has not accepted this junior as a disciple. Even if I can become your disciple because I passed the void trials, this junior does not wish to make things difficult for Senior. Thus, I only hope that Senior can be my guide and help this junior cultivate the virtual god civilization. Su Wuji looked at Su Xiangyin. Is that so? Su Xiangyin sighed. Yes. He had also thought that there might be other reasons for not becoming the virtual master's disciple, but since this matter concerned the virtual master, he did not dare to say anything else. Su Wuji shook his head. What a pity. This kid had clearly passed the void trials, but not only could he not become the virtual master's disciple, but even Senior Su Wu-wei could not become his disciple as well. Even Su Wuji had once wanted to become Senior Su Wu-wei's disciple. Brother, my void god spacetime has many powerhouses in the virtual god realm. Why don't you become their disciple? Su Leng reminded him. Lu Yin raised his brows. This big sister was really digging a hole for him. Wasn't she clearly trying to get him to become a disciple of this progenitor? How could he possibly become a disciple? This junior hopes to cultivate by Senior Su Wu-wei's side, even if Senior does not like this junior, Lu Yin hurriedly said. Su Leng wanted to say something else, but Su Heng stopped her from speaking. Everyone could see that Lu Yin wanted to cultivate with Su Wu-wei, and any further words would put Su Wuji in an awkward position. Su Wuji sighed. Having the opportunity to cultivate with Senior Su Wu-wei is indeed an opportunity. I wanted to follow Senior Su Wu-wei back then, but Senior did not accept me. He then looked at Lu Yin. You're Xian Qi, right? This junior is Xian Qi. Su Wuji nodded. Cherish this opportunity and follow Senior Su Wu-wei well. You might even have a chance to become his disciple in the future. You'd rather waste the privilege of passing the void gate than make things difficult for Senior. Senior will definitely change his impression of you. He then left. With the void gate gone, Su Wuji had lost a good place to relax, so he had to find another one. After Su Wuji left, everyone relaxed. Su Xiangyin sighed. What should I say about you? Su Heng replied, everyone has their own ambitions. Lu Yin said, no matter what, this junior has the opportunity to cultivate with Senior Su Wu-wei. Given Senior Su Wu-wei's character, he will definitely guide me with all his heart. That's right. Someone approached from a distance. It was a half-ancestor like Su Xiangyin and the others. I once wanted to become Senior Su Wu-wei's disciple, and I searched for delicacies throughout the Six Direction Society. Although I did not succeed in the end, I learned a lot from Senior Su Wu-wei, which allowed me to reach my current realm. If you have the opportunity to follow Senior Su Wu-wei, you won't lose out to other virtual realm powerhouses. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you for your advice, Senior. The person nodded and left as well, clearly appreciating Lu Yin's actions. Xian Qi, are you sure you want to stay in the void god spacetime? Third Master Mu asked again. Su Xiangyin was displeased. Enough, Third Master Mu. What else is there to say? He had only agreed to let Lu Yin go to the wood spacetime because Su Wu-wei had refused to let Lu Yin join the void god spacetime. Now that Lu Yin had the opportunity to follow Su Wu-wei, he naturally did not want to let Lu Yin leave. Lu Yin replied, thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I really want to stay in the void god spacetime. Third Master Mu sighed. Senior Woodcarver is not inferior to Senior Su Wu-wei. Since you can't become Senior Su Wu-wei's disciple, why not become Senior Woodcarver's disciple? Seeing that Su Xiangyin still wanted to say something, Third Master Mu said, "Forget it. Since it's already come to this, there's no point in forcing it. Xian Qi, the doors to my wood spacetime will always be open for you. If you regret it, you can come to my wood spacetime, and I will think of a way to help you leave the void god spacetime." Su Xiangyin was furious and wanted to curse, but Third Master Mu left without giving him a chance. "Bah, hypocrite!" Su Xiangyin was indignant. Lu Yin felt helpless. Because of the tree's innate gift, Mu Xiangyin was too stubborn about him. He suddenly thought of something. Could the wood spacetime be related to Mr. Mu? He had never thought about this before, but what if they were related? Lu Yin was speechless, but even if Mr. Mu had told him about it, he could not be blamed. "Brother, do you want to come back with us to take a look?" Su Leng invited. Su Hing replied, "Now is not the time. You just passed the void trial and asked Senior Su Wuwei to guide you. Senior should know by now and might be on his way." Su Leng thought about it and agreed. Lu Yin smiled. "Not now, but I'll definitely be there as a guest." "Alright, then we'll wait." They soon left as well. Su Xiangyin said, "I didn't expect you to be so close to them. How long has it been? How did you do it?" Lu Yin smiled and explained the situation. It was not complicated, but after a few sentences, Su Xiangyin was stunned. "It's that simple. It's that simple. New Year's Eve, 5 in the afternoon. I've done my best, but I haven't been able to write properly for the past 2 days. I want to relax and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Thank you for your support, brothers." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2597. Su Xiangyin laughed. The Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan have been entangled with each other for a long time, especially the relationship between Su Heng and Su Leng. It's a legend in the Void God universe, and many stories have been written based on them. I didn't expect you to resolve it so easily. Lu Yin replied, "Actually, they just lacked a chance to talk. I just happened to stumble upon it by accident. Many people see the problem more clearly than I do, but I didn't have the chance to help them." Su Xiangyin continued, "No matter what, you've resolved the misunderstanding between the Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan. In the future, they'll be your greatest support in the Void God universe. Although they're all in the Void transformation realm, their combined strength is comparable to a Void realm cultivator. This means that you'll have a Void realm backer in the Void God universe. Senior Su Wuwei, Xian Qi, and I'll need you to take care of me in the future, ha." Lu Yin smiled bitterly, "Senior, please don't joke with me. I still don't know how Senior Su Wuwei feels about me." Su Xiangyin replied, "Senior is magnanimous. Although he doesn't like you, he won't do anything to you. Since he's your guide, he'll teach you with all his heart. Don't worry about that. Since when is it your turn to gossip about me, little guy?" A voice filled with vicissitudes of life was heard. Su Xiangyin was stunned and quickly turned around, only to see Su Wuwei holding a drink. Junior Su Xiangyin greets Senior. Junior Xian Qi greets Senior. Su Wuwei swirled the drink and took a sip before letting out a satisfied sigh. "It tastes good." He then waved a hand, "Stay away." Su Xiangyin knew that Su Wuwei was talking about him and quickly left, leaving only Lu Yin behind. Su Wuwei landed in front of Lu Yin and circled around him, making him feel uncomfortable. "Not bad, kid. You even passed the void gate. You're quite capable," Su Wuwei praised. Lu Yin bowed. Junior made the decision on his own. "Senior, please be my guide. Please don't take offense. Su Wuwei sneered, why didn't you become the Void Master's disciple? Lu Yin wanted to say something, but stopped himself. You met the Void Master? Su Wuwei asked. Lu Yin nodded. Su Wuwei took another sip of his drink. You're hiding your cultivation level and origin. You must be very disappointed, kid. You'll have to cut off your path to becoming a Void Master. Otherwise, your status will instantly reach the level of Hiran and Bai Qian. That's the true apex level. Do you feel uncomfortable now? Lu Yin straightened up. Yes. Su Wuwei rolled his eyes. You sure are honest. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from Senior. It's good that you know, Void 5 said as he took another sip of his drink. With your purpose, isn't it good to be apprenticed to other extremely strong masters? Limitless Void is not bad. Why do you have to go against me? Lu Yin replied, this junior hopes to learn from Senior. Su Wuwei stared into Lu Yin's eyes. No, there's a problem. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly met Su Wuwei's gaze. Su Wuwei looked at him for a while. Your realm is very high, and you're able to reach it at such a young age. You must have a master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Su Wuwei continued, your master is definitely not simple, right? Lu Yin nodded. This junior does have a master. Su Wuwei sized Lu Yin up again. I don't care who your master is, but I don't think he's at the level of an extreme powerhouse. Hiran wouldn't have let someone like you stay by her side. However, no one else knows that you have a master. Is it a pity that you gave up on becoming an extreme powerhouse's disciple for your master? Lu Yin was solemn. It's not a pity. My master treats me like a son, and it was him who saved my life and allowed me to embark on the path of cultivation. I might as well tell Senior that the reason I didn't become the Void Master's disciple is not because he saw through me. To the Void Master, it doesn't matter if I hide or not. Su Wuwei raised his brows. Lu Yin continued, this junior gave up on becoming the Void Master's disciple because he already has a master. No matter what his cultivation level is, this junior cannot become the disciple of anyone else, even if that person is the Void Master. Su Wuwei stared at Lu Yin for a while before laughing. Do you think I'll believe that? Lu Yin shrugged. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. That's the truth. Su Wuwei sneered. Do whatever you want. I'm not your master, just a guide. All I want to do is help you cultivate Void God's force. As for anything else, I won't care. You'd better not have any other plans. If you dare to try anything funny, I'll be the first to destroy you. Lu Yin nodded, not bothering to bow. In any case, it didn't matter. Thank you, Senior. Su Wuwei smiled, and Void God's force suddenly enveloped the surroundings. In that instant, the void reversed, and Lu Yin almost wanted to resist. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back, but in the face of Su Wuwei's power, resistance was meaningless. I'll take you to the Void Realm to find a Void God. Lu Yin hurriedly said, this junior has a Void God that can be used as a life-bound Void God. Su Wuwei stopped and asked curiously, you have a life-bound Void God? Let me take a look. If he could obtain another Void God, Lu Yin would naturally be willing, but the Void Master knew that he had a bone spur and had even given it Void God's force. If he went to the Void Realm to find a Void God, it would be troublesome if the Void Master found out. He could only give up. Lu Yin took out the bone spur and handed it to Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei took it and was shocked. He casually tossed it back to Lu Yin. So you've met the Void Master. Lu Yin silently put it away. The void God's force within that void God's force is quite terrifying, and it might not be any weaker than mine. It's enough for you to cultivate to the peak. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin. The void master thinks highly of you. I hope you don't disappoint him. This junior understands, Lu Yin replied. Su Wuwei continued, now I'm starting to believe that you didn't take the void master as your master because you already have one. With the void master's force that he gave you, he doesn't mind if you hide your cultivation. The moment he saw the bone spur, Su Wuwei's attitude towards Lu Yin improved. He had confirmed that the void God's force within the bone spur had come from the void master, and since even the void master had acknowledged Lu Yin, he had no reason to doubt him. Su Wuwei brought Lu Yin back to the void pass. The tide from before had formed a surging void God's force, and everyone had been absorbing it, which had attracted even more people. My technique is called the 5 tastes of humanity, and it takes too long to learn. You need to wander the world and taste the 5 tastes. You might have encountered many at your age, but it's far from enough to experience the changes in the 5 tastes. Thus, I can only help you absorb void God's force with a walk. How much you can absorb is up to you. Su Wuwei was his guide, and this was his duty to help Lu Yin cultivate void God's force. If it had been an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't have done this, but Lu Yin's cultivation was close to the peak of the envoys. With his cultivation, it would be much easier to cultivate void God's force, and his body could handle it. What Lu Yin lacked was the fastest way to cultivate void God's force. Lu Yin had chosen Su Wuwei as his guide because he was afraid that the other powerhouses would notice something wrong with him. However, he had never thought that he would make the right move. Su Wuwei was one of the few powerhouses who could help him cultivate void God's force the fastest. That walk could cook the 5 tastes of humanity. Both inside and outside the void pass, the expressions of those who had been frantically absorbing void God's force suddenly changed. They sensed that the void God's force had once again formed a tide that was moving towards the center. Had the void pass appeared again? Everyone immediately retreated from the void pass, as they didn't know what kind of shocking changes the tide's appearance would bring. However, there were also some who were bold enough to follow the tide, hoping that the newly formed tide's gravity would allow them to become the second person to pass through the void pass. At the very least, they could reach the center of the pass. The entire void pass once again formed a tide, and the center of the convergence was a walk. Inside the walk was Lu Yin. He had never thought that he would one day be able to cultivate inside a walk. Life was unpredictable, and even fate was difficult to predict. For example, the slipper in his cosmic ring still didn't know who it belonged to. The walk crazily absorbed void God's force, forming a void God tide that poured into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was like a bottomless abyss, and this rate was much faster than his own absorption. In the distance, Su Wuwei watched calmly. If not for Lu Yin's high cultivation, this method would not have been suitable. Had this kid chosen him by accident, or had he done so after understanding him? Su Wuwei fell into deep thought. A few days later, someone saw the walk and was stunned. Gradually, everyone outside realized that a walk was the cause of this void God tide. Walk? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid? How can a walk cause a void God tide? Is there a walk at the center of the void pass? How is that possible? Walk? I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Senior Su Wuwei's natal void god seems to be a walk. The void pass's existence can be traced back to the void master's era, and Senior Su Wuwei seems to have interacted with that era. Everyone was speculating about the walk. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin crazily absorbed void god's force within the walk, almost robbing it. The void god's force on the Fates End continent continued to increase in his heart. If it had been a small canal before, it had now become a river. It was very obvious, and it was still increasing. Based on the fifth mainland's cultivation, Lu Yin's void god's force was equivalent to a peak in lighters. Cultivating void god's force did not have anything like origin tribulation, and there was no bottleneck. As long as one had the resources and the ability, they could absorb as much as they wanted. This was something that Lu Yin envied. Of all the parallel spacetimes that he knew, only the Genesis space had origin tribulation. Right, there was also the reincarnation spacetime, but he didn't know if it had origin tribulation. Even if it did, the reincarnation spacetime's greatest advantage was that it granted 3 seats for the 9 sages. This was something that the Genesis space could never compare to. Why was it so difficult to become a progenitor in the Genesis space? Lu Yin opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He then continued to madly absorb void god's force. This process took half a year, and Lu Yin spent the entire time within the walk absorbing void god's force. The river of void god's force on the Fates continent near his heart was now very wide. Compared to the entire continent, this river of void god's force practically split the continent in 2. It was as if it was going to connect to the heavens and become the Skyfall River. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. I'll update at 5 p.m. and will continue to update tomorrow. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2598. The strength of the void god's power in his body was comparable to the fifth mainland's, which was equivalent to Lu Yin's own cultivation. Lu Yin had not expected himself to reach such heights in just half a year. This was Su Wuwei's ability, his own ability, and the uniqueness of the void god spacetime civilization and the coincidental appearance of the void pass. If that was the case, if a progenitor from the fifth mainland were to cultivate the power of the void god, he would be able to reach the void transformation stage in a very short time with the help of void Wuwei's power. As for the void grand stage, it was an existence that was comparable to the progenitor stage. It was definitely not that simple. Lu Yin stopped, not because he wanted to, but because the void god's power had disappeared. He looked around and saw that the void pass was no different from the other regions of the void god spacetime. The overflowing void god's power had disappeared. Had he absorbed it all? That was impossible, as the void god's power could even push a progenitor away. If he had absorbed it all, he should have reached the virtual realm. Most of it should have spilled out. The pot slowly shrank and returned to Su Wuwei's hand. Lu Yin quickly bowed. Thank you, Senior. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin in amazement. I thought that you would be pretty good if you could cultivate to the middle level of the Void Bright realm with this, but you've actually cultivated it to the same level as your own realm. How did you do it? Lu Yin was confused. Isn't it enough to just absorb it? Su Wuwei's mouth twitched. You've misunderstood the Void God civilization. Su Wuwei continued, that's right, there is no bottleneck in Void God's power. You just have to absorb it, but the amount you absorb depends on your own endurance and compatibility with the Void God's power. Do you think that I can use this method to let everyone absorb Void God's power? Then wouldn't the Void God spacetime be invincible? Mass-produced powerhouses. Isn't that fake like the reincarnation spacetime? He paused and then changed the topic. In short, there is a limit to how much Void God's power can be cultivated. That's why the Void God spacetime is especially concerned about talent. That's why Su Xiangyin has been keeping an eye on you. Not everyone has the potential to reach the virtual realm. Although the faux god civilization did not have origin calamity, it was still limited by one's innate talent. This was a path that was even more difficult than origin calamity. On the fifth mainland, even if one's innate talent was lacking, there was still a way to continue cultivating. However, cultivating faux God's power was a path that would remain the same for the rest of one's life unless they were reborn. This was a cultivation method that could be seen at its peak. Every civilization had its advantages and disadvantages. The origin space had its own origin tribulation, which was difficult to break through, but wasn't the origin tribulation also a way for people to break through to the next realm? Without the origin tribulation, it would be difficult for the void God power to break through. They could only rely on their original talent. The reincarnation time and space could bestow the positions of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, but the grand heavenly venerables could be taken back at any time. He couldn't say which one was definitely bad, but neither could he say which one was definitely good. Your talent in the virtual God civilization is so good that it makes people jealous. No wonder Su Xiangyin cares about you so much. You're also very smart. You're obsessed with the virtual God civilization instead of going to the wood dimension, Su Wuwei praised. Lu Yin didn't say much about this. He took out his bone spur and sensed the void God's power within it. I don't know how much power I can use now. Su Wuwei said, that brat Su Xiangyin mentioned it before. You can draw on 20 times your own void God's power. If that's the case. He looked at Lu Yin, you can fight against someone in the void transformation realm, which is Su Xiangyin's level. Lu Yin was shocked, that's it. As your guide, I've already helped you reach your current realm. You'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. I'll leave you with a battle technique. I've done my duty, and I've done everything I could. If one day I find out that you're using the virtual God spacetime to participate in a battle that transcends spacetime and cause damage to the virtual God spacetime, I'll personally take back everything I've given you. This is what a guide should do. Su Wuwei raised his hand, and void God's power gathered in his palm. It wasn't an ordinary gathering, but an indescribable condensation of laws. It spread out in all directions, but there were no signs of it spreading. Lu Yin stared at Su Wuwei's palm. This wasn't a simple gathering of void God's power. He watched as the power formed a sphere, but there was a constant flow of void God's power within it that connected to the void. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was the feeling of space. If he hadn't obtained the innate gift of space, he definitely wouldn't have been able to tell. Even if he had mastered the secret of strategy, retraction, he still wouldn't have been able to see the changes in the space in Su Wuwei's palm. Now, however, he could see that the void God's power was faintly spreading along the lines of space into the endless distance. It was as if the monotonous lines of space had been dyed with color. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuwei in shock. This person could control space. Don't think that we, the void God civilization, fight by drawing the void God's power and hiding behind it. In reality, the void God civilization's battle methods are no less than any other civilizations. The number of times you can draw void God's power in battle only represents the amount of void God's power you can use. The real deciding factor of how much void God's power you can use is the battle technique. After Su Wuwei finished speaking, a sphere formed from void God's power appeared in his palm. Countless strands of void God's power rotated within it, and even Lu Yin couldn't see through it clearly. At the same time, strands of void God's power extended out, as if drawing a square drawing for the starry sky. This was a square drawing that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, only those who could see void God's power could see it. However, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that this wasn't a complete void God's power. Instead, it was the materialization of spatial lines with void God's power. Lu Yin was shocked. He finally understood how powerful this old man was. This old man could materialize space for ordinary people to see and control space. Even with Lu Yin's innate gift of wood, he couldn't do it. It would take a long time to cultivate, but this old man had done it. He covered the space with void God's power, creating an unparalleled visual impact. At the same time, in the distance, Su Wuji was looking for a place to relax. Suddenly, his expression changed as a square drawing of Void God's power appeared around him. He froze in place, not daring to move. This was Senior Su Wuwei's power. This checkered painting shocked him too deeply. Not only him, but anyone who had seen Su Wuwei in action suddenly saw this checkered painting. They subconsciously stood still and could not move. If they moved, they would most likely die. Su Wuji swallowed and slowly turned to look in the direction of the void pass. Senior, don't scare me. The great path is simple. This battle technique is called Tai Spin. Su Wuwei's expression was solemn. The sphere of Void God's power in his palm flowed along the square drawing, sometimes disappearing and sometimes reappearing. In the Tai Spin domain, no one can avoid this technique. I once used this technique to kill an extreme powerhouse of the Eternals. Lu Yin was shocked. This was another person who had killed a progenitor. Ruthless. Today, I'll teach you the Tai Spin domain as a reward for passing the Void Pass and not forcing me to become your master. I'll also teach you as a guide. Xian Qi, I hope you don't disappoint me. I don't want to personally use Tai Spin to kill you one day. Su Wuwei grabbed Lu Yin and flung him away. Lu Yin's body continued to travel along the square drawing, experiencing the Tai Spin domain. Su Wuwei watched calmly, passing on the Tai Spin domain. This was already the treatment of a personal disciple, and it seemed like he was treating Lu Yin very well. Lu Yin traveled through the Tai Spin domain, feeling the effects of Void God's power on the lines of space. He knew that Su Wuwei seemed to treat him extremely well and was extremely benevolent, but would passing on the Tai Spin domain be of any use? It was meaningless. If Lu Yin hadn't obtained an innate gift of wood, how could he have learned the Tai Spin domain? This was the power of space. Even if he learned how to gather Void God's power, how could he use it on the lines of space? Even if Su Wuwei personally taught him, it would be useless. Su Wuwei had done it on purpose, using a profound technique to complete the last step as a guide. In reality, he hadn't taught Lu Yin anything, including his own technique, the 5 tastes of humanity. Lu Yin exhaled. He couldn't blame Su Wuwei, as their positions were different. From Su Wuwei's point of view, Lu Yin was helping Bai Qian deal with Iran, and it was very likely that he would use the Void God spacetime to interfere with hyperspace. Even if Su Wuwei didn't care, Lu Yin would still use his own methods to reduce the impact. Now that he was passing on the Tai Spin domain, outsiders would only envy him, and no one would understand Su Wuwei's intentions. However, the only thing that Su Wuwei had missed was that Lu Yin could see the lines of space and understand the principles behind the Tai Spin domain. Su Wuwei's teachings weren't about battle techniques, but rather how to use the lines of space. In the past, Lu Yin had only been able to manipulate lines to teleport. Now, however, he could apply his power to the lines and achieve a battle technique that ignored distance. This included, but was not limited to, Tai Chi Spin. He could use any external power, including swordplay, death energy, and even battle force. Su Wuwei had opened a new door for him. Su Wuwei couldn't have imagined that he would actually help Lu Yin even though he had clearly been fooling him. He was a very qualified guide. Lu Yin traveled through the Tai Spin domain for more than half a month before stopping. When he saw Su Wuwei, the first thing he said was, "This junior doesn't understand." Su Wuwei was satisfied, but his expression remained calm. The Tai Spin domain isn't that easy to learn. Do you know how many people in the Void God civilization want to learn this battle technique? This includes the ultimate Void and Void towards Yin that you've seen. Who doesn't want to learn it? They don't have this opportunity, so you have to cherish it. Lu Yin was grateful. This junior understands. I don't think highly of you, but I'm just doing my duty as a guide. You have to remember my words. This junior understands. Su Wuwei glanced at Lu Yin and his lips curled up. It was quite interesting to play around with juniors. Find a place to cultivate and try your best to recall the feeling of traveling through the Tai spin domain. I'm going to the battlefield, and I hope that you'll have improved the next time we meet. Lu Yin raised a brow. Improved? Could he? Once he improved, wouldn't this old man die of anger? Senior, you're going to the battlefield. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. I'll update more tomorrow. Thank you. Happy New Year's Eve. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2599. Su Wuwei's gaze darkened. The pressure on the Eternals is increasing, and they won't give up on the Six-Way Society's territory. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them to fight their way out of the endless battlefield. I'm going to take action, and you'll definitely have to go to the front lines. Senior, can you let me locate the Void God spacetime? I belong to the Void God spacetime now, and if I end up in a parallel spacetime one day, I hope to find my way back. Su Wuwei looked at him and nodded. Sure. The next day, he brought Lu Yin to the spatial coordinates. The spatial coordinates were branded with the auras of many people, and it was probably used by outsiders to find the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin had also left his own mark on it. Currently, he could only go to the three monarch spacetime, the Void God spacetime, and the six-way training grounds. He couldn't go to the others yet, as the cost of using his lotus treasure was too great. Su Wuwei left and went to the battlefield. Lu Yin frowned. If Su Wuwei went to the battlefield, the pressure on the Six-Way Society would increase, and the pressure would be transferred to the Genesis space. He tore through the void and left, returning to the Eternal Kingdom. He wanted to return to the Above Sky sect, but he suddenly remembered that Mu Jun was still imprisoned here. It had been some time since she had been imprisoned here, and although it hadn't been long, he could still meet her. Lu Yin's figure flashed and entered the underground, where the deathly aura pervaded. The Thunder Sealers lived on the surface of the Eternal Kingdom, and they couldn't enter the underground. It was precisely because of the deathly aura that Mu Jun was trapped here. The current Mu Jun was the same as the last time Lu Yin had seen her. After all, it hadn't been that long, and for a progenitor, thousands of years were like the blink of an eye. Mu Jun didn't say anything when she saw Lu Yin arrive. She just looked at him. Let me tell you some good news. I've asked for reinforcements from the three monarch spacetime, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun wasn't surprised. The Six-Way Society forced you. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Mu Jun was expressionless. I suggested working with you to deal with the four-way scales in the Genesis space while preserving your own strength, but you didn't agree. At that time, I knew that the Six-Way Society would do everything they could to force you to help the three monarch spacetime. They won't let the three monarch spacetime be destroyed, nor will they watch you grow. If that's the case, wouldn't you be an enemy of the Six-Way Society? Lu Yin asked with interest. Your enemy is the reincarnation spacetime and divine sovereign Shaoyin, not us. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Shaoyin divinity. Mu Jun sneered, didn't you infiltrate the Six Paths sect to investigate? Don't tell me you haven't found out that it was Supreme Divinity Shaoyin who suggested putting all the blame on the Lu clan. Lu Yin stared coldly at Mu Jun. Mu Jun laughed. It seems like you really don't know. Other than the three monarch universes, the rest of the Six Direction Society hates the primordial space. It's because the primordial space didn't eradicate the everlasting race during the most glorious era and allowed them to grow. This resentment has always been suppressed, and in the end, it was all attributed to the Lu family through the mouth of the Shaoyin deity. Now that the Liu family has long been exiled and disappeared, the resentment that has been passed down since ancient times is gone. Other than a limited number of people, no one will target the primordial space anymore. But what if I want to bring her back to the Liu family? Mu Jun's eyes widened. What do you mean, welcome back to the Liu clan? He looked at her deeply. What if I want revenge? Mu Jun felt like she had heard something incredible. Does the Liu family still exist? Lu Yin replied, I don't know, but I will definitely take revenge. If you work with me, would you dare to offend Supreme Divinity Shaoyin? Mu Jun said, Tao Master Lu, I thought you were smart, but you chose the stupidest path. Revenge? Who? Supreme Divinity Shaoyin. Or a Grand Empyrean? No matter who it is, you won't be able to do it. No matter how high your cultivation is, how talented you are, or how many people help you, you can't surpass a Grand Empyrean. As long as a Grand Empyrean exists, the Supreme Divinity Shaoyin won't be someone you can touch. Besides, the Supreme Divinity Shaoyin is extremely strong and can fight against an expert like the Forgotten Ruins deity by himself. I advise you not to think about revenge. I want to live, and so do you. Let go of your hatred. The Liu family's grievances have already ended. Your current achievements are enough to create a second Liu family. There's no need to throw away your life. The power of a Grand Empyrean is not something you can imagine. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time. Maybe you're right. I should let go of my hatred. Mu Jun sighed. It's good that you've thought it through. Lu Yin looked at Mu Jun and suddenly smiled. I didn't say anything wrong. What you heard was what I said. It was a strange sentence, but Mu Jun understood what he meant. However, she couldn't. What do you mean? Lu Yin stared into her eyes. I said that I want to bring you back to the Liu family. Mu Jun frowned. The Liu family is no more. It's still here. Mu Jun's expression sank. You're messing with me. Lu Yin smiled. You're the one who's messing with me. You clearly understood what I meant, but you still advised me to let go of my hatred and cooperate with you. If I let you go, you'll probably go to the reincarnation spacetime and leak the secret. Nonsense, the Liu family definitely doesn't exist. The Grand Empyrean personally threw the Liu family to the Eternals. How could the Liu family still be alive? Mu Jun tried her best to defend herself, trying to use this method to prove that she was telling the truth. Lu Yin shook his head. A dignified progenitor playing tricks just to survive. How sad. Mu Jun's expression darkened. What do you want? Lu Yin said bluntly, I want to replace the 3 monarchs and become one of the 6 direction associations. Mu Jun seemed to have heard something unbelievable. What did you say? You don't believe me. Mu Jun's eyes flickered. Are you crazy? How could the 6 direction associations accept your primordial space? Even if the 3 monarchs are gone, your primordial space will never become one of the 6 direction associations. Never. Then let's try. I don't believe that there's anything impossible in this universe, Lu Yin said with a cold gaze. Either you help me become one of the 6 direction associations, or you'll be imprisoned here for the rest of your life. I guarantee that no one will be able to find you. The conversation and the delivery of resources had all come from this information seller. This was a platform built on a dark green frame, and no one other than Luo Lauer could use it since it was bound to his identity. Does this person really know a lot of information? Lu Yin was interested. Luo Lauer assured him, he's the most complete seller. He's never made a mistake, and he's very fast. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. How do I get him to take the initiative to trade with me? Luo Lao replied, I could try, but I don't know if he'll be willing. Even if I do, I'll have to do it in hyperspace. Wait for a while, Lu Yin said. For now, he couldn't deal with hyperspace. Hyperspace was a huge and complicated place, and he wasn't completely in the dark. Su Wuwei already knew some things, and even if Lu Yin had purposely let him know, he had no choice. He had to be careful when dealing with hyperspace, and the ruler that Bai Qian had mentioned was the most troublesome. In the new year, I wish all of you a bright future and a bright future. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2600. Soon after, he left the Eternal Kingdom and returned to the Fifth Mainland. The first thing he did was head to the home of the gods. It was almost time for the transaction, and more than half a year had passed since they'd agreed on it. A few days after Lu Yin's arrival, Ku Jian arrived with Xi Jing in tow. This was the condition that they had previously agreed upon. The home of the gods would only trade with Xi Jing, which was an obvious way to increase Xi Jing's influence. Although hyperspace was well aware of this, he did not reject it. Xi Jing was Hiran's subordinate, and Hiran had always cared about her. It didn't matter whether this condition was added or not, since these resources were meant for Xi Jing anyway. In the home of the gods, a transaction that transcended spacetime took place without anyone's knowledge. There were only 5 people present: Tai Yishan, Mirror God, Ku Jian, and Xi Jing. They all knew that if this transaction was leaked, it would have a huge impact and attract the attention of the 6 directional associations. That's right. Xi Jing confirmed the transaction, and Ku Jian generously gave Mirror God a blue energy source. Mirror God was confused and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin explained, Senior, this is an energy source from the hyperspace organization. Wearing it will allow you to unleash an attack with a power level of nearly 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Mirror God gasped. He was only a 3rd tribulation origin cultivator, which meant that his combat power was over 700,000. Violet deity had been the same back then, and the strongest cultivator in the home of the gods had always been Candle God, who had the combat power of an emissary. Now, he looked at the blue energy source. How could this thing give him such power? Ku Jian was very satisfied with Mirror God's attitude. From his point of view, this was both ignorance and respect. Xian Qi, you didn't tell them about the energy source. Not yet, Lu Yin replied. Then I'll tell them myself. Ku Jian adjusted his words and told Mirror God and Tai Yishan about the energy source. The two were dumbfounded. Such a thing was possible? Then what was the point of their cultivation? I already told you that the hyperspace organization is much stronger than you. As long as we're willing, that Lu Yin won't dare to do anything to you, Ku Jian said solemnly. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Ku Jian before looking back at Mirror God. The Mirror God stared blankly at Ku Jian. He was shocked by the power of the energy source, but these words were too arrogant. Even the Tao Master was plotting against him. Senior, didn't we agree to gather resources for transdimensional, and transdimensional will take us away? If we have enough resources, they'll even give us a spot in the home of the gods. But what about this energy source? The Mirror God was in a dilemma. Ku Jian replied, I'm giving it to you so that you can protect yourselves. The Mirror God subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin quickly replied, Senior, there are many energy sources like this that Senior Ku Jian doesn't care about. If you gather more resources next time, he might be able to provide you with an even better energy source, allowing you to reach the peak of an emissary's power. Ku Jian did not mind. It's nothing. Mirror God and Tai Yishan immediately expressed their gratitude. Both sides were very satisfied with this transaction, and Lu Yin also took the opportunity to speak with Zi Jing alone. Of course, this was for Ku Jian's benefit. After all, in hyperspace's mind, they were still in that kind of relationship. "How's Bai Qian?" Lu Yin asked. Zi Jing leaned in close and whispered, "Not too good. She's not from hyperspace, and there aren't many people who support her. Only a few people in the council support her, and now that she's gone missing," took the opportunity to make a move. "No one in the council supports her anymore." Lu Yin fell silent. The council seemed to be the most powerful group in hyperspace. In reality, they were puppets that hyperspace's ruler used to select people. Their true purpose was not to manage hyperspace, but to choose between Ran and Bai Qian to be the winner. Bai Qian had been able to gain the support of a few people in just a few short decades, but she had lost everything after going missing. On the surface, it seemed like Ran would definitely win. "What's going on?" Zi Jing asked. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry about it. Focus on your cultivation techniques. That's your only way out. I'll take care of Bai Qian." Zi Jing nodded and naturally rested her head on his shoulder. Ku Jian took in the entire scene. The two didn't talk for long before Ku Jian came looking for them. "Xian Qi, I have something to tell you." Zi Jing nodded to Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked towards Ku Jian. Ku Jian apologized to Zi Jing, "Time is limited this time. I'll make sure to let you stay longer next time." Zi Jing smiled, "It's fine." Ku Jian smiled and led Lu Yin to the other side. His goal was simple, to ask about Lu Yin's recent situation in the void god spacetime. Ran was very concerned about Lu Yin. Lu Yin briefly explained what had happened in the void god spacetime, but Ku Jian had a different feeling when he heard it. "You passed the void trial?" Ku Jian was shocked. Lu Yin nodded, "Yes, it was very difficult. Fortunately, I passed it." Ku Jian sized Lu Yin up. He had only wanted to ask, but he hadn't expected to hear such shocking news. "Senior, you don't know." Lu Yin was puzzled. This had happened more than half a year ago, and Ku Jian was someone in hyperspace who could use the power of a half-ancestor. How could he not know? Ku Jian smiled bitterly, "I haven't been paying attention to what's going on outside. I've been guarding the energy research team, and they're always discussing cultivation techniques. There's no news from the outside world." Lu Yin understood, Lady Ran should know. "Of course," Ku Jian replied, then looked at Lu Yin strangely. This kid was becoming more and more abnormal. He had passed through the void gate, and with Senior Su Wuwei as his guide, as well as Su Xiangyin, his influence in the void god spacetime would only grow. This meant that Lord Ran's plan might actually come true. "Xian Qi, the primordial space can help us obtain some resources, but we can't just rely on it. Although hyperspace doesn't care about Lu Yin, he still has the final say in the primordial space. So, do you have any way to help us gather resources in the void god spacetime?" Ku Jian asked. This was his goal, and it was also what Ran had instructed him to do. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Ku Jian said, "Su Xiangyin's family has quite a bit of influence in the void god spacetime. You can consider this." Lu Yin didn't understand, Senior Su Xiangyin's family. "That's right. I heard that you have a good relationship with Su Xiangyin." "You don't know his family." Ku Jian was puzzled. Lu Yin shook his head, "Senior, you said that he's a wandering cultivator." Ku Jian said, "Su Xiangyin was a loose cultivator, but after he reached the void transformation realm, he was roped in by a family called the Jingyun family. A long time ago, a virtual Tai realm expert was born, and their influence expanded to almost half of the virtual god universe. I heard that at that time, even Senior Su Wuwei often visited the Jingyun family as a guest. However, after that virtual Tai realm expert died in battle, the Jingyun family plummeted, especially 100 years ago, when the Jingyun family's old patriarch died, causing the Jingyun family's direct descendants to not have a single void transformation realm expert. Su Xiangyin is very important to the Jingyun family. Although the Jingyun family is weak now, their influence in the void god spacetime is still very influential. Many people have received favors from them. If we can establish a connection with the Jingyun family, it won't be difficult to gather resources. Lu Yin looked at Ku Jian. This guy had done a lot. A person from spacetime who knew so much about the void god spacetime definitely wouldn't have found out in just 1 or 2 days. During the time that Xi Jing had gone missing, spacetime hadn't done nothing. They had organized all the resources needed for the research of the sequence particles. In other words, they had never given up on Xi Jing and believed that they would definitely find her. To them, Xi Jing's disappearance was more like a vacation than a loss. Lu Yin sighed. I understand. I'll look for the Jingyun family once I return to the void god spacetime. Go find Su Xiangyin first. With him leading the way, the Jingyun family will treat you like an honored guest, Ku Jian reminded him. Right, what about the Void Yang and Void Yin families? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ku Jian was puzzled. Why are you asking about them? Do you know about them? Lu Yin also told him about his encounter with Su Heng and Su Leng. When he finished, Ku Jian's eyes lit up. You have a good relationship with them? Yes, I have a good relationship with big brother Su Heng and big sister Su Leng. Ku Jian was delighted. That's great. Xian Qi, do you know of a resource that can only be produced at the intersection of the Void Yang and Void Yin families? We've tried our best to make deals with the 2 clans, but there's something wrong with the 2 clans. If one side agrees, the other side will destroy it. We've tried to make deals with both clans at the same time, but they refused. Even now, we still can't reach an agreement. You actually have connections with these 2 clans. Lu Yin raised his brows, feeling like he had stepped on the right spot. This was getting interesting. Wait, I'll immediately report to Lord Hiran. Wait here. Ku Jian was impatient and immediately returned with Xi Jing. Mirror God shook his head when he saw this. This guy was actually acting like this in front of the Tao Lord. He was definitely going to be taken advantage of. Mirror God, Lu Yin said. Mirror God hurriedly stepped forward. Tao Lord. Lu Yin said, after a few trades, we'll visit the hyperspace domain. There's no harm in acting arrogant. Although we're surprised by the hyperspace domain's power, we're not bad either. The rune progenitor's power can be created from nothing, and no one can compare to it. But with this little one's strength, it'll be difficult to use rune lines outside of this region. Mirror God was troubled. Lu Yin was stunned. That made sense, as he had only been able to use rune lines because of the Candle God. Without the Candle God's rune lines, he wouldn't have been able to use the Eon Evolution True Scripture without being enveloped by rune lines. Don't worry, the hyperspace domain needs resources. Just treat yourself as a future member of the decision-making team. He then chatted with Tai Yishan for a while. He treated Tai Yishan differently than he treated Mirror God, but he couldn't return to the way he had when they had first met. After all, Tai Yishan's status was completely different now. On the 3rd day, Ku Jian arrived, but he didn't bring Xi Jing with him. Xian Qi, Lord Hiran hopes that you can help us search for a resource that can only be produced at the intersection of the Void Yang and Void Yin families. It's called 2-colored soil, Ku Jian said. Lu Yin replied, this junior is willing to help. Ku Jian replied, we won't let you help us for free. He then raised his hand and took out a white energy source that was similar to the one he used himself. It could display the power of a half-ancestor. On New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, Winborn was writing. He wanted to have a good rest, but his habits didn't allow him to. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2601. Luyin was shocked. This was a white energy source. It seemed that the two-colored soil was very important. As long as you can get us 5 tons of two-colored soil, this white energy source will be yours. You know how valuable it is, and once you use it, you'll be able to fight me, Ku Jian said passionately. Luyin smiled bitterly. I don't know when I'll be able to use it. I'm more than happy to help Lady He ran. Ku Jian passed the white energy source to Luyin. This is a request from Lord He ran. You must accept this white energy source. Luyin knew that if he didn't accept it, they wouldn't be at ease. Of course, he was willing to have another white energy source. Even if he didn't need it, he could give it to someone else. Thank you, Senior. Please help me thank Lady He ran. Ku Jian nodded. When are you going to the Void God dimension? Very soon, Luyin replied. Ku Jian reminded him, in this dimension, you have an enemy like Luyin, so try not to be too conspicuous. Luyin nodded. I understand, Senior, don't worry. Ku Jian nodded and patted Luyin's shoulder. Don't worry, Lady He ran said that as long as it's possible in the future, she'll help you deal with Luyin and take back everything that belongs to you. With your influence in the Void God dimension and Lady He ran support, perhaps the Genesis space will be yours in the future. Luyin was speechless. It was his to begin with. I understand, thank you, Lady He ran. Ku Jian left, thinking that his offer would definitely tempt Luyin. Tai Yishan was looking forward to the future. His expression when he found out that Xian Qi was Luyin would definitely be interesting. Luyin returned to the above sky sect and left for the Void God dimension after learning about what had happened in the past half a year. There was no need for him to go to the 6 direction training hole. When he arrived at the Void God dimension, Luyin found a cultivator to confirm the location of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans before heading there. The Void God dimension covered a large area, and the Void Yang and Void Yin clans were close together. They were obviously in conflict with each other, but they still insisted on staying together. What was even stranger was that due to the two clans' cultivation, the celestial phenomena of the two clans were completely different. The Void Yang clan was as hot as fire, and even space was distorted by the high temperature. Giant fiery red planets spread out, and ordinary people who looked at them would feel pain in their eyes. On the other hand, the Void Yin tribe was covered in darkness. An icy power swept through the starry sky. It was like wind, but it wasn't wind. When it swept through, it could cut through the void. Looking from afar, the two races were in completely opposite states. There was a line in the middle that completely separated the heat and the cold. Luyin looked ahead. The resources that hyperspace needed should be on the line that completely separated the two races. It looked like a line, but the closer he got, the more he realized that it was also a majestic mountain range. The mountain range in the starry sky had a strange dark red color with a hint of grayish-white. It should be the two-colored soil. No one is allowed to enter the Void Yang clan's territory without permission. The voice was low, and it came from a fiery red planet not too far away. As the voice approached, ripples spread out and scorched the void. Junior Xian Qi requests an audience with clan leader Su Heng. Xian Qi. A pair of eyes opened on the fiery red planet. It was a man. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Luyin. You're Xian Qi. Luyin looked at the newcomer, who was at the Void Radiant Realm. His void spirit power compared to the 5th mainlands, which meant that he was at the 6th tribulation origin stage. No, such a powerhouse was guarding the door. Junior is indeed Xian Qi, Lu Yin replied politely. The man hurriedly smiled. You're not a junior. You're the clan leader's brother and an honored guest of the Void Yang clan. My name is Su Ji. Lord Xian Qi, please. Lu Yin was flattered. Senior, please don't call me that. I wouldn't dare. Su Ji replied, there's no need to be so polite, and there's no need to call me senior. Just call me Su Ji. Su Ji then led Lu Yin into the Void Yang clan, his attitude very warm. After entering the Void Yang clan's territory, the light became even more dazzling. The heat from the planet made everything fiery red. Su Ji waved a hand and used his void spirit power to block the heat. Lord Xian Qi, the clan leader, is currently discussing an alliance with the Void Yin tribe. Please come with me. Lu Yin was curious. Alliance? Yes, our Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan have been passed down to Master Su Yi since ancient times, but they split up for some reason. Half a year ago, the two clan leaders returned and suddenly decided to join forces. They plan to reunite the two clans, Su Ji explained. Lu Yin was curious. I've heard that the Void Spirit Spacetime says that the two clans will become very powerful if they join forces. Su Ji smiled. It's not that easy. Our Void Yang clan listens to the clan leader, but there are some fellows in the Void Yin clan who are outwardly obedient. They seem willing on the surface, but they're actually causing trouble behind our backs. It's quite a headache. Lu Yin followed Su Ji to the mountain that separated the two clans. It was called the Dual-Colored Mountain, and the name was simple to understand: Dual-Colored Mountain, Dual-Colored Earth. Not long after, Lu Yin saw many people from the two clans gathered together. They seemed to be fighting, but they also seemed to be sparring. It was very lively. Brother Xian Qi, you're finally here. Su Heng laughed as he walked over, attracting the attention of many people. Lu Yin smiled as well. How could I not come when Big Brother invited me? It's good that you're here. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, but you were cultivating with Senior Su Wuwei, so I didn't want to disturb you. I even forgot to give you my contact details. The Void Yang clan is very famous in the Void Spirit Spacetime, so you can easily find out. Elsewhere, Su Ling had arrived as well, and when he saw Lu Yin, he scolded, Brother Xian Qi, why didn't you come from my Void Yin clan? It seems like you're still biased towards Big Brother Su Heng. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Big sister, don't joke about me. I just happen to be in the Void Yang clan. You can enter from the Void Yang clan, but you have to visit my Void Yin clan first. Otherwise, you'll be biased. Lang, you want to fight over this? Of course. Brother, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's visit the Void Yin clan first. Lu Yin laughed. Whatever. Since you're already here, you won't be able to run away. In the distance, some people were discussing, who's that kid? He's received by the two clan leaders as soon as he arrived. I've never seen them so enthusiastic. That's right. The two clan leaders' changes should be related to that kid. Are you talking about the kid who broke through the void gate? That's him. Some people stared coldly at Lu Yin. The conflict between the two clans was bad for some, but it could benefit others. Now that Lu Yin had ruined everything, it was only natural that some people were unhappy. Soon, Lu Yin was led by Su Leng to visit the Void Yin clan, and then the Void Yang clan. This tour lasted for several days. Lu Yin also felt the same way. He was affected by the atmosphere between the two clans. The Void Yang clan was harmonious. Although Su Heng was restricted by the clan in many ways, his management style was recognized by the clan. On the other hand, Su Ling was cold and ruthless, and he suppressed the Void clan to the point that they did not dare to make a sound. He even dared to casually give away void gods. However, there were undercurrents within the clan. Lu Yin could already sense many malicious gazes. He guessed that many people were unhappy with him. "Come, brother, have a taste of the delicacies unique to our two clans." Su Heng handed Lu Yin a 3-meter-tall corn-like object. It looked like corn, and its seeds were golden yellow. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the insides were dark red with a tinge of gray, just like the color of the two-colored mountains. Lu Yin was amazed, and he plucked one of the seeds and put it in his mouth. He bit down, and the explosive texture spread throughout his mouth. It was filled with a rich aroma, and it even had a smoky and fiery taste. However, it was ice cold when it entered his stomach. "Delicious." "Ha!" Su Heng laughed. Su Ling said, "This is a delicacy only produced by the two-colored mountains. You won't be able to eat it anywhere else. If you like it, we'll give you a batch. I guarantee that you'll have enough." Lu Yin hugged the corn and gnawed on it. "Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. I'll give you as many as you have." "Ha ha ha, as long as brother likes it," Su Heng laughed. It was obvious that they were truly happy. Aside from the corn, the two clans had other delicacies as well as drinks brewed from the corn. The taste was even richer, and Lu Yin drank so much that he asked for a batch to take away. "Brother, I heard that the alliance between the two clans isn't going well." Lu Yin asked after he had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. Su Heng and Su Ling exchanged glances before looking at Lu Yin. "It's a bit troublesome, but it can be resolved. It's just a matter of time." Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. "If I'm not wrong, brother, you must be here for something," Su Heng asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Su Ling replied, "If there's anything, just say it. Our clans will do our best to help. Just say the word, brother." Lu Yin smiled. "Two-colored soil. Is it for sale?" The two were shocked. "What do you want it for?" Lu Yin didn't hide anything. "There should be others who want to buy it besides me." Su Heng's eyes flashed. "There is a group of people who are deliberately hiding their identities, but we found out that they're from the Hyperspace Alliance." Lu Yin spoke frankly. "The Hyperspace Alliance wants to buy it." Su Heng waved his hand. "Take whatever you want." Generally speaking, Lu Yin had met them during the Void trials and helped them. Now, he had even helped Hyperspace purchase the two-colored soil, which made it easy for others to assume that he had approached the two races under Hyperspace's instructions. However, Lu Yin had passed the Void trials, which was a different story. This meant that Lu Yin's true goal was to pass the Void trials, and not to approach the two races. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass the Void trials by accident. How could the Void trials have blocked countless cultivators over the years, and even extreme powerhouses have been blocked outside? Su Ling replied, "Generally speaking, we don't sell much two-colored soil, but if you want it, just take it. There's no need to buy it. Take as much as you want." Lu Yin smiled. "That won't do. This is a business transaction, and you're just the middleman. The one who wants to buy it is the Hyperspace Alliance." Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "Don't worry about my face. Sell it however you want." Su Heng and Su Ling were confused, not understanding what Lu Yin meant. "Thank you for your support, brothers. In the new year, we must make a fortune and let Sui Feng bask in the glory. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2602. Luin continued, Bro, you should know that although I'm from hyperspace, I'm not from hyperspace. I don't have any special relationship with hyperspace. If buying the two-colored soil will affect the Void Yang tribe and the Void Yin tribe, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. If it doesn't, then we can trade normally. Just treat it as doing hyperspace a favor. As for the Void Yang tribe and the Void Yin tribe, if you can make a profit, then just give me some more drinks. Su Heng laughed. I understand. I know what to do. In front of Lu Yin, the two decided to trade the two-colored soil to hyperspace. However, after Lu Yin went to rest, they faced some trouble. The root of the problem was that hyperspace had caused many conflicts when they had first bought the two-colored soil. The Void Yang tribe had agreed to sell it, but the Void Yin tribe had caused trouble. The Void Yin tribe had agreed to sell it, but the Void Yang tribe had been dissatisfied. In the end, hyperspace had been unable to purchase the two-colored soil. Now, hyperspace had suddenly decided to sell it to them. The conflict had not been resolved yet, and it had only been temporarily suppressed. Now, many other problems had erupted. Su Heng was fine, as his tribe trusted him. After weighing the pros and cons, they did not cause any trouble. However, the Void Yin tribe was in complete conflict. Tribe leader, both of our tribes said that we wouldn't sell the two-colored soil to them, but now we're selling it. How will we face them? Who will care about what we say in the future? An old woman from the Void Yin tribe said with a heavy tone. Her face was full of vicissitudes. Someone else said, We've fought with the Void Yang tribe several times because of the two-colored soil. My grandson was severely injured and can't cultivate anymore. If we suddenly sell the soil to hyperspace, then what's the point of everything we've done? That's right, tribe leader. We don't agree with this. There's also the matter of allying with the Void Yang tribe. Su Ling's expression was cold as she scanned the crowd. She suddenly released her Void God's power, forming a power that only those from the Void God's civilization could see. It felt like the sky was collapsing as it pressed down on the crowd. In an instant, the Void Yin tribe situation changed. On the other side of Two-Colored Mountain, Lu Yin, who had been talking to Su Heng, suddenly looked over. What's this? Su Heng sighed. It's here again. If she continues to suppress us like this, there'll be problems sooner or later. Lu Yin looked at Su Heng. Big sister Su Ling. Su Heng said, Ling has a fiery temper, and her mother is the one who understands her the best. That's why she's been able to create so many misunderstandings for us, making it so that I can't even explain myself. Now, the members of the Void Yin tribe are objecting to some of our decisions, but she won't listen to their explanations either. Is it because of the two-colored soil? Lu Yin asked. Su Heng smiled as he replied, That's not a big deal. The main problem is that the fusion between the two races will cause problems. Even though the fusion will increase one's power and influence, the feud between the two races won't be resolved so easily. It has nothing to do with you. The two-colored soil is a small matter, but if it's the catalyst, then it's no small matter. Let me handle this, bro. Su Heng was surprised. You're handling it. Lu Yin replied, Since Big Brother and Big Sister have recognized me as a brother, then I, Xian Qi, am also a member of the Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe. I have the right to interfere with the tribe's internal affairs. Besides, the two-colored soil transaction was also because of me, so leave it to me. Su Heng wanted to say something, but Lu Yin smiled and said, Do you still need to worry about someone who can pass the void gate? Su Heng's eyes flashed. All right. How do you want to handle it? Take me to the Void Yin tribe, Lu Yin said. Not long after, Su Ling's power disappeared. This was because the Void Yin tribe had been suppressed by her once more, but the resentment within the tribe continued to accumulate. The moment someone broke through to the void transformation realm, it was very likely that they would rebel against Su Leng. Su Heng knew this, and so did Su Leng. From the moment that she had been unable to be together with Su Heng due to the Void Yin tribe's internal opposition, she had developed a hatred for the Void Yang tribe and her own tribe. Thus, she had done as she pleased and did not care about what her tribe members thought. Gradually, she had gotten used to this. Even when she was together with Su Heng and no one could oppose her, she still continued to forcefully suppress her own tribe members. Many of the Void Yin tribe members had their own thoughts. Once someone broke through to the void transformation realm, they would be able to stand on equal footing with Su Leng and vent the resentment that had accumulated over the years. "Leave," Su Leng said coldly. The group of Void Yin tribe members bowed and retreated. At that moment, Su Heng brought Lu Yin over. "Wait," Lu Yin called out. Su Leng looked over. "Why are you here?" Su Heng replied, "Brother Xian Qi wants to deal with this matter on his own." Su Leng replied, "I've already dealt with it." Su Heng frowned. "How many times have I told you? Your method of dealing with this matter can easily lead to hidden dangers." Su Leng replied, "There are no hidden dangers. As long as I'm the strongest, it's fine." Su Heng was helpless, as no one could do anything about this temper. At that moment, many of the Void Yin tribe members were staring at Lu Yin, their eyes filled with coldness and dissatisfaction. In any case, none of them liked him. Not all of the Void Yin tribe were opposed to merging with the Void Yang tribe, but those who had come were all against it. Those who were in favor of merging with the Void Yang tribe and supported Su Leng did not appear. Lu Yin met their gaze. "I was the one who facilitated the two-colored soil transaction. If you have any objections, you can look for me." "Sir, you are not a member of the Void Yin tribe. What right do you have to interfere with our tribe's affairs?" the old woman asked with a cold gaze. Lu Yin looked at her. "I was the one who helped hyperspace purchase the two-colored soil. What does that have to do with whether or not I'm a member of the Void Yin tribe? As long as you deal with me, the two-colored soil transaction will naturally be cancelled. This is the simplest and fastest method." "Brother, you dash," Su Leng's expression changed and he wanted to stop Lu Yin, but Lu Yin looked over. "Sister Leng, the simplest way to resolve a cultivator's problems is through strength, right?" "Well said," one of the men barked as he stared at Lu Yin. "Brat, I don't care what your relationship is with the tribe leader, but since you dared to say such things, you'll have to bear the consequences." The best way to vent one's anger was to beat them up so that they could vent their anger on him. It was better than saving it for Su Leng, which would only cause more trouble in the future. The man walked out and stared at Lu Yin. "Brat, what realm are you at?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Void realm." Su Heng and Su Leng were shocked. When they had first met Lu Yin, he had only displayed strength at the upper void realm and definitely not at the void realm. Now, he had actually reached the void realm in less than half a year. How could this be? "I'm also at the void realm, but my void god power is definitely stronger than yours. Are you sure you want to resolve this with strength?" the man asked. Lu Yin nodded. "If I can't beat you, then the two-colored soil deal is cancelled." The man sneered. "What arrogance!" He then looked at Su Leng. "Tribe leader, you won't stop us, right?" Su Leng stared at the man. "Don't go overboard." The man raised his head. "Fine." He then turned to Lu Yin. "You go first." Lu Yin did not hesitate. He raised his hand and summoned his bone spear. These people could not tell how powerful it was, including Su Heng and Su Leng. Lu Yin waved his hand, causing the bone spear to pierce through the void and descend directly between the man's eyebrows. It was almost touching, but the man was stunned and did not move. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but rather that he could not react in time. How could Lu Yin be so fast? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This bone spear was indeed a power vessel left behind by Wu Tian. It could ignore a person's defensive distance and directly hit the enemy. It was too useful. Lu Yin withdrew the bone spear and looked at his opponent. How was it? The man was stunned. He had not even used his full strength and had been defeated in a single move. You! Su Leng looked at the bone spear in Lu Yin's hand. No wonder he dared to say such a thing. This should be a power vessel, and even she could not tell how it had appeared. It should have been given to Xian Qi by Senior Su Wuwei. Su Heng thought so as well, as only Su Wuwei could give such a good item. The man gritted his teeth, his face alternating between green and white. He was unwilling to accept this. He had not even attacked, and he had not even used his void god's power. I know you're unwilling. Let's cancel that round and continue, Lu Yin said. The man sneered. So what if I'm unwilling? A loss is a loss. He then turned around and left. Lu Yin was astonished. This person was rather straightforward. Another person walked out. Then let me. It was a woman with delicate features. There was a large scar on her face that had not healed yet. She had probably just been through a battle and had yet to be healed. Xian Qi, right? I've heard of you. You're the top genius of the Hexway training rites, and you just passed the Void trial. No wonder you dared to speak so arrogantly to us. Someone behind her exclaimed, he's the one who passed the Void trial. It's actually him. No wonder the clan leader treated him so courteously. I heard that this kid invited Senior Su Wuwei to guide him, but he didn't take the Void Master as his master. What is he thinking? I know that your innate gift is extraordinary, but it's a pity that you've picked the wrong opponent. I'm also at the Void Light realm, but the difference between us is too great. The woman stared at Lu Yin coldly. You can still attack first. As soon as she finished speaking, Void God power filled the air around her. Following that, a sharp claw appeared from the void and swept across the area with a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Su Ling frowned. This woman was called Su Lai, and she was a rare genius of the Void Yin tribe. Her name had shaken the Void God spacetime, just like the current Su Ji. She had been recognized as a genius who would definitely break through to the Void transformation realm. If not for the special cultivation methods of the Void Yin and Void Yang tribes, which made it impossible for them to break through to the Void realm without retrieving their Yin-Yang swords, this woman would definitely be recognized as a genius who could break through to the Void realm. The reason why these people were becoming bolder and daring to openly oppose Lu Yin was because of this woman. She was already close to the peak of the Void realm, and if she was given a few more years, she would definitely reach the Void transformation realm. This was also why Su Heng was worried. Once Su Lai reached the Void transformation realm, chaos would await the Void Yin tribe. When he saw Su Lai's natal Void spirit walk out, Lu Yin was stunned. A white tiger. When the white tiger appeared, a terrifying Void God's power filled the area. It was not much weaker than the Void God's power that Su Leng had just used to suppress the crowd. It also contained an indescribable killing intent. Those who had never killed before would not be able to withstand it. Behind Su Lai, the old woman and the others were satisfied. This opposition was just a test, and Su Leng was still trying to force them to submit. The more she did this, the louder the voices of the Void Yin tribe would be, and the greater Su Lai's influence would be. Now was the perfect time for her to display her power and intimidate the tribe. She had just returned from the battlefield, so her power was enough to give many people confidence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2603. Virtual God power battles not only depended on one's own level, but also the strength of the virtual god. The White Tiger's virtual god power was almost 10 times stronger than Su Lai's. Even though Su Lai was still at the void luminous realm, his virtual god power alone was enough to fight against a void transformation realm. Su Leng's expression was gloomy. This was a show of force. Su Heng frowned. The Void Yin tribe situation was worse than he had imagined. Su Leng was about to lose control. Lu Yin didn't care. This girl's void god power was ridiculous, but so what if she was a void transformation realm cultivator? As he thought about it, his bone spear floated into the air. Are you really going to let me make the first move? Su Lai was astonished. She hadn't seen how the bone spear had attacked, but as long as Su Lai was protected by faux god strength, the bone spear wouldn't have been able to get close to Su Lai. Even if it was a powerful treasure, it didn't matter. You only have one chance, said Su Lai. Lu Yin smiled. With your void god strength, my bone spear won't be able to get close to you. It's not wrong to say that it's an opportunity. The old woman and the others were satisfied. This child was still quite tactful. But Lu Yin looked at Su Lai. Since you know that Senior Su Wuwei is my guide, where do you get the confidence that you can stop me with just the power of a void god? He then raised a hand. Tai Spin. Su Lai's pupils shrank. Tai Xian. Su Heng, Su Leng, and even the old woman were stunned. Tai Xian. Everyone in the virtual god universe knew that it was the power of Senior Su Wuwei. It was an invincible power. How was it possible that this kid had learned the Tai spinning technique? Void God's power continued to gather in Lu Yin's palm, and after that, lines extended out and passed through Su Lai's body without any resistance. They enveloped the entire Void Yin tribe and formed a square drawing. Su Lai's scalp went numb. This really was too great. She had seen it once before, but it was impossible. It was just half a year. The bone spike disappeared and reappeared. Just like before, it descended on Su Lai's forehead without any resistance. Su Lai didn't react at all. She couldn't react at all. Su Lai stared blankly at the bone spike floating in front of her. At such a close distance, she could feel the terrifying void god's power. It didn't come from Lu Yin, but from the bone spike itself. She looked at Lu Yin and gulped. She had not lost her composure even in a life or death battle, but now, her face was pale. You've won. Lu Yin lowered his hand, and the checkered drawing disappeared along with the bone spur. Thank you for letting me win. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. Tai Xian, it really was Tai Xian. He had ignored Su Lai's void god power and used the bone spear to decide the battle. At this moment, Lu Yin had shocked everyone more than they had ever seen in their lives. Brother, you've learned the Tai Chi spin. Lu Yin replied, I know a bit about it, but it's not always effective. My luck was pretty good just now, and I succeeded. Su. Senior Su Wuwei's supreme vortex was a symbol in the virtual god spacetime. Once the checkered painting appeared, it meant that Senior Su Wuwei had arrived. Now, there was another person. Su Lai stared blankly at Lu Yin. I'm convinced. He then looked at Su Leng. Patriarch, I support the integration of the two clans. He then turned to leave. The old woman and the rest had complicated expressions. They had thought that Su Lai had displayed his power and taken the first step to pull Su Leng down. They hadn't expected it to be a failure. They looked at Su Leng. How had this woman found such an innate genius? Su Lai's declaration meant that the Void Yin tribe fully supported Su Leng. Their previous resentment was gone because of Lu Yin's existence and because he had learned Void God's art. In their eyes, Lu Yin represented not just himself, but also Senior Su Wuwei. Difficult. No one could pass the Void Gate. Congratulations, Big Brother Xian Qi. I'm Yun Yun, and I'm here to greet you. A few people had appeared in the distance at some point. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman with a generous demeanor. It was obvious that she came from a large family, and she had a noble air about her. Lu Yin looked over, but he did not recognize her. Someone stepped forward to report, "Leader, young Mistress Yun Yun requests an audience." The elder asked me to bring her in. Everyone else, leave. He then looked at Yun Yun. Are you the young mistress of the Jingyun clan? Yun Yun smiled. Greetings, Senior Su Leng. Su Leng nodded. Please come in. Lu Yin looked at Yun Yun. Was she the young mistress of the Jingyun clan? He hadn't gone looking for her, but she had come looking for him first. Su Leng quickly received them, and Su Heng, Lu Yin, and Yun Yun took their seats. Young Mistress Yun Yun, why have you come to the Void Yin tribe? Su Leng asked. Yun Yun replied, I'm not here to see the Void Yin tribe, but to see Brother Xian Qi. See me. Lu Yin did not understand. Yun Yun looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes that were filled with worship and respect. The elder specifically said that if Brother Xian Qi needs anything in the Void God spacetime, the Jingyun clan will definitely help. Senior Su Xiang Yin. Lu Yin asked. Yun Yun nodded. Yes. How did you know that I'm here? The elder has already explained the relationship between Brother Xian Qi, clan leader Su Heng, and clan leader Su Leng, so I naturally had to come and take a look. Also, Yun Yun looked at Su Leng. I've admired your two clans for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to visit. Now is the perfect time to visit you two seniors. Yun Yun spoke humbly and politely, which made everyone feel comfortable. Furthermore, she was the young mistress of the Jingyun clan, and because of her relationship with Lu Yin, she was practically connected to the two clans. Yun Yun's arrival also saved Lu Yin a trip. He handed over the list of resources that Kujian had given him to Yun Yun, hoping that the Jingyun clan would purchase them on his behalf. This was a small matter, so Yun Yun readily agreed. Yun Yun had originally wanted to invite Lu Yin to the Jingyun clan as a guest, but Lu Yin had declined. He wanted to wait until the two-colored soil was excavated before making the trade with the hyperdimension. Lu Yin's actions in the Void Yin tribe also spread to the Void Yang tribe. That shocking checkered painting was enough to convince anyone. From then on, Tai Xian's name would not only represent Su Wuwei, but also Xian Qi. Excavating the two-colored soil was not as easy as Lu Yin had imagined, and he had to wait for more than a month before he could complete the trade with the hyperdimension. However, before the hyperdimension could complete the trade, a person named Wu Man arrived with a letter of challenge. Lu Yin was surprised. A letter of challenge. Su Heng felt a headache coming on. I didn't think that this matter would still be over. Lu Yin looked at the letter and saw that it was signed, Xiao Ci. He had heard of this name before. Xiao Ci. That powerhouse. You've heard of him as well? Su Heng asked. Lu Yin nodded. A powerhouse who doesn't use any void spirit from the void god spacetime and walks an unusual path. It said that he opened up another path to heaven for many people in the void god spacetime. Su Heng sighed. Senior Xiao Ci is a legendary figure, but his legend is also related to Master Void Prime. Su Heng told Lu Yin about a grudge that had once occurred in the void god spacetime. Actually, it could not be considered a grudge, but rather a battle between two people's beliefs. Master Void Prime. The orthodox cultivators of the void god civilization cultivated their void spirit and used it to their advantage. Xiao Xi, on the other hand, had deviated from the orthodox path and did not use any void spirit. Instead, he used the void spirit's power to display battle techniques, which was closer to a cultivation civilization. Thus, these two people with opposing beliefs had clashed in the same era. The two fought fiercely, but Master Void Prime won consecutively. He relied on the might of the yin-yang sword to defeat Xiao Xi, and the battle only ended when Master Void Prime died. The yin-yang sword is almost 20 times stronger than Master Void Prime's void spirit's power, so how could Senior Xiao Xi possibly be a match for it? His successive defeats were within everyone's expectations, but Senior Xiao Xi never gave up. However, he also stopped insisting on not using the void spirit. Instead, he began to nurture his own void spirit, and what he nurtured was his own beard. His beard was his, and he did not go against his promise of not using the void spirit. The competition was supposed to take place 1,000 years later, but unfortunately, Su Heng had a complicated look in his eyes as he continued. Master Su Yi died in battle, and Senior Xiao Xi didn't get to fight him in the end. As for his defeat, he was never able to wash away. Su Heng continued, they didn't have any grudges, but their beliefs differed. They were more like friends, and after Master Void Prime died, Senior Xiao Xi personally went to the battlefield to retrieve his corpse, but he did not find the yin-yang sword. Lu Yin found it strange. Master Void Prime had died in battle, so the yin-yang sword should have been with him. Why had it appeared in the void dimension? Had Xiao Xi placed it there? No, there was no need for him to do that. The Void Yang and Void Yin clans had only been working together for half a year, and Xiao Xi had already sent someone to challenge Su Heng and Su Lang while he was only a void transformation realm cultivator. If Xiao Xi was so eager to fight against Master Void Prime, he would not have hidden the yin-yang sword. If Lu Yin were in Xiao Xi's position, he would have searched everywhere for the yin-yang sword so that the two clans could display their true strength. Are you confident in facing Senior Xiao Xi? Lu Yin asked. Su Heng and Su Leng exchanged glances and bitterly replied, how could we be confident? Even though Senior Xiao Xi also controlled his void spirit's power to the void transformation realm, he was the one who guided the many battle techniques of our void god spacetime. He was the one who guided countless people to cultivate void spirit's power. If the Void Master created the Void God civilization, then Senior Xiao Xi opened up a path for this civilization, even though not everyone was willing to walk it. Did the Void God civilization not have any battle techniques before Senior Xiao Xi? Lu Yin was curious. Su Leng replied, that's not the case. Senior Su Wuwei's Tai Chi vortex appeared in an era that far surpassed Senior Xiao Xi's. However, at that time, everyone was focused on the Void God realm and did everything they could to increase the amount of Void Spirit's power they could draw. Very few people spent their time on battle techniques, but Senior Xiao Xi broke some people's beliefs and allowed them to use Void Spirit's power as a foundation. This allowed some people who weren't as talented in Void Spirit's power to walk the path. The one who brought the letter, Wu Man, was a typical example. At most, he could draw on Void Spirit's power that was equivalent to his own. That kind of talent was basically wasted, but after following Senior Xiao Xi, he cultivated all the way to his current realm. His future will be even greater, and he might even reach the Void Transformation realm. It can be said that Senior Xiao Xi led many people who weren't as talented to walk the path of cultivation, and he was very respected in the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin nodded. Every parallel spacetime had people worthy of respect, such as the Fifth Mainland's Elder Chan, the Fog Ancestor, Progenitor Qin, and so on. There was also the Void God spacetime Xiao Xi, Su Wuwei, and so on. This included the drifting cloud spacetime that had been conquered by the Void God spacetime. According to Zi Jing, the progenitor, drifting cloud, had almost gone mad when he saw the cultivators of the drifting cloud spacetime being slaughtered. That person definitely cared about his own people, and these people were all worthy of respect. Humans were like this. Some people would drag out an ignoble existence, pursue fame, or seek revenge, and choose to become spies of the Eternals. However, some people were righteous, and no matter how high they reached, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity. This was what humans were like. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2604. As he looked at Su Heng and Su Leng's troubled expressions, Lu Yin touched his cosmic ring. Perhaps giving them the yin-yang swords was the best choice, but how? Without the yin-yang sword, the Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe would not be able to break through to the Void realm. They relied too much on the Void spirit, and it was easy to imagine how much Void Prime relied on the yin-yang sword. No wonder he had fought with Xiao Xi. Are you confident in finding the yin-yang sword? Lu Yin asked. Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other. Of course, but it's been so many years, and the yin-yang sword's whereabouts are still unknown. We've long since given up. I have a way, Lu Yin said bluntly. These two people treated him with sincerity, and the feeling they gave him was the same as Brother Hui Kong. He hoped that he could help them. If the yin-yang sword was not with him, then it would be fine, but it just had to be with him. If he continued to hide it, then Lu Yin would not be able to get past himself. The two were shocked. You have a way. Lu Yin asked seriously, do you believe that someone can use a power of the same origin to search for an item? The two were confused. Lu Yin explained, the yin-yang sword is Void Prime's void spirit, and it's related to his power, right? You two also cultivate his power. If you can confirm that your powers are of the same origin, then there's a chance to find it. I know someone like that. Is that so? Su Heng did not believe it. Su Leng, on the other hand, believed him. The universe is vast, and there are all sorts of strange things. It's normal for someone to cultivate a power that neither of us can understand. She then looked at Lu Yin with hope. Brother, what's the cultivation of this person you know? Lu Yin thought about it. In the void spirit spacetime, he's at the void transformation realm. Su Leng's eyes lit up. Void transformation realm. Where is that? Lu Yin was troubled. This person is a little troublesome in my own spacetime, and I definitely won't be able to invite him. After all, he's a void transformation realm powerhouse, so I'll have to go to the hyperspace dimension and ask Zijing to help me. I'll have to use her influence there to invite this person. The person he was referring to was his fate daughter, but he could not bring his own fate daughter over. Although he wanted to help the two tribes, he did not want to be targeted. With his own cultivation, bringing a half-ancestor over would be suspicious, especially since he was being watched by Su Wuwei. In fact, he was willing to take a risk to help the two tribes. I'll go with you, Su Heng said. Lu Yin smiled. She's called an eccentric, so her temperament is naturally eccentric. That eccentric is restricted by hyperspace, which is why Zijing is useful. Besides, they already know each other. Even a virtual Tai realm powerhouse might not be able to invite her out. Su Heng was curious. Is that Zijing yours? Lu Yin smiled knowingly and looked at the two of them, who instantly understood. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. With sister-in-law's help, I don't owe transdimensional any favors, Su Heng said with a smile. Su Leng rolled his eyes. We only owe brother Xian Qi. It has nothing to do with hyperspace. Lu Yin smiled wryly, what do you mean by owe? Since you're here to ask for the two-colored soil, does that mean you owe the two of you as well? Of course not, I can give you as many as you want, Su Heng said straightforwardly. Su Ling grinned at Lu Yin. Alright, let's cut the crap. I'll go to hyperspace and look for Zijing. I should be able to bring that person back in half a month. By the way, how much longer until the challenge deadline? Lu Yin asked. Senior Xiao Ci gave us a year to prepare, Su Hing said. Lu Yin nodded. That's enough. I'm leaving. How are you going to hyperspace? Su Ling asked as if he had thought of something. Lu Yin smiled. Zijing is in hyperspace, so I have ways to visit her whenever I want. Bye. He then tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Su Hing sighed as he watched Lu Yin leave. Whether or not we can find the yin-yang sword, we still owe brother a favor. Su Ling replied, we owe him more than just one favor. It doesn't matter. You. Su Hing smiled wryly, but he didn't care too much about it. He really did value Xian Qi, and he didn't call him brother for nothing. As for the yin-yang sword, he didn't have much hope. After returning to the fifth mainland, Lu Yin went straight to the home of the gods. The transaction between hyperspace and the home of the gods was very important, and hyperspace had specially sent someone to be stationed there. He said that he could provide assistance at any time if something happened, but in reality, he was also there to keep an eye on the situation. If Lu Yin wanted to go to hyperspace, he would naturally look for that person. However, going to hyperspace to look for Zijing was just an excuse for Su Heng and Su Ling. Lu Yin naturally wouldn't actually go, but he had that person bring a message to Zijing and Ku Jian. On the surface, hyperspace could accept this favor. Because of Lu Yin, the two-colored soil could be purchased, and with Lu Yin's influence in the void god spacetime as well as his connection to the home of the gods, Xian Qi had unknowingly become more and more important in hyperspace. Kept thinking about this name. At the same time, this name kept popping up in the energy research team and the decision-making team. No one cared more about these resources than those in the know. They knew what the research was about, and if it succeeded, the entire structure of the Six Directions Society would change. The more they understood the importance of Zijing and Xian Qi. In comparison, Bai Qian was like a transparent person, and no one cared about her anymore. At most, they respected her on the surface. After Lu Yin passed the message, he returned to the above-the-sky sect and looked for Fate. During this time, Fate had been searching for Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, the stargazing towers had been destroyed one by one, and a bead had been discovered there. However, there had been an inexplicable massacre. Lu Yin had sent Butian and Fate to divine Mr. Zhu, and they had finally found out that Mr. Zhu might still be alive. At that time, Fate had gone to look for Starsabil, but she had never been able to find her again. Some time had passed since then, but Fate had still not found Starsabil. The above-the-sky sect had also been searching for Starsabil and Mr. Zhu, but there had been no news of them. Any clues? Lu Yin asked. Fate was furious. As the successor of Fate, everything was under her control, but she had still been played by Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and every time she thought about how Starsabil had been subservient in front of her, she felt like she was going crazy. She was even more hateful than Lu Bujing. No. You're the successor of Fate, Lu Yin reminded her. Fate gritted her teeth. That Mr. Zhu is not simple. I was tricked by him the first time I found the Starsabil sect. His relationship with Fate is definitely not inferior to mine. Lu Yin frowned. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Starsabil sect had always been a topic that he could not avoid. As his realm grew higher, his horizons grew wider, and the fog surrounding the Starsabil sect grew thicker. What exactly was hidden there? Mr. Zhu had probably faked his death to avoid fate. Since he wants to avoid you, that proves that you have the ability to threaten him. Continue searching, and you must dig him out. Fate's gaze was resolute. She had never been so fixated on something before. Back when she had chased after Lu Bujing, she had done so on a whim. Even so, she had already given Lu Bujing a headache. Now, all of her energy was focused on the Starsabil sect. The most hateful thing is that they've been playing with me all this time. Mr. Zhu has been faking his death since the beginning, and when I wanted to investigate them, I discovered that everything related to the Starsabil sect had been destroyed. That's the real reason why I can't find them. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. You can find anything related to them. Fate's maiden suddenly looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. You have one. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. What a coincidence. Starsabil gave me an invitation back then, and I couldn't bear to throw it away. It should be useful, right? He reached out to retrieve it from his cosmic ring. Fate's maiden sneered. You're quite capable if you can find it. Lu Yin frowned, but there was nothing. He stared at his cosmic ring and continued searching, but there was nothing. Impossible. He had always kept Starsabil's invitation in his cosmic ring, so how could it not be there? What's going on? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Fate's maiden said, You're underestimating her. If she can trick me, the heir of fate, then it shouldn't be a problem for her to trick you. Besides, your cultivation must have been very low when you received the invitation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. She gave you the invitation letter when your cultivation was low so that she could predict your future. When your cultivation was high enough and you wanted to counter her, the invitation letter would naturally be gone. How could someone who could deceive the successor of fate leave such a big flaw? It's not just you, all the invitations in this spacetime are gone. I thought of that a long time ago, said Fate Lady. Starsabil gave out an invitation, and some people felt that it was an honor. The smarter ones did not dare to accept it, while the more confident ones accepted it and wanted to use it to their advantage. You, Path Master, are the last type. Unfortunately, this opportunity will never come. Was it impossible? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Back when he had been transporting resources from the sixth mainland, he had relied on Starsabil's invitation to successfully escape and follow her away. Speaking of which, he had managed to counter her once, but that had been a small problem. Starsabil had not done anything and had allowed the invitation to remain in his cosmic ring. Now that she had been investigated by Fate's maiden, Starsabil had destroyed all of the invitations and revealed her true abilities. Lu Yin knew that he could use the invitation to counter Starsabil, but he had been one step behind. Starsabil was not that stupid, and the methods she had left behind could only be used to scheme against others. She would not allow others to scheme against her. Let's not think about this for now. Come with me to the void god spacetime and help me put on a show. Lu Yin then told Fate's maiden what he wanted to do. She rolled her eyes. I can only put on a show. The power of destiny is useful in this spacetime, but once we leave this spacetime, unless we cultivate the power of a new spacetime, the power of destiny will not be compatible and might not be effective. Lu Yin thought about the Dai's possession, which was also ineffective in the 6 directional training halls. Did it have to be used in the Genesis space? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and stood in place, deep in thought. Then, when are we leaving? Fate's maiden asked. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her from speaking. He had suddenly thought of something. What exactly was it? It had to be important. He recalled every single word that had just been said, and suddenly looked at Fate's maiden. The power of destiny is ineffective in other spacetimes. Fate's maiden replied, It's not exactly ineffective, but it might not be effective. After all, destiny cultivates in the Genesis space, and there will definitely be problems in other spacetimes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2605. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Bai Qian. Bai Qian had an invitation from Starsabil, and it was that invitation that had allowed her to leave Earth and step into outer space. Yes, Bai Qian. Nothing in this world could be perfect. Starsabil could destroy all the invitations in the Genesis space, but Bai Qian's might be the only loophole. If I give you an invitation from Starsabil, will you be able to capture her? Lu Yin stared at Life Maiden. Her eyes lit up, and she gritted her teeth. Definitely. All right. Lu Yin smiled. Although there might not be one, I still have to ask. Perhaps there is an invitation that still exists. In a parallel spacetime. Life Maiden's eyes blazed. Lu Yin looked at her and nodded. Life Maiden's breathing quickened. Quickly find it. I must capture Starsabil and that Mr. Zhu. If they dare to trick me, they're dead. There's no rush. That invitation isn't that easy to obtain. It's rather troublesome, Lu Yin said. Bai Qian would definitely be watched by many in the hyperspace, especially now that he held the absolute advantage. She would not allow Bai Qian to easily come into contact with outsiders, and it would be very difficult for her to go to the Hexway training rites like before. Bai Qian had analyzed the three sovereign space with Lu Yin. In other words, Lu Yin would not be able to see Bai Qian for a while. Besides Xi Jing, there was no one else in the hyperspace, and it would be even more impossible for him to come into contact with Bai Qian. Retrieving the invitation from Bai Qian would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Life Maiden grew anxious. How troublesome. Even with your methods, you can't obtain it. Lu Yin replied, just wait. There will be a chance. He would not take the risk of having Xi Jing contact Bai Qian. If he was exposed, he would lose everything. Was not the only one in the hyperspace, there was also that ruler. That was the greatest threat. 10 days later, Lu Yin brought Life Maiden to the Void God spacetime. There's nothing special. Life Maiden looked at the sky. Lu Yin replied, if you cultivate Void God's power, you will discover that this space is filled with Void God's power. That Void Master has the power to change the entire parallel spacetime. Life Maiden was speechless. Isn't he comparable to a primogenitor? Lu Yin shook his head, as he did not know. In truth, Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful the primogenitor was, but the only person in the Six Paths Association who was said to be comparable to the primogenitor was an exalted celestial, which meant that this Void Master was clearly not at that level. Moreover, this Void Master was good friends with Wu Tian, so he should be at the level of the Three Realms' Six Daos. He didn't say much about this to Fate Daughter. Since he was here, he had to quickly help the two races find the yin-yang sword. Lu Yin and Life's Daughter spent a few days hiding the yin-yang swords before taking Life's Daughter to the two clans. Su Heng and Su Leng were confused when they saw Fate Girl wrapped in white clouds. Brother, who is this? This is the eccentric. Bro, use the power of the same origin as the yin-yang sword. This eccentric will help us find it, Lu Yin said. Within the white clouds, the Fate Maiden's cold voice rang out. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it. This spacetime is different from the one I'm in. Su Heng nodded. They had cultivated to the void transformation realm, so they could naturally think of this. In reality, they hadn't held out much hope, but since the eccentric was already here, they might as well give it a try. Soon, Su Heng and Su Leng joined forces to use Master Void Prime's power. This power could only be used when they worked together, and this was also the reason why Xiao Xi had challenged them. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen the power of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans. Su Heng's power was called the Scorching Yang technique, while Su Leng's was called the Yin Heart technique. They were hot and cold, and they fused together in a special way to form a power that was neither cold nor yang. It was more like the origin of a power, and it reminded Lu Yin of a few words carved onto the yin-yang sword. Yin is the power of the heart. Yang is the power of the scorching heat. Yin and yang converge, breaking through the heavens. This power seemed to have the potential to break through the heavens, bringing with it the initial warmth. Earth's energy came from the sun. Compared to the virtual God power that Su Heng and Su Leng cultivated, this energy was the sun, giving them endless possibilities. Apart, they were ordinary, but when they fused together, there were endless possibilities. The two powers converged into a line that was touched by the Life Maiden. The line then extended into the distance for an unknown amount of time. Follow the line. The Life Maiden then walked out for the first time. Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other in disbelief. Could they really find it? The group followed the line into the distance, and they gradually found the location where Lu Yin had hidden the yin-yang sword. As the line snapped, the sky bloomed with light, and the yin-yang sword soared into the sky towards the two powers that had fused together. Su Heng and Su Leng were shocked. The yin-yang sword. The yin-yang sword. Lu Yin sighed. The Life Maiden was calm, this was just an act. What she found strange was that the Life Maiden had spent so many years searching for the sword, so where had Lu Yin gotten it from? This was what she didn't understand the most. There were many times when Lu Yin was able to do unimaginable things. Su Heng and Su Leng circled around the yin-yang sword, and their power multiplied. Lu Yin raised a brow and quickly reminded them to restrain themselves. If this continued, the entire Void God spacetime would know that they had found the yin-yang sword. Su Heng and Su Leng reacted and put away the yin-yang sword. They hurried over to thank the Life Maiden, but she was cold. No need to thank me. She then turned to Lu Yin. Don't forget what you promised me. Go back. Lu Yin nodded. Bro, I'll go back with her first. We'll be back soon. Su Heng stepped forward. Bro, what did you promise? Lu Yin replied, nothing. Su Heng seriously replied, you're helping our two clans by finding the yin-yang sword. Any promises will be made by our two clans. He then walked towards the Life Maiden and bowed deeply. Su Heng, the leader of the Void Yang clan, thank you for helping us find our treasures. Su Leng also stepped forward. Su Leng, the leader of the Void Yin clan, thank you for helping us find our treasures. Now that the treasures have been found, our two clans will be responsible for the promises that Brother Xian Qi made. Please state them clearly. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. Bro, it's not a big deal. I'll tell you when I get back. Su Heng was very serious as he looked at Xian Qi and said, Brother, you've done enough. Since the yin-yang sword has been found, you've done more than just a favor for our two races. We don't know how to repay you, and inviting such an extraordinary person must have cost us quite a bit. No matter if it's you or your sister-in-law, you shouldn't do anything for us. Su Leng patted Lu Yin's shoulder and smiled. We'll pay the price ourselves. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. The Life Maiden did not belong to the fifth mainland, so he could not locate her in the vast parallel spacetime. Thus, he had to personally send her back. He could only use this excuse to send her back, but he had not expected these two to be so serious. The Life Maiden's cold voice rang out. I'll tell Xian Qi about the price. It's time for me to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly tore through the void. I'll go with him. The eccentric will return. I'll find you later. Su Heng wanted to stop them, but Su Leng said, let them go first. No matter how much this eccentric demands, it's not something we can bear. After all, we belong to the void god spacetime. Su Heng nodded. But we still have to give Bro Xian Qi an explanation. Of course, Su Leng said. But let's return to our clans first. The convergence of our powers has loosened my bottleneck. Brother Heng, it's time to break through to the virtual realm. Su Heng's eyes lit up. Me too. The two then returned to their clans. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the Life Maiden back to the Eternal Kingdom before returning to the Above Heaven sect. Path Master, those two have good characters, the Life Maiden said. Lu Yin replied, thank you. The Life Maiden asked, when will you be able to find the invitation? Lu Yin replied, I'm more anxious than you. The Starsabil sect will always exist, and I'll never be able to find out their goal. I'll think of a way to get it back. The Life Maiden left, and Lu Yin hurried back to the Void God spacetime to visit the two clans. Although it hadn't been long, news of the two clans finding the yin-yang sword had already spread, and it was only a matter of time before it spread throughout the Void God spacetime. It was very likely that it would attract the attention of Su Wuwei or Su Wuji, so he couldn't be away for too long. When Lu Yin returned to the two clans, he learned that Su Heng and Su Leng had gone into seclusion. The yin-yang sword was too important to their clans, and they relied on it too much. This wasn't a good thing, but it was their business, so Lu Yin didn't say anything about it. The people he knew were all in seclusion, and Lu Yin didn't have much to do. He was just about to go into seclusion to cultivate since he hadn't rolled his die in a long time, but Su Lai came looking for him and asked about the 6 direction training rites. Why are you interested in the 6 direction training rites? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ever since Lu Yin had defeated Su Lai's attitude towards him had completely changed. He was no longer as cold as before, and his voice was as gentle as possible. Even Su Leng didn't treat him this way. During this period of time, the fusion of our clan's power has undergone a qualitative change. Wu Man's challenge made me see this even more clearly. Before this, Senior Xiao Ci didn't even take us seriously, but now, we're qualified to be noticed by those powerhouses. Su Lai looked at Lu Yin with sincerity. If the fusion of our clans is already like this, then the fusion of the 6 direction training right civilizations is naturally even more important. Lu Yin sighed. I'm surprised that you can think of this. Actually, the 6 direction training rites only take in the younger generation. The older generation doesn't want to fuse their civilizations at all, and they only want to cultivate their own strength. From their perspective, it's far more important to cultivate than to spend time fusing civilizations. Only the younger generation is willing to sacrifice time to try. Is this the conclusion you reached in the 6 direction training rites? Su Lai asked. You can say that. Su Lai stared at Lu Yin. I'm from the older generation. Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't expected Su Lai to focus on this. Of course she was from the older generation, and she was at least a few hundred or 1,000 years old. At the very least, you don't meet the requirements of going to the 6 direction training rites. Su Lai continued, when it comes to cultivation, time is no longer the standard. It might seem like there's a huge age gap between us now, but 10,000 years from now, will you still think that this gap is huge? You want to discuss this with me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Su Lai said, let's go out for a walk. You probably don't know much about the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. All right. Not long after, the two left the clan grounds and wandered around under Su Lai's guidance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2606. The void god spacetime was different from the fifth mainland in terms of the nature of their power, and the differences in their civilizations led to different architectural styles and cultures. However, many things were the same. For example, the void god spacetime was divided into a cultivation civilization and a technological civilization. This was something that Luin had not expected, as he had assumed that the entire void god spacetime cultivated void god power. This civilization can't even step out of space. They have to rely on their own abilities and see us as aliens. Only then will they be able to see this spacetime clearly. Su Lai and Lu Yin looked at the dark red planet in the distance. The planet's technology was still in its infancy, and it was still in the era of cold weapons and firearms. It would take at least 100 years or even longer to leave the planet. Lu Yin had looked at other civilizations from this perspective more than once. To these civilizations, they were aliens that could not be touched. If they appeared, they might even be treated as gods, but once they left the planet, they would discover that they were just different in terms of cultivation. There was no difference in quality. He often wondered if there was a pair of eyes watching him from the void, watching the flow of spacetime. Just as Saruzin had said, everything could be quantified, and the owner of those eyes was an existence that could control quantification. Did such a being exist? If not, then where did Saruzin's karmic gift come from? Where did Lu Yin's dye come from? If it existed, what kind of being was it? What kind of great power did it have? His power was like that of a god in this spacetime, but if they could one day step out of this spacetime and come into contact with such an existence, would they also discover that there was no difference in quality between them? Was the difference in their realms? If that was the case, then did that mean that there was another power above the ancestors? Lu Yin looked up at the dark sky and fell into deep thought. After that, Su Lai brought Lu Yin around the void god spacetime. Lu Yin had never thought that such a cold person would do such a thing. I plan to send people to the 6 paths, the more the better, Su Lai said. Lu Yin did not say much. This was a matter of the Void Yin tribe, and he could not interfere just because he had helped the 2 tribes. The 2 wandered around for a few days, but Lu Yin gradually lost interest and returned to the 2 tribes. On the way back, he saw the planet that was just starting to develop technology. Lu Yin suddenly asked, "Do you think that someone will interfere with this civilization?" "What do you mean?" Su Lai did not understand. Lu Yin said, "Go in and become a god." Su Lai's brows raised, "Probably not. Who would be so bored? That would only embarrass themselves if others found out." "This is a way to escape reality," Lu Yin said. Suddenly, his expression changed as he glanced to the right. Su Lai looked in the same direction, and his expression changed. Not good. Her void god's force surged as the white tiger above her head walked out of its nest and roared at the sky. What happened? Lu Yin feigned ignorance. Su of the void of Lu. Lu Yin of the void of the voids. The white tiger virtual god roared and stretched out its claw, pressing forward. A human figure suddenly appeared and collided with the white tiger virtual god. With a bang, the void distorted and then exploded. The terrifying power continued to tear the void, causing countless spatial cracks to appear. Lu Yin was shocked. Eternals. Su's voids Lu of the Su, and Su's of Su's, Su. To Su's, to, if he, to, of Su. Battle and life or death were 2 different things. The white tiger void god frantically extended its claws and pounced at the eternal corpse king. The corpse king's eyes constantly changed until they finally stopped at red. The corpse king's red eyes transformation combined with the corpse king's already powerful body and cultivation that rivaled Su Lai's own. Even if the white tiger void god's void god power far surpassed Su Lai's, it still could not kill the corpse king in an instant. Su Lai frowned, her heart sinking when she saw the corpse king's red eyes transformation. On the battlefield, most of the void god civilization's cultivators were at the back while the void gods charged forward. The most effective way to deal with them was to deal with corpse kings. These corpse kings increased their physical strength by 10-fold or even 100-fold, and void gods had no advantage over them. Even if a void god had void god power that was several times greater than a cultivator's, it would still be difficult to shake a corpse king. The Six Direction Society and the Eternal Tribe had been fighting for countless years, and they were familiar with each other. When she saw the corpse king attack, Su Lai knew that this was a premeditated attack. "I'll do it," Lu Yin said, his bone spear floating in the air as he casually waved it. Su Lai did not stop him. Although she was worried about Lu Yin, as long as he acted, even she would not be able to stop him. The corpse king would not be able to either. The moment the bone spear shot out, Su Lai felt her scalp go numb and she turned around. Danger! Lu Yin had sensed it before she did, and the bone spear's target was not the corpse king, but behind them. The moment Su Lai turned around, Lu Yin also did the same. The bone spear pierced through the void, shattering a sharp mist that Lu Yin did not recognize before disappearing. Su Lai had not expected Lu Yin to react so quickly. The bone spear instantly pierced through the void, piercing through a figure's head and causing blood to splatter through space. At the same time, the white tiger void god roared and knocked the corpse king back. Its claws were wrapped in void god power, and it tore a small portion of the corpse king's body apart. However, the white tiger void god had used up quite a bit of void god power. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the bone spear shot towards the corpse king. Before the corpse king could react, the bone spear pierced through its head, instantly killing it just like before. This was the bone spear, a reward that Wu Tian had given to those who successfully passed the void gate. It was definitely not an ordinary item, and this was Lu Yin's first time using it in battle. With the bone spear's ability to ignore distance and the terrifying void god's power that the void master had instilled into it, along with Lu Yin's void god power that was close to the peak of the void realm, the bone spear could unleash a destructive power that was comparable to a half-martial ancestor. Two corpse kings had died in an instant. This was the result of Lu Yin's attack. Su Lai was shocked. She knew that the bone spear was powerful, but this was a completely different experience. If she had not admitted defeat against Lu Yin, she would have suffered the same fate as the corpse kings. Su Lai looked at the bone spear floating beside her and suppressed her shock. "This void god. Senior Su Wuwei gave it to me." Lu Yin did not hesitate to use Su Wuwei's name. Su Lai nodded. Only an expert like Senior Su Wuwei could create such a void god. She looked at Lu Yin. "I'm sorry for putting you in danger." Normally, Lu Yin would have suspected Su Lai since this woman had mysteriously brought him out. If he had not come out, then he would not have encountered such danger. However, he had been observing Su Lai when he had sensed the corpse king's appearance. Su Lai had immediately protected him the moment she had discovered the corpse king, which was a subconscious reaction that could not be faked. There was no need for her to feign such a reaction in front of him. Based on her knowledge, it was impossible for her to sense danger in advance. Only such a reaction could reveal a person's true nature. "It's fine, just treat it as practice," Lu Yin said. Su Lai clenched her fists. "I'll get to the bottom of this. This has nothing to do with me." "I know," Lu Yin said. Su Lai frowned. "You know. Normally, you should suspect me since I was the one who brought you out." Lu Yin smiled. "You didn't force me out, and I wouldn't have come out even if I didn't want to. Don't worry, I know it has nothing to do with you." Su Lai could not understand Lu Yin. Was this person pretending or was he really not related to her? But then again, Lu Yin's expression darkened. Su Lai looked at him. Lu Yin met her gaze. This is the heart of the void god spacetime, but we were ambushed by the Eternals. Are their infiltration methods too advanced, or is the void god spacetime's reaction too poor? Su Lai's expression turned ugly. It's not just the void god spacetime, it's the same for the Six Direction societies as well. Important people or geniuses with innate gifts will more or less be assassinated by the Eternals. Why? Lu Yin did not understand. He could understand if the assassin was a spy, but the one he had just killed was a corpse king, whose scarlet eyes were too obvious. Su Lai was vexed. I don't know how to explain it to you. You'll understand as time passes. To put it simply, this is the current situation of the Six Direction societies, and it's very difficult to change. Doesn't the Six Direction society specifically search for Eternals or corpse kings? Lu Yin asked. Yes, Su Lai replied, Heaven's Reflection Manor. Heaven's Reflection Manor. Lu Yin raised a brow. That was a good name. Unfortunately, it's useless. Su Lai shook her head. The Heaven's Reflection Manor was established by the Six Direction Society specifically to search for corpse kings and spies. However, due to various reasons, it's not very effective. This involves the conflicts between the Six Direction Societies and the Eternals' methods. In short, the more civilizations there are, the harder it is to find spies. Xian Qi, be careful when you travel through the void god spacetime in the future. If the Eternals can assassinate you once, they can do it again. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. There's the endless battlefield, and the Six Direction societies have isolated regions, but the Eternals still manage to infiltrate. This Heaven's Reflection Manor is truly useless. Who created it? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. Not many people know about our journey, but we'll definitely be able to find out who's colluding with the Eternals. Su Lai's gaze was cold and filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Ignoring Lu Yin's importance to the two races, if the Eternals successfully assassinated him, she would definitely be in trouble. After all, Lu Yin had involved Su Wuwei and the void god spacetime, so he was not an ordinary person. Su Lai hated the person who had revealed their tracks to the core, and she impatiently returned to the Void Yin tribe to begin her investigation. Lu Yin would not go out for the time being, so he chose to cultivate in seclusion. Su Lai had arranged a rather secretive place for him to stay. Lu Yin took out his bone spear and looked at it. Killing corpse kings was easy, and with his cultivation of void god's power, it should be easy for him to kill a half-ancestor with this bone spear. Void god's power was still very useful, so Lu Yin decided to continue cultivating. The amount of void god's power that Void Master had imbued into the bone spear was rather vast, and he wanted to make full use of it. Lu Yin casually placed the bone spear to the side and began to roll his die. It had been a long time since he had rolled it, and it would be best if he could get 3 pips to see if he could upgrade the bone spear to the level of a slipper. That way, he would be able to kill a progenitor like Xiaoshinji in an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2607. Lu Yin watched as the die slowly stopped spinning. 6 pips. Lu Yin felt helpless. It was useless. As long as he was in the origin dimension, 6 pips would be meaningless. Suddenly, the bone spear's leaking void god power was sucked away. Lu Yin had barely reacted when his consciousness appeared in a dark space surrounded by orbs of light. He was stunned. Was it useful? 6 pips was actually useful. He had tried it before, but that had been in the Hexagon training hall, and the die had sucked away the bone spear's leaking void god power. Right, he needed to use the power of his current spacetime. In the origin dimension, 6 pips had extracted star energy from star essence, and now that he was in the void god spacetime, it naturally extracted void god power. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple principle before? The earliest to obtain the power of a parallel spacetime was the Hui crystal of the 3 monarch spacetime. If he could roll 6 pips in the 3 monarch spacetime, it should be useful. Lu Yin didn't have much time to think about it, so he found a random orb and merged with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw a bustling street in front of him. This was a piece of land in the void god spacetime. Lu Yin didn't move from his spot, but someone pushed him from behind. "Third bro, let's go." Lu Yin grunted as memories flooded his mind. He knew that he had merged with the body of a void realm cultivator and was currently rushing towards the academy. Very little void god power leaked from the bone spear, and after taking 2 steps, Lu Yin broke away from the fusion. His consciousness appeared in the dark space before returning to his body. He opened his eyes, and they were filled with ecstasy. It was useful. 6 pips was useful. Back in the hexagon training hall, he had tried to roll 6 pips, but it had been useless. He had been depressed for a while, but he had to admit that the innate gift of the die had helped him a lot in his cultivation. Now that he had found a way to use 6 pips, Lu Yin was more confident in many things, such as identifying a spy. Lu Yin grabbed the bone spear and drew in the void god power. As it grew more and more majestic, he raised his hand and continued rolling his die. This time, he wanted to merge with someone who had cultivated void god power at the same level as him. That person had to be someone who had undergone 6 tribulations of origin. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to roll 6 pips. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin casually tossed the bone spur over to see if it could be upgraded. At the same time, he tossed in tens of thousands of star essence, but there was no reaction from the bone spur. He was disappointed that it could not be upgraded. Wu Tian had already refined this bone spur to the max. Next, he took out the white energy source. If he could upgrade it to a black energy source, then he would be able to mass-produce progenitors. However, reality proved that this was just a dream. The white energy source did not move at all. He shook his head and took out his lotus treasure, but it could not be upgraded either. He had already failed to upgrade 3 items in a row, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. He took out the half-burned Book of Destiny and placed it on the table. This thing should work, right? Even if it couldn't be upgraded, it could at least be repaired. As he watched the Book of Destiny descend, Lu Yin relaxed. His die was of a higher grade than the Book of Destiny, but after some calculations, he estimated that he would need around 6 trillion star essence to repair the Book of Destiny. This was not an amount that he could afford at the moment, and he only had a little more than 5 trillion star essence on him right now, so he could not use it just in case. He had no choice but to put the Book of Destiny away. It wasn't too disappointing. At least he could improve. There was still hope. He continued to roll his die, and this time, he rolled 2 pips. The 2 pips allowed him to decompose materials. Although they seemed useless, they could be quite useful in certain situations, such as the monster ancestors' weapons. The materials used to make these weapons were rather rare, and even progenitors were interested in them. However, the monster ancestor had created these weapons that no one could use, so it would be a pity not to decompose them. Lu Yin began to decompose the monster ancestor's weapons, as there were many resources that hyperspace wanted. After a period of time, Lu Yin completely decomposed the monster ancestor's weapons. He rested for half a month before continuing to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and he continued to rest before rolling 4 pips. He had never taken so long to roll 4 pips before. 4 pips in time stop was second only to 1 pip. With an extra year to cultivate, Luin memorized the primogenitor's scripture and cultivated the serious art. A year quickly passed, and the scene in front of him changed. He returned to reality and continued to roll his die. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Heng and Su Leng were still in seclusion, but the scorching and chilling energies of the two clans were invisibly increasing. On this day, Lu Yin rolled 6 pips again. It had not been easy, and he had only rolled 6 pips after such a long time. Lu Yin looked at the balls of light in the dark space around him and found a brighter one to merge with. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He lowered his head and was left speechless. He had merged with a woman's body again. No wonder it felt so strange. He wanted to withdraw, but he had rolled 6 pips after much difficulty. This woman's cultivation was not low, so he decided to take a look at her memories first. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin knew whose body he had merged with: Yun Wu, the aunt of the Jinyun family's young mistress, Yun Yun. Lu Yin had never thought that he would merge with someone from the Jinyun family. As more memories flooded in, Lu Yin's expression grew gloomier. Yun Wu was actually a spy. It was not accurate to call her a spy. She had been influenced by some kind of power, and her mind was only filled with loyalty to the everlasting tribe. She was indifferent to humans, her family, and her family. Even though all her memories were present, they were filled with disgust. Lu Yin read through the memories. Although Yunwu had been chased out of her family due to a marriage alliance, the Jinyun family had treated her well when she was young. Her parents had especially doted on her, but she hated everything. She hated everything, including being human. She hated the Jinyun family so much that she wanted to destroy it, but there was also a belief that made her act like a normal person in front of others. What kind of power was affecting her? Lu Yin continued to read through her memories, not wanting to miss a single bit. Not long after, he withdrew from the fusion. The virtual god's power had been exhausted, and he could only draw out so much virtual god's power. If he could completely exhaust the virtual god's power within the bone spur, he would be able to stay in Yunwu's body for a very long time. He opened his eyes and exhaled. He had seen a bubble in Yunwu's memories. It was the dreamy illusion bubble, Qing Kong's power. Had Qing Kong influenced her? This was troublesome. She wasn't a true spy, but she was working for Qing Kong. What should he do? He recalled what Su Lai had said about the Horizon Manor not being effective. Qing Kong should be one of the reasons. How should he deal with people affected by Qing Kong? This was troublesome, but the most troublesome part was that these people did not believe that they were spies. It would be impossible to investigate them. In their minds, they were just normal people with an additional sense of loyalty to the everlasting tribe. This was even more difficult to investigate than being a spy. Lu Yin frowned. He had looked through Yun Wu's memories, and it would not be difficult to expose her. The difficult part was how to deal with her after that. What should he do about the things she had done? Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and looked up. Was the cold getting heavier? He wondered how their seclusion was going. The Cloud Connect stone was vibrating from Yun Yun. She had come to see him earlier and had exchanged contact details. Brother Xian Qi, the first batch of resources is ready. We can trade at any time, she smiled. Lu Yin replied, that's great. I'll contact hyperspace right away. Thank you, Yun Yun. Yun Yun blushed slightly. Brother Xian Qi, you don't have to be so polite. I'll take the resources to the Void Yang clan. No, I'll go to your place, Lu Yin said. Yun Yun's eyes lit up. Brother Xian Qi, you're coming to my scenic cloud clan. That's great. Lu Yin smiled and exchanged some pleasantries before ending the call. He looked in the direction of the scenic cloud clan. He should go, as he could not allow these spies to wreak havoc among the humans, regardless of whether they were actively or passively doing so. He bid farewell to the two clans and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He then headed to the home of the gods and had the hyperspace personnel contact Kujian. This was a deal between the hyperspace and the Scenic Cloud clan, so Kujian was naturally in charge. A few days later, Kujian arrived and looked at Lu Yin excitedly. "Xian-Chi, can we trade now?" Lu Yin nodded. "The Scenic Cloud clan is very generous and efficient. Let's go." Kujian nodded and sighed. "If it weren't for you, it wouldn't have been easy for us to buy resources from the Void God spacetime. It seems like the 6 clans are helping each other, but you know that resources can't be leaked out so easily. It took us years to get the same amount of resources, and the price was high. It wasn't worth it, but you got it done in a few months. Xian-Chi, Lady Hiran asked me to express her gratitude to you." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "You're being too formal. Although I've joined the Void God spacetime, hyperspace is still my home. Zijing will never leave hyperspace. I hope that the Void God spacetime and hyperspace are doing well. It's best for us to trade and help each other." Kujian's eyes flashed. "Well said. I'll tell Lady Hiran what you think. She'll be happy to hear it. Hyperspace will always be behind you." Soon enough, Lu Yin and Kujian arrived at the Void God spacetime and headed towards the Scenic Cloud clan. The Scenic Cloud clan was a large clan that had produced a virtual realm powerhouse. At its peak, its influence was close to a third of the Void God spacetimes. This was something that no virtual realm powerhouse could achieve. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but no virtual realm powerhouse could maintain such a huge influence. In terms of individual influence, Su Wuwei not only covered the entire Void God spacetime, but also attracted the attention of the 6 clans. However, he only represented himself, he didn't have a family. Although the Scenic Cloud clan had declined, they still relied on their ancestors and Su Xiangyin, so they weren't bad. Hyperspace wanted to trade with the Void God spacetime, so they naturally knew a lot about the Scenic Cloud clan. When they arrived at the Scenic Cloud clan, Yunyun led many of the clan members to personally welcome them. "Brother Xian-Chi, welcome to the Scenic Cloud clan as a guest." Yunyun smiled happily. Kujian was surprised. He had lived for a long time and could tell that the young master of the Scenic Cloud clan treated Xian-Chi differently. "You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.